So if you've watched this channel before, then you'll know that I love creepy multi-part no-sleep stories. And a while back, somebody had recommended a story to me called The Man in My Basement Takes One Step Closer Every Week, so I figured I'd cover that in this video. Like I said, this story comes from the No Sleep subreddit, and I'll be covering the first 7 parts of it today, and I'll cover the next 7 in the next video. What's kind of funny was that I picked this story just because a comment suggested it, and when I was reading it, I was like, this sounds a lot like The Caretaker, which was the novel I was reading at the time. I've finished it now. It turns out Marcus Cliver is the person that wrote this Reddit story, so that's pretty cool to see. And I have to give Marcus a shout out because both of his books have been really good. We Used to Live Here, I covered on this channel before, and then like I said, The Caretaker is his new one. This video is not sponsored, by the way. I just really like his stories, so please go support him if you have the financial means to do so. We Used to Live Here especially is one of my favorites. If you end up liking this video, then please subscribe. I would like to hit 200,000 subscribers by the end of 2026. The format of this video should be pretty familiar to all of you guys who have watched my channel before. I'll be reading an entire section and then giving my thoughts on it before moving on to the next one. That's mostly because from what I've read so far in this story, I really enjoy it and I don't want to interrupt it in the middle of the individual sections, but I'm fine interrupting it where there's a natural break in the story. But enough introing, let's get into The Man in the Basement Takes One Step Closer Every Week. 1. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. 2. If the intruder decides to stay, he will take one step closer each week. 3. Do not attempt to speak with him, hurt him, or get third parties involved. 4. Any violation of Rule 3 generally results in several quick steps forward, depending on the severity of transgression. 5. Barricading the doors is acceptable. This will slow him down, but the process will be very loud, difficult to sleep. 6. To others, the intruder will appear as a mannequin, or a rubber dummy, or a coat hanger, etc. Do not let guests near him. 7. The intruder will not move so long as you have guests in the house. Guests who actually want to be there. Once I had an old friend sleep on the couch for 3 months, and the intruder didn't move a step. 8. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. Never make plans to move, even browsing for houses online, etc. The importance of this rule cannot be overstated. General notes. None of these rules are set in stone. The intruder seems to evolve and react depending on your actions. Personally, I recommend measuring the distance from him to the furthest corner of the house, calculate how long it will take him to reach you, set up your bedroom as far away as possible. Once established, do not move your bed. You must sleep there from now on. Please note that sometimes he will leave his station and wander up into the house. Do your best to ignore him. He will always return to the last place he left off. I had to laugh as I read the typo-ridden list of stupid rules left on my doorstep, likely conjured up by some neighborhood kid with too much free time. Props for the creativity, though. Stepping back inside, I folded it up and tucked it away. Guess it was preferable to getting toilet papered. Slumping back onto the living room couch, I resumed watching the game. I'd just moved into the neighborhood. Owning a house of my own had been a life's goal since 18. Now, after 15 years of working, saving, and taking on crippling debt, I finally had a place of my own. Hooray. A killer deal on a modest 1982 story with a basement and a backyard swimming pool. The main floor was an open design, kitchen, living room, and an entrance hallway that led to the upstairs. Upstairs was a short alcove with 3 doors, master bedroom, guest room, and washroom. This house was the only thing in my lonely life I felt proud of. Something caught the corner of my eye. Across the living room, in front of the entrance hallway, the basement door was cracked open. A slit of pitch dark. Okay. I turned back to the TV, probably forgot to close it earlier. Shaking it off, I focused on the game as much as I could, but the cracked open door lurked in my peripheral all the while. It almost felt like someone was watching me. I got up from the couch, marched across the room, pulled the door shut, and marched back. Embarrassed, I plopped into the couch and swung my feet up on the coffee table. Maybe that stupid list of rules was getting to me after all. Maybe whoever wrote it wasn't done messing with me yet. I jumped at the pounding on my front door. Muting the TV, I begrudgingly got up, hauled over, and yanked open the door. A smiling man greeted me, barely 5 foot tall, round, and wearing a bright green Hawaiian t-shirt with matching cargo shorts, vaguely reminding me of the Batman's penguin. "Sir," he said, a forced smile plastered to his face. "Hello. I'm so sorry to bother you." He looked down at my shoes, studying. "Someone's been leaving notes on the doorsteps out here, and since you're new..." He looked up, glanced back over his shoulder, then back to me. "I just wanted to warn you." This guy had more nervous energy than a cold turkey drug addict. "Warn me about what?" The smile on his face turned grim. "The notes," he said, pausing for effect. There's a. He searched for the words. There's a mentally unstable young man in the neighborhood. Okay. His father, he glanced back over his shoulder again. His father lived in the house across the street from you, an overgrown one-story box of a house that almost looked abandoned. When his father passed, the son, he looked back to me, started writing notes, leaving them on doorsteps around the neighborhood. I set my hand on the pocket where I tucked away the note. The son, if you see him, he's harmless, and the notes, well, of course, they're nonsense. I pulled the note out from my pocket. Yeah, I was wondering, I said, carefully unfolding the paper. The man's eyes filled with concern. Rule 1, I read aloud. He will... Please, he stammered. I raised an eyebrow. I've seen enough of those for a while. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. They're harmless, but also kind of... He looked around, again searching for words. Creepy, I said. His eyes lit up. Yes, creepy. What a great word, creepy, he marveled, weirdly impressed. I almost laughed. Anyways, he continued, I just wanted to let you know, don't worry about the notes. They're ridiculous, of course. Of course. Well, I best be, For the third time, he searched for words. Leaving? Yeah, he laughed, wagging a finger at me. I must say, you're really good with words. He shook his head like I just pulled off a magic trick. I try, I said skeptically, though he seemed sincere. Howie, by the way. He shot at his hand for a handshake. I recoiled. The pandemic was still in full swing. Oh, of course, he said, reading the room. He shook his head again. Still not used to it. It's all good. I'm Brandon, by the way. Brandon. He smiled again and turned away. I stood there in the doorway, watching him leave, dumbfounded by the strange, almost comical conversation. As he stepped onto the road, I stepped back into my house and went to pull the door shut. I stopped short. Something caught the corner of my eye. About 7 houses down sat a white hatchback car with tinted windows, idling. I can't say why it grabbed my attention, but it did. For some unknown reason, it felt out of place, sinister even. Shrugging, I stepped back inside and pulled the door shut behind me. I collapsed back onto the couch. My team was losing. It was dark out when the game finished, 3-1 against me, of course. I turned off the TV, stretched up my arms, pushed off the couch, and froze. The basement door was open again, wide open this time. A few long seconds crept by until I finally stepped forward. I know I shut that door. I stopped at the top of the stairs. Below me, everything faded into uninviting darkness. I flicked on the light, and an orange glow stuttered to life. Beige cream walls and scratchy carpet. The stairs went down about 20 steps, then took a hard turn to the left. I'd only been in the basement 3 times since moving. Nothing but unopened cardboard boxes down there. I pulled the door shut and went up to my room. Crawling into bed, I flicked off the light and closed my eyes. Maybe the door was broken. A bump in the night startled me awake. I checked the time, 2:58 a.m. Faint moonlight cast in through the bedroom window. Stacks of unopened moving boxes crowded my room like a cardboard metropolis. The night was silent. Still half asleep, I sat up on the edge of my bed, staring at the closet door. A door that reminded me of my childhood bedroom. A door that reminded me of an old friend. A sliding door with fake cherry wood vinyl covering, and something downstairs moved. 7 quick thumps creaking across the hardwood floor. Clicking. Almost like dog feet, only heavier. I cursed under my breath, fully awake now. The reasonable part of my mind wondered if a raccoon snuck inside. The less reasonable part of my mind wondered if it was Satan himself. I stood up from the bed and marched over to a stack of boxes in the corner. No way I was going down there without a weapon. Sliding a box off the top of a precarious tower, I turned back and placed it on the bed. Rifling through it until my hand grasped a familiar cold metal object, I pulled out a chrome-plated switchblade, the same one I had bought off my weed dealer back in high school. I flicked the knife in and out a couple times. That'll do. Knife in my back pocket, I stepped towards the balcony, wrapped my grip around the smooth brass doorknob, and pushed it open. It was darker out here, no windows upstairs. I flicked on the light. Cold, waiting room glow cast over everything. At the bottom of the steps, the basement door was still closed. I crept silently down the stairs, 1 step at a time. A faint smell hung in the air, almost like burnt hair and gasoline. Almost. Moonlight cast in through the living room window. Everything down here was quiet and still. Too still, like the world was on pause. I scanned the living room. Empty. I stepped into the kitchen. Empty. Shaking my head, I pulled open the fridge. Old houses make strange sounds, I reminded myself, pouring a glass of milk. I took a swig and, The taste of foul rot filled my mouth. I spewed and spat back into the cup. What the hell? Rinsing out my mouth with tap water, I gurgled and spat until the bitter taste was gone. There was no way that expired already. I checked the date. 6 days till expiry. Weird. I set it down and wandered over to the living room window. Across the street, the neighbor's house was dark. I should have asked Howie if the note-leaving son still lived there. Based on what he said, it sounded like the kid needed professional help. Suddenly, a light snapped on across the street. Exterior, left side of the house. Motion detector. Bluish glow revealed a cluttered and neglected backyard, even more unkempt than the front. Moths flapped in desperate circles over the unnatural light. And then it went dark. I turned back to head upstairs, but stopped. My eyes caught the basement door again, still closed, but something stirred within me this time. Morbid curiosity, perhaps. I trudged over and pulled the door open. I flicked on the light and stepped down. Scratchy carpet clawed at the soles of my socks. I reached the stairwell corner. More darkness. A 15-foot hallway with doors on either side led to an open rec room. I flicked the next light switch. Nothing. Of course. I stood there for a good 10 seconds, staring into the dark, the strange pull of curiosity only getting stronger. Begrudgingly, I pulled out my phone, turned the light on, and moved forward, stepping over boxes and clutter as I went. The strange smell from upstairs was even stronger down here, like gasoline and burnt hair. Maybe there was a leak? I'd get that checked out tomorrow. Regardless, I pushed forward and stepped into the garage-sized rec room, cold concrete against my feet. I scanned the phone light from left to right until I froze. Stood in the back right corner was a coat rack post. For a second, it almost looked like a person. I don't own any coat racks. Somebody put it there. I felt sick, angry. Somebody broke into my house and put a coat rack in my basement corner. Indignant, I marched forward, yanked it off the ground, and stormed back upstairs. I knew exactly who did it too. The same person who left the note. Had to be. That was disturbing enough in its own right, supernatural or not. Of course, back then, the possibility of the note being a sincere warning never crossed my mind. I didn't even consider the chance that something unknown and terrible was about to enter my life and never leave. At this point, I was convinced that a malicious trickster was trying to break my sanity. I'm not the most stable of individuals, but it'd take more than a coat rack and a creepy note to do that. A lot more. I snapped the coat rack in half, tossed it into the garage, and sat up in the living room till morning. That week, I installed new security and locks. If anything else happened, I'd get the police involved. Stupid rules be damned. Either way, I'd been through worse. In hindsight, dismissing the note might be the biggest regret of my entire life. Okay, so I love the way this story starts out. I really enjoy rules-based horror, and Marcus Cliver is like always really good at that kind of thing. I really like that all of the rules kind of make sense. Like, obviously it's still fantastical in that there is this like entity in the basement, but all the things that you can do to stop it mostly make sense, except for like maybe having somebody stay at your house with you. It is kind of funny that the story takes place during COVID, and like that's why this person bought a house, because you know they were getting like a 0% mortgage rate on that thing. This story reminds me a lot of We Used to Live Here, and the fact that every single character in it just has something off with them and you can't really trust anybody, and I personally love that about Marcus Cliver's writing. Specifically, Howie just kind of creeps me out. Like, there's something definitely wrong with him. The way that he like can't think of words and has these strange mannerisms, it's all very unsettling. I was immediately distrustful of Howie with the way that he says like, oh yeah, there's some random person who's leaving these notes on your doorstep. Like, that just screams to me that Howie's probably the one doing it, even if he's not the one who's doing it. This story is also smart, I think, to have the narrator immediately break the rules of the rules-based horror so we can see the consequences of those actions. But it's also kind of nice that the story hasn't given us any sort of like concrete paranormal shenanigans. It could all still be just a very normal thing. Because when it comes down to it, finding a coat rack in your basement shouldn't be that strange, but obviously the fact that somebody put it there makes it a little bit more sinister. But if you're like me, you'll remember that at the beginning of the story, one of the rules was that the intruder in the basement might appear as something like a coat rack, so maybe that's the reason the coat rack's down there. That, of course, brings up an interesting question of, like, if the person that lives in the house is supposed to see this, like, horrifying man in the basement, why is the person that lives there now seeing it as a coat rack? So that's, like, another point against the idea of this all being real. But as a first part to a story, I think this is very well done. I like the way it's written. I think it's written pretty professionally. And I also just like the way that it sets up some intrigue, but doesn't give us too much too quickly. I think a lot of no sleep authors want to get to the crazy stuff very quickly so they can excite the readers. But this author here shows a level of confidence in his own writing, which I think is very admirable. And it also uses the medium of the No Sleep subreddit to what I would say is an adequate degree. We get that little note at the end that's like, I really wish I would have listened to the note the first time, which lets us know that something bad has presumably happened to the author. But I'm sure we're all eager to see what happens next, so let's move on to part 2. I stood at the living room window, waiting. Finally, the garbage truck pulled up next to the curb. A heavy-set man in a bright orange viz vest stepped off the side and spat dryly onto the pavement. He hoisted my garbage, coat rack included, into the back compactor. Joy. Climbing onto the truck, he unceremoniously tossed the aluminum bucket back onto the road. My relief vanished. Inside the bucket was a left-behind, foot-long splinter, a lingering remnant of the coat rack. Bursting through the front door, I yelled after the garbage truck, and it lurched to a grinding stop. I forced a smile, strode across the yard, bent over, reached into the can, grabbed the splinter of wood, and tossed it up into the truck. The Vizvest man blinked with disinterest towards me as they drove off towards the next house. The truck's compactor pressed down with a satisfying crunch. Goodbye, coat rack. There was a strange comfort in it, as though the coat rack itself had held some special power over me, a power which, upon its destruction, had lifted. Strolling back toward the house, I caught myself smiling, almost feeling happy. I wrapped my hand around the front door knob and a sharp pain shot up my wrist. My arm swung back like electric shock. Gritting my teeth, I turned my palm over. A splinter about the size of a blood test needle was lodged between my thumb and pointer finger. Ouch. I breathed in, pinched the splinter, yanked it out, and tossed it back over my shoulder. I stepped inside. As I pulled the door shut, red smeared across the brass knob. I turned my hand over again. A thin line of blood trailed out from the puncture hole, snaking down towards the tip of my thumb. Wrapping my other hand around the wound, I marched back towards the kitchen. Bandages were in a tray on top of the fridge. After I finished wrapping my hand, I turned around and leaned back against the fridge, marveling at how quickly my good mood had soured. All it took was a wooden splinter. But then another thought crept into my head. Part of me, the paranoid, irrational part, wanted to go back and find the splinter, take it out past city limits, and burn it, just in case. I actually had to fight the urge to go back and do this. It's just a coat rack, I reminded myself. Nothing more, nothing less. Either way, I took comfort in the new security setup. Alarms on every door and window, big stickers advertising the system to any would-be intruders. I even checked every corner of the house just to make sure nobody was hiding inside. Can't be too careful. Despite everything, I still hadn't fully processed the fact that somebody had taken the time and effort to break into my house and set a coat rack in the basement corner. Not steal anything, not even move anything. Just set a coat rack in the basement corner. This simple fact stuck in the back of my head like a stubborn popcorn shell between teeth. The worst. Hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table, I took a sip of bitter black coffee. Thanks to the pandemic, all work was homework now, but that was fine by me. I preferred staying home to just about everything else anyways. Typing away, I was finally falling into that ever-elusive zen state of work, coding line after line until my phone buzzed against the plastic vinyl tabletop. Unknown caller. I reached over and froze. Something told me not to answer it. Something told me to block the number, but I shook it off and answered regardless. "Brandon?" said the voice on the other end. I couldn't tell if it was a question or a statement. "Speaking?" "I'm calling about the note," he continued. "The one on your doorstep." He sounded young, early 20s perhaps. "Okay?" "Yeah, I was the one who left it there." I didn't respond. I didn't know how to respond. "Look, I know it's weird. I know better than most. The thing here is to make sure you understand what's going on, to make sure you take it seriously. Does that make sense?" I didn't answer. He sighed, anxious. "I know you think I'm crazy. I might be. I need to talk with you in person. Don't call this number again," I said plainly and ended the call. Setting the phone down, I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms. Looking back, I regret my coldness here, but in my defense, I'd seen enough real-life horror by then. I was pushing 40 and well acquainted with the crushing mundanity of real-life suffering. I had no desire to indulge in made-up nonsense. My heart skipped a beat as the pounding on the front door continued. I slid back on my chair and stood up. Fist clenched, I marched across the room and yanked open the door. There stood a young man, tall and dressed in a white shirt and black denim pants. "Look, I'm really sorry to be this persistent, but..." Immediately I recognized his voice from the phone call, but I had to admit, his appearance was surprising. Until now, I imagined a Weasley-looking basement-dwelling internet troll, but this guy almost looked like a low-key movie star. Young Marlon Brando vibes. Regardless, I didn't know what to say. He looked down, kicking his feet awkwardly at the ground. He looked up. "I just need 5 minutes," he said. I'll explain everything and never come back. His eyes were filled with sincerity. Years of suffering hidden beneath a desperate smile. I looked around. Other neighbors were milling about. A few glanced over, concerned. I looked back to him. Fine. My voice dripped with skepticism. He looked back over his shoulder, then back to me. We can't talk here. Let's go for a walk if that's all right. I consider myself a pretty good judge of character, and he didn't seem dangerous. He seemed worried. If anything, my curiosity was driving now. Overcast gray fell over the suburbs. We walked down the street, side by side, 6 feet apart, silence. Our shoes scraped against concrete, and the smell of outdoor barbecues lingered in the air. He looked back over his shoulder. We were about 4 houses down from mine. First off, he said, looking forward again, I want to apologize. He slid his hand into his pockets as he walked. I don't really know the best way to approach something like this, and I'm sorry for being so cryptic. I grunted noncommittally. Second, I really don't expect you to believe me. Unless I saw something firsthand, I wouldn't believe me either. He looked up at the clouds and squinted as diffused sunlight cast against his face. The sky was spitting rain now, invisible drops you only felt, sporadic, icy pinpricks against your skin. Maybe I am crazy. I don't know, he shrugged. My dad was, at least, that's what we all thought until he trailed into silence. Anyways, I'm getting off track, he said, running a hand through his jet black hair. Just take it seriously for the first couple weeks and see where it goes. I still wasn't quite sure what to say. At this point, I believed that he believed, but that wasn't enough to change my entire worldview. That wasn't enough to start believing in sentient coat racks. All you can do is search for ways to slow him down. Invite people over as much as possible. Try to figure out if there's a way to stop him without breaking the established rules. I know there's the pandemic, but hell, invite a stranger over if you have to, rent-free. It should at least buy you some time. Who's living in your father's house? I asked with a directness that surprised even me. I don't know. You don't know? He shrugged. I haven't been there since... Again, he trailed off into silence. Grimacing, he looked around as if the words might be somewhere close. I grew up here, he said, changing the topic once again. My sister and I used to collect pine cones in the park. He pointed across the street. Park was a generous word for an empty lot with a couple of trees and a bench. We'd sell them to the neighbors, he almost smiled. Pine cones with googly eyes glued on. 5 cents apiece. He shook his head like a chill went down his spine. Look, you've just got to take the rules seriously. I still wasn't convinced. You don't know who's living in your own dad's house? I persisted. Did you sell it? He stopped walking and turned to face me. Don't try to understand this. Trust me. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. The more you try to make sense of it, the more you try to rationalize, it only gets worse. Sounds like a death cult mantra. Sure. You have my number, right? I nodded. If anything happens, you have any more questions, call me. Anytime. Seriously, anytime. 4 in the morning if you have to. I don't care. Okay. It's Mitchell, by the way. Just Mitch is fine too. He gave a little wave, turned away, and strolled off down the street, leaving me even more confused than before. Worse than that, part of me was beginning to consider the possibility that this might actually be real. A possibility made all the more disturbing due to the fact that I'd already broken nearly every single rule. Classic horror movie screw-up. Either way, his sincerity was unsettling. By the time I got back home, it was already dark out. I stood at my front door, rifling for my keys when... Brandon? A familiar voice called out from behind. I turned back to see Howie standing on the curb. I almost didn't recognize him at first. He wore a blue tracksuit with a blue pencil tucked behind his ear, and blue headphones wrapped around his neck. This guy really liked blue. Howie, I said. Neighbor kid spoke with you, huh? He rested his hands on his hips. I nodded. What'd he say? I shrugged. Same stuff as the note. Howie shook his head as if to say, I expected as much. Poor kid, he said. At least he'll stop bugging you now. Yeah. Just then, beside the house across the street, the outdoor motion light snapped on. Odd. Howie looked back just to see what I was looking at. Through the cracks in the fence, a lined silhouette stood up against the boards. It was hard to tell from this distance, but it almost looked like somebody was standing there, watching us, peering through the fence cracks, motionless. But the yard was filled with junk, so it could have been anything. Howie turned back to me. Anyways, he started pulling up his headphones and turned away. Who's living there now? I asked. Howie froze, lowered his headphones, and turned back. Not sure. They never sold it? Nope, not to my knowledge. So, it's empty? I've seen someone. Maybe a few someones milling about inside. Ever seen them outside? Howie tilted his head, thinking. He clearly never paid much attention to it. I don't think so, but I got goldfish memory these days. He chuckled, shrugged, reached to put his headphones back on, and oh, his face lit up. I've been stuck on this. He pulled a crumpled piece of paper out from his jumpsuit pocket and read, "A thin piece of metal which grows brightly when a current passes through." He looked up at me, eyes filled with hope. 8 words across. First letter F, third letter L. The light across the street snapped off, and a light inside snapped on. Window blind shadows cast from inside as someone moved across the living room, a drifting silhouette. Brandon? Filament, I said, eyes still locked on the house across the street. Howie scribbled away. That's it. That's it. He sounded like he just won $1,000. He looked up at me. You're brilliant. I looked back to Howie. Glad to help. Anyways, Howie said, enthusiasm suddenly gone. See you around. He pulled his headphones up and jogged away. I stood there, watching the house across the street. The light inside was still on, but no more movement. I turned back to my door and stepped inside, pulling the door shut behind me. I strode into the living room and stood at the window. The house across the street was dark again. Okay. I pulled the curtain shut and turned back for the kitchen. I sniffed. The strange smell of gasoline and burnt hair lingered in the air still, subtle but unmistakable. I flicked on the kitchen light and sat down at the table and stared blankly at the wall. Harsh fluorescent glow vibrated against white stucco. I should get warmer bulbs. Then another thought crawled into my head, a thought that was slithering around in my subconscious for the past few minutes. Mitchell, the dead neighbor's son, did not put the coat rack in your basement. Of course, it's possible he did, but after talking with him, it seemed highly unlikely. And this raised another, even worse question. Who put the coat rack in the basement? Howie? Doubtful. Another neighbor? Possibly. The person or persons living across the... Click. The sound of a door popping open interrupted my thoughts. I looked back over my shoulder. Across the living room, in the front entrance hallway, the basement door was open. Just a crack. A thin line of darkness. Screw it. I marched upstairs, grabbed my switchblade from the bedside table and stormed back down, each footstep heavier than the last, knife clenched in my left fist. I swung open the basement door and flicked on the light. I'm armed, I said, trying and failing to sound like a threat. If anyone's down there, make yourself known, now. Silence, nothing but the hum of a buzzing light bulb. I took a deep breath and exhaled. Okay, I whispered, taking a slow step forward. I used to mock people in horror movies for always going down to the basement, but in the moment, it weirdly felt like my best option. It was that, or leave the house, or try to sleep. Try to sleep while knowing that someone might be hiding in the basement. Call the cops? Tell them I found a coat rack that didn't belong to me? Most cops don't even have the time to worry about stolen cars, let alone misplaced furniture. None of these choices were appealing. I reached the first stairwell and stopped at the first corner. Somehow, the hallway seemed darker than before. I flicked the light switch. Warm glow cast over all. The light wasn't working last time. I stepped forward. The familiar smell of burnt hair and gasoline was getting stronger. The short walk down the hallway felt like eternity. Finally, I stepped into the rec room. Both corners were empty. Breathing relief, I felt blood rush to my face. Once again, embarrassed by my own paranoia, embarrassed by my fear, I pocketed the switchblade and turned back when something caught my eye. In the far right corner, behind a stack of cardboard boxes, water. A thin layer of surface tension slowly spreading across the shiny concrete floor. No, you gotta be kidding me. They never said anything about leaks when I bought the place. I crossed the room and squatted down. There were scattered clumps of wet dirt, too. No obvious source for the leak. Strange. The circle of water slowly expanded outward. I stared into it, and my crystal clear reflection stared back. I needed a haircut. Drip. My face rippled as a single drop fell from above. Of course, I looked up. Drip. Nothing but pink insulation and 2x4 beams up there. Could be a faulty pipe, I thought. Might explain the weird smells, too. Bang. A door slammed shut. Upstairs, around the corner, the basement door slammed shut. I jumped to my feet and whipped out the switchblade. Then, before I could process what happened, everything went dark. Pitch dark. The kind of dark that makes everything sound like it's right next to your ear. The kind of dark that makes your thoughts visible. I fumbled for my phone, but it clattered on the floor. I dropped to my knees, flailing in the dark. sliding my hands across the cold, smooth concrete, desperately searching for the light, all the while, the smell of burnt hair growing stronger. No phone, only concrete and cardboard boxes. Panic rose inside my chest like a swelling balloon, threatening to burst right through my ribcage. I froze. I breathed in, I breathed out. I breathed in, I breathed out. The panic stopped growing. It didn't get worse, it didn't get better. It merely held in a state of pure survival mode. I could work with that. Clenching my eyes shut, I rose back to standing. I didn't even know which direction to go anymore. Following my gut, I took a step forward, another step, another. Up ahead, 7 quick thumps staggered down the staircase and slammed against the corner wall. Silence. Deafening silence. A sliding sound scraped against the drywall as if something rose to standing. A sickening chill went down my spine. My hand clenched tight around the switchblade. "You have about 3 seconds," I said, once again failing to sound like a threat. 3 seconds went by. 5 seconds. 10. Only silence. The sound of my panicked breath and silence. Screw it. Knife pointing forward, I rushed ahead, screaming my best attempt at a war cry as I flew through the dark, running faster and faster until my ankles caught against the first step and I sailed forward, slamming chin first against the corner stairwell, swiping and flailing the blade like a madman all the while. The light snapped on. I squinted as my eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. Flat on my ass, backed into a corner of the stairwell, there was nobody there. I looked up the stairs. Nothing. I looked down the hallway. I froze. Stood in the rec room center, shattered splinters held together with nails and wire. The coat rack. So I think the story does a really good job of capturing the energy of a normal person being thrown into an extraordinary situation. Brandon just wants to enjoy the house he's presumably saved up for his entire life, and already he's being bombarded by notes and strange neighbors, which honestly sounds like a nightmare. I like the introduction of Mitch as a character. You're kind of expecting somebody who's a little bit more crazy than Mitch seems. He seems to be honestly kind of level-headed besides like the believing the paranormal man in the basement thing. Something that we'll see come up later in the story that I really enjoy is that it seems like there are mostly level heads on all sides of this story, which just makes it even more confusing when they're saying different things to Brandon and giving him conflicting advice. I don't know if it's just the way it was presented, but my immediate thought was to distrust Howie and then trust Mitch, but another reader might think the exact opposite. I think part of that is because at the beginning of the story, Howie really plays up just how crazy Mitch is, but again, when we see him talking to Brandon, he seems to be mostly normal. And honestly, if Mitch is correct about what's happening in Brandon's basement, then he's just fully normal. He's just concerned for another individual. I also like this little story thread about the creepy neighbor across the street that Brandon can just barely see walking around. It's very Boo Radley-esque. And I also really like this small detail of the smell of gasoline and burnt hair, which will show up later on throughout the story, but seems to be almost a calling card for this entity in the basement, should it exist. But I think the end of this chapter is the best part of the story so far. The way that Brandon kind of goes down to the basement and finds this strange leak and then doors are slamming and stuff, it's all very unsettling to me. I personally psych myself out so bad whenever I'm home alone, so I can just imagine the panic that Brandon must be feeling at this point. But then that final reveal is done so well, where he thinks that there's this intruder in his basement, he has his knife, he's stabbing into the air, and he looks and he just sees the coat rack. I like the idea of the coat rack being put back together realistically. It says it's been done with nails and wire. Again, it puts us in a situation where if the coat rack showed back up and it was an identical copy in pristine condition, we could be like, okay, well, obviously there might be something paranormal going on here. But in this case, it's like, well, somebody could have just found it and repaired it and then put it down in the basement, which honestly might be scarier. Like the two options are that Mitch is right and the coat rack is this paranormal entity, or somebody is sneaking into his house and putting a coat rack into his basement without his knowledge, and both of those things are equally terrifying. At this point in the story, I was fully locked in. I'm sure you guys are as well, so let's move on to the next part. Thus far, I'd broken nearly every single so-called rule. 1. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. I'm guessing that snapping the intruder in half and throwing him into a trash compactor counts as an overreaction. 2. If the intruder decides to stay, he will take one step closer each week. Based on my math, I had about 264 days to go until he reached my bedroom. Probably sooner, since he seemed to be moving faster now. 3. Do not attempt to speak with him, hurt him, or get third parties involved. I snapped him in half and threw him in a trash compactor. 4. Any violation of Rule 3 generally results in several quick steps forward, depending on the severity of transgression. That would explain why he's already in the corner of the rec room. 5. Barricading the door is acceptable. This will slow him down, but the process will be very loud, difficult to sleep. I might do this when the time comes. Earplugs and white noise to sleep over the sound. 6. To others, the intruder will appear as a mannequin, or a rubber dummy, or a coat hanger, etc. Do not let guests near him. I don't even want to think about this one right now. 7. The intruder will not move forward as long as you have guests in the house, guests who actually want to be there. Once, I had an old friend sleep on the couch for 3 months, and the intruder didn't move a step. I have no friends. Not anymore. 8. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. Never make plans to move, even browsing for houses online, etc. The importance of this rule cannot be understated. Okay, from there on out, I'd follow the rules until I thought of something better. 2 sleepless nights crawled by until I finally built up the courage to go back downstairs. I needed my phone. Down the basement hallway, in the center of the rec room, stood the coat rack. Just behind it, my phone lay face down against the concrete floor. Creeping forward, I averted my eyes. It's only a coat rack, I reminded myself. Nothing more, nothing less. Sliding into the rec room, I pushed my back up against the wall and glanced towards the coat rack. Immediate regret followed. Nails and wires were snaked around mangled shards of wood. If the coat rack was a substitute, then what did the actual intruder look like now? An image flashed through my mind. The image of a gaunt man with a carnival smile, held together with nails and wire. Creepy. I shook it off and leapt forward. Snatching my phone, I scrambled away and hauled up the stairs. I could almost feel the hands of nothing chasing me from behind, ever-stretching arms desperate to pull me back into the dark, inching closer and closer for my ankles as I bolted up the stairs. I slammed the door shut, pressed my back up against it. Breathing heavy, I slid down to the floor. It's just a coat rack, I told myself again. But the words rang empty now, like a parent telling a frightened child there's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing hiding under the bed, when really, they both know there is. There's always something hiding under the bed, but it's not the long-toothed monster you imagined as a child. It's not the boogeyman, it's a feeling. A hidden feeling that you can't accept because you don't even know what it is. So instead, you pretend it doesn't exist. A vague and festering obligation you keep pushing back and back and back, always lurking just out of sight, hiding in your peripherals. Sometimes you even catch a glimpse of it, lurking in the corners, only to look and find nothing. So you shrug it off. You turn back to your phone, your booze, your pounding at the front door. Whatever happened to doorbells? I got up, slinked over, and pulled it open. There on my doorstep, just as I expected, stood Howie. "Brandon," he said, wearing an oversized smile and an oversized white hoodie with blue, baggy sweatpants. "Howie," I said, fighting back the ever-growing pull of sleep deprivation. "Sorry to bother you so early, it's just..." He paused, looked over his shoulder, then back to me. "There's been a few break-ins around the neighborhood, last night, and... Were you hit?" I shook my head. No. Fortunate. Behind him, in the driveway across the street, sat a red Kawasaki motorcycle. The first time I'd seen a vehicle over there. "Anyways," said Howie, "see you around." He turned to leave and... "Howie?" He stopped, turned back. "Did you know them?" I asked, still watching the house across the street. "Mr. Carver?" "A little. He ran a restoration thing, fixed up our basement after a flood once. A nice man, but quiet. He didn't even want a funeral." I nodded. Howie smiled sadly and turned away. "Anyways, be safe out there." He strolled off, humming to himself as he went. Pulling the door shut, I turned back inside. I took my phone out and... The screen was cracked, spiderwebbed. Should have bought a case, you idiot. I dialed. The tone rang out a couple times until... Hello? Mitch Carver and I met in a diner on the edge of town. A 2010s diner trying way too hard to look like a 1950s diner. Seriously. Every single greasy spoon cliche in the book. Movie posters plastered the walls, all the waitresses wore those blue dress uniforms, and the grill of a turquoise Cadillac hung over the bar. Classy. Red letter booths were lined up against the windows. I sat there, staring blankly outside. Out across the highway sat abandoned middle-class suburbs, foreclosed 12 years back. Graveyards of the '08 market crash. The ever-present drone of highway traffic reverberated in the air. Mitch sat across from me. He wore a leather jacket and a ball cap, his eyes distant and quiet. "You don't count as a third party?" I asked. Mitch eyed me, confused. "The rules. No third parties," I said. He shook his head. "No." Why not? Already a believer. Studying him, I took a sip of bitter black coffee. He still seemed sincere, but trustworthy? I wasn't sure. Why does belief matter? I don't really know yet, he said, leaning back in his seat. He glanced back around the diner, almost like he was expecting someone. He turned back to me, suddenly serious. You need to tell me what happened. Excuse me? You said on the phone, something happened that changed your mind. I raised an eyebrow. I hadn't told Mitchell about my rule breaking for several reasons. Mainly, I didn't want to set him off. For all his insincerity, Mitch did not seem like the most stable of individuals. Not that I blamed him, especially considering his life circumstance. Why are you helping me? I said. He looked out the window, his eyes flicking back and forth as traffic sped by. He turned back to me. I killed my dad, he said. I mean, not literally, but it's my fault he died. He weighed over his next words carefully, the traffic outside slowly droning ever louder, like a rising tide. Mitch continued. The last few years of his life, nobody believed him. We all thought he was crazy, but he never talked about it straight up. He just left notes. Sometimes you'd go home after a visit and find one tucked away in your shoe. He cleared his throat. The notes were always about this person, hiding in his house, how they were literally trying to scare him to death. The front door chimed open. Mitch tensed up and glanced back over his shoulder. A family of 4 shuffled inside. He relaxed and turned back to me. I just want to make sure what happened to him doesn't happen to anybody else. He leaned back in his seat again, hands wrapped tight around a cup of untouched coffee. Fair enough. Look, said Mitchell, if you broke the rules once, even twice, that's fine. But you need to tell me what happened. I nodded slowly, took a deep breath, and I snapped the coat rack in half, threw it in the trash compactor. His eyes filled with shock, a shock he immediately repressed, like a doctor trying to act cool in front of a patient with horrific test results. And it came back the next day? Yeah, held together by nails and wire. Mitchell nodded. How much further ahead was it? The front door chimed open again, but this time he didn't look back. About 10 steps from the corner, I said. Mitchell nodded, again trying to act like it was all good when it clearly wasn't. Another question dawned on me. Why does it look like a coat rack? Am I a guest in my own house? Mitchell shrugged. None of the rules are set in stone. Did you buy the place with your own money? Yes, well, sort of. Mortgage. Yeah, that shouldn't... Mitch? A voice from beside us cut into the conversation. An older man, wearing a brown leather jacket and carrying a red bike helmet. Tall, wiry, and in need of a shave. Clint Eastwood vibes. Mitch, where have you been? He said, a voice strained with sadness. Mitch looked away, acting like the man wasn't even there. Mitch? He said again, voice almost shaking now. I turned back. Mitch stared down at the coffee in his hands. His reflection rippled in the waves of highway traffic rumble. His eyes were wet. Mitch, please. The man leaned forward slightly. I've been looking everywhere for... The stranger trailed off into silence and stepped back. He looked at me. His eyes were filled with years of suffering. He reached into his coat pocket, produced a card, and placed it face down on the table. He looked back at Mitch one last time. I'm always here, kid. He smiled grimly, then turned away and wandered back towards the exit. Hands on the door, he stopped and looked towards us. He opened his mouth to say something, but he turned away, pushed outside, and stepped out onto the gravel parking lot. He crossed the lot and climbed onto a red Kawasaki motorcycle. Then, he looked back at me through the window, smiling sadly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, darted back and forth for a couple seconds, then snapped back to vacant apathy. Almost like someone had crawled into his mind, taken a quick look around, and jumped back out. Eyes back to sadness. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb, pulled on his helmet, revved up the engine, and sped off. Mitch, I said, still staring out the window. The realization of who that might have been was slowly dawning on me. It's not him, said Mitch. Not anymore. I turned back. Mitch, hands shaking, took a sip from his coffee and set it down. You wanted to know what happens when it reaches you. He threw up his hands as if to say, wish granted. I didn't fully understand what he meant by that, but right now wasn't the time to push. Mitch looked on the verge of tears. Reaching across the table, he grabbed the card the man had left behind and handed it to me. I turned it over and read, Carver's Restoration and Renovation. Owner, P.T. Carver, Mitchell's father. Okay, not a ton to say in this chapter because it was so short, but it does throw into question pretty much everything that we knew about Mitch. Mitch was pretty clear that his dad was dead, and it almost seemed like Howie was backing this up, but then his dad just shows up at the diner all of a sudden. All this is made even more confusing by the fact that Mitch's dad seems to be very well meaning and like wants a connection with his son, but his son is obviously not giving him that. It's like I mentioned a while back, there are all these different forces kind of swirling around Brandon's head, and all of them seem to be well meaning, but they're all pointing in different directions, so it makes the entire story kind of confusing in a good way. It's one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't blame Brandon for trusting any of these three people around him, but if he ends up trusting the wrong person, I'm gonna be like, you idiot, you should have trusted Mitch instead. Speaking of Mitch, I love the moment where Brandon reveals that he snapped the coat rack and threw it in the trash, and you can tell that Mitch is like low-key freaking out, but he doesn't want to, spook Brandon. Something that I really loved about We Used to Live Here was it was a rules-based horror novel, except for the protagonist didn't know the rules, which I thought made that story a lot more interesting. In this one, obviously, Brandon knew the rules, but he ignored them because why wouldn't you? Obviously, it's just a crazy person leaving a note on your doorstep, but I love that he's now having to deal with the ramifications of these things that he's done. And I also like that all of the actions that Brandon has taken so far seem to be the actions of just a rational human being. Like, obviously, we can all point and laugh at him and be like, you idiot, why'd you break the rules? But we know that we're reading a no-sleep story. He doesn't know that he's in a no-sleep story yet. A theme that I've seen pop up in the story so far that I'm not sure if it's intentional or not is that characters will often say another character is completely crazy, but when you meet that character, they seem a lot more level-headed than you would think. Howie did this with Mitch at the beginning of the story, and now Mitch is doing it with his dad. And again, I don't know if this is an intentional theme, but I do find it very fascinating. I also really like that this story uses the framing of the pandemic to keep the scope of the characters in this story very small. We really just have 4 characters. I personally am always a big fan of stories that have very few characters because I feel like you can develop them a lot more. And if you add a lot of characters into a story that is in like a shorter format, like a no sleep story, I think things get very messy. So the fact that it's just Brandon, Howie, Mitch, and Mitch's dad so far is very refreshing. But I keep talking about Mitch's father like he's a fully fledged character, which he won't be until the next chapter. So let's move on. Rule 6. To others, the intruder will appear as a mannequin, or a rubber dummy, or a coat hanger, etc. Do not let guests near him. What exactly does others mean? Mitch left the diner shortly after his dad showed up, but before he left, I asked him about being the so-called other, about why the intruder appeared as a coat rack. He just shrugged. Rules aren't set in stone. Just keep your distance, said Mitch in regards to his father. He's not what he seems. Meeting with Mitch revealed almost nothing, save for more unsettling questions. Why was his dad still alive? Why was his dad's bike parked in the driveway across the street? Was that even his dad? Was Mitch messing with me? Was the entity messing with both of us? Questions over questions over questions. Rising dread lurked beneath the surface of everything, like reality itself was nothing but a blanket draped over some unspeakable terror, a veil that might be torn away at any minute, any second. Highway 7 was emptier than usual. My blue 1993 Toyota hatchback reverberated with drones of rubber against road. A red sun crept down behind distant mountains. Shadows stretched longer as the day crawled westward. Against pastel pink skies, starling flocks moved like a singular hive mind. Driving always calmed me down. Before I owned a car, I used to go for these long, solitary hikes out in the mountain forests. There's something about constant motion, outside, alone, and peaceful. I was still committed to the rules, at least until I thought of something better. Regardless, my next priority would be to get somebody over, a guest who actually wanted to stay. Maybe I'd rent out the spare bedroom. Maybe I'd call up an old friend. Easier said than done, especially considering the pandemic. Either way, I needed to get a handle on this. Up ahead, parked at the side of the highway, the red Kawasaki motorcycle. I sped past before the image fully registered. Letting off the gas, I checked the rearview mirror. There it was, the red bike about 200 feet back. I pulled over. Looked back over my shoulder. Only the bike was there. Shifting into reverse, I froze. What was I doing? Mitch specifically told me to keep my distance, but my curiosity had other ideas. I breathed in, I exhaled. I shifted back into forward, and stared out into the empty highway ahead, stretching straight to the horizon. Just go home, I thought. Go home. Sleep. But I didn't listen. I shifted back into reverse and moved towards the red Kawasaki. Lurching to a stop about 10 feet away, I stepped outside, squinting as rising plumes of dust stung my eyes. There sat the bike, kickstand out, key still in the ignition, helmet sat in the driver's seat. I'm no mechanic, but the air smelt like engine trouble. I glanced around. The highway shoulder went out for about 20 feet, then cut down into grassy fields. About 50 feet down, someone sat down on the edge of the shoulder. Mitch's dad, P.T. Carver. At least that's what I assumed from this distance. He sat with elbows resting on knees, staring off into the field, smoking. I stood there, weighing my options. Wanting to leave, but letting my curiosity win out yet again, I walked over. The smell of gasoline getting stronger with every step. A red jerry can sat on the hard-packed dirt beside him. I stopped about 10 feet away. He glanced over, made eye contact, nodded, and turned back to the view. Car troubles? I asked. Bike troubles. Anything I can help with? He shook his head and took a drag off a brown cigarillo, vanilla-flavored, judging by the smell. All my questions backed away. Sympathy replaced curiosity. Apparition or not, this man looked broken down, as though his life had been nothing but letdown after letdown after letdown. He studied something out in the distant fields. I turned to see what he was seeing. Nothing. Only shimmering wind rippling through the flood grass. The last strips of daylight soaking back into the ground. He pointed. Off past the boardwalk, he said. About 200 feet. My eyes followed his directions. Still nothing. Down, beside the water, he said. Then I saw it. 3 bears. Brown bears. A mother and 2 cubs drinking from the water. I'd never seen a bear outside of zoos. I didn't even know they lived around here. Probably came down from the Bowery, he continued. Nothing but clear-cut suburbs up there now. He spat dryly and pressed his heel against the spit, and turned his ankle like putting out a cigarette. Just then, the mother bear looked up, and glanced around as if she heard something. She held there a couple moments, then went back to drinking. So you're friends with my son, he said, watching the bears all the while. No, not really. Boyfriend? No. Nothing wrong with that. Didn't say there was. He smiled sadly, clenched his eyes shut, and took another long, slow drag off the cigarillo. Acquaintances, I said. What's that? Acquaintances. Sure. People who know each other tangentially. He nodded. You moved in across the street, yeah? Yeah. Ignore the crazies. Crazies? Neighborhood's full of them, he said. Crazies catchin'. Yeah, I meant to ask about. He raised a hand. Not right now, he said. You come by tomorrow, I'll answer any questions you want about any of that, just not right now. He motioned towards the horizon as if it were the only moment of peace he'd seen in years. I nodded. He smiled warmly, took one last drag, and pressed the cigarillo down against the hard-packed dirt beside him, twisting it there until it went cold. Wiping ash-stained fingers onto his brown leather jacket, he took a deep breath, exhaled, and pushed up to standing. He produced another cigarillo and offered it to me. I shook my head. Just quit, I said. He shrugged, lit it up, took a drag, and exhaled more vanilla-flavored smoke. You know what to do when you run into Baloo, he said. Baloo? He blinked in disappointed surprise. Grizzly, up close. Throw your hands up, make a lot of noise, yell, I said, half remembering something from grade school. He scoffed. That's a good way to end up with your head viced between bear jaws. Pulling another drag, he exhaled the smoke out through his nostrils. You run into one up close, he paused. Just talk to her. Like you're doing here. Pretend she's an old friend or something. Long time, been a while. Tell her about your day. Ask her how she's been. His cold blue eyes filled with memories, drifting back and forth across the distant horizon as he spoke. All the while, you keep backing up, slow-like. Slow as you can manage. Not slow like you're trying to leave, slow like, we both happen to be going in the same direction. How about that? He looked at me directly. Know the difference? I nodded. He turned back. 9 times out of 10, if she hasn't outright mauled you already, she'll follow, curious. You just keep backing up. Keep talking. His jaw tensed up and then relaxed. When you got about 15, 20 feet between you, take off your backpack or your hat, whatever. He looked down at the dirt. Place that on the ground. She'll stop and see what's that. Sniffing, prodding. You back up faster now, but not by much. Again, he looked directly at me. The trick is to accept the fact that you're scared. Accept that your head's lying to you, begging you to run, whispering every song in the Bible. You can do this. You can fight. You can run. He waved his hand as if to say, and so on. But you let that fear take control. He snapped his fingers with surprising loudness. That's it. He looked away, flicked his cigarillo straight down, stomped it out, and spat. Instead, you tell yourself, I'm really scared right now. You take that and whatever else is on your mind, and you set it aside. Don't push it away. Don't forget it. Just set it aside and focus on breathing instead. Focus on backing up, one foot after another. No shortcuts. He trailed off into silence. Soon enough, she'll lose interest and wander off. He met my eyes again. Usually, but if Baloo wants a fight, You go for the eyes, he shrugged. At least you'll go down fighting. A few long seconds passed until I realized he was finished. Thank you, I said, not really sure what else to say. I turned back to the field. The family of bears was gone now. He chuckled softly and stepped back. Look, you have any questions about any of this haunting stuff? He met my eyes. You know where I live. Just come over. I nodded, still unsure if he was a puppet, apparition, real, or some combination of the three. I'll just tell you straight up, don't take anything the neighbors say seriously, especially Howie. Sure, I said, turning back from my car. One more thing. He squat down, picked up the red jerry can, and shook it. Empty. The nearest gas pump was about 3 miles out. I brought the jerry can back full, and we drove home in the same direction. Despite my reservations, I liked PT. He reminded me of my old man, rest in peace. Still, I didn't know who to believe, and I couldn't shake the way his eyes moved outside the diner, like somebody had crawled into his mind and taken a quick look around. Maybe I was paranoid, maybe I was seeing things, but no amount of paranoia explained the coat rack in the basement, which, first thing tomorrow morning, is what I meant to ask him about. I pulled up into my driveway and sat there a good moment before stepping out. Orange streetlights bounced over wet asphalt. A small gray dot of a cat or raccoon shimmied down a neighbor's fence and slinked across the fresh-cut lawn. The house across the street was dark, and the driveway was empty. No red bike. Maybe PT took a different route back. I stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind me. When I saw the basement door, the weight of everything suddenly came crashing back. The building dread of my bizarre predicament. The door was shut, yet almost pleading with me to open it, silently begging me to check and see if the coat rack was still there, see how much further along it was. Turning away, I went for the kitchen, but I stopped in the living room and looked back over my shoulder. May as well get this over with. I spun around, marched over, yanked the door open, and flicked on the light. Taking a deep, slow breath, I stepped forward, one step at a time, and my foot slipped. I tripped forward 7 quick steps and tumbled over headfirst into the corner. Throbbing pain shot up my left leg. My shin was snapped, turning left at a sickening 90-degree angle. The bone inside pushed up against my skin like a swollen cyst. I almost puked at the sight. I hissed, gritting my teeth and pushing back into the corner as the long, dark hallway stretched out before me. I couldn't stand. I couldn't even reach the second light. I couldn't think. Thankfully, I was in too much shock to fully appreciate the rising pain. For now. I clenched my eyes shut. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Adrenaline pushed me into a strange state of calm. I opened my eyes. Everything was slightly brighter now. My vision was adjusting, but the hallway was still clouded by shadow. I pulled out my phone, turned up the screen to maximum brightness, and shone it down the hallway. The coat rack was still there, but closer now, about 5 feet closer I guessed. And now, a heavy wool coat hung from its top. So much for 1 step a week. Tucking my phone away, I looked up towards the exit. Time to go. Carefully shifting my body weight to avoid more pain, I turned over. A tedious process. I couldn't afford paramedics or an ambulance, so I'd have to crawl up the stairs and call a taxi. Besides, no way I was waiting down here with only the coat rack to keep me company. Why is being poor so expensive? Drip. A solitary drop of water fell somewhere in the darkness. I slowly turned to look. The coat rack's dim silhouette stood motionless. Screw this. I was about to turn away, but something moved. Behind the coat rack, barely visible, something rose to standing. I only saw the shadowed outline of a person, the faintest hint of pinkish-red skin, like the skin of a dying pig. I froze, paralyzed. My eyes adjusting bit by bit, seconds dragged by like minutes. Suddenly, the wool coat shook as 2 gaunt, yet unnaturally large hands emerged from the dark and wrapped around the coat rack. Gripping tight, the hands lifted the coat rack noiselessly off the ground. Silence. A quick step forward, a stuttering exhale as though it took great effort, then set it back down. More silence. Then the coat rack hoisted upwards again, and another quick step forward. The schlick sound of wet, bare feet pressed on and off the concrete floor. Another strained exhale, and then they set it down. There was an almost hypnotizing percussive rhythm to it, like a strange dissonant song. Again, the coat rack hoisted up, and I'd seen more than enough. Twisting to my side, I clawed my hands onto the banister and hoisted myself upward, wincing in pain as my snapped leg dragged uselessly behind me. More footsteps, more stuttering breaths. It was moving faster now, getting closer. I pulled myself forward, one tedious thrust at a time, gritting my teeth through the ever-rising pain. Whoever was holding the coat rack was on the stairs now. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. I kept pulling forward, inching closer and closer to escape. All the while, a terrible image burning into my head. The image of long, ever-stretching arms with pig-colored skin, sliding up the stairs, reaching for my shins, inching closer and closer until I gripped the door frame with both hands and launched myself forward. Lurching into the upstairs, I spun around and kicked the door with my good leg. It slammed shut with satisfying finality. Foot on the door, catching my breath, I listened. Listened for the slightest movement below. Seconds went by. Minutes. Nothing. My racing thoughts finally steadied. Close call. Time to barricade the door. Okay, so this chapter introduces what I think is the most interesting aspect of the story so far, that being that the intruder shows up as a coat rack to Brandon. We know from the rules that the intruder is supposed to appear like a freaky, normal person to the person that lives in the house, then anybody else who visits might see it as a coat rack or another inanimate object, so why is Brandon seeing it like this? My immediate thought is that for some reason Brandon is actually a guest in his own house, meaning somebody else might be living there already, which is definitely very scary. I suppose the other possibility is that the rules aren't quite set in stone, which they hint to in this chapter, but I really want to believe it's some freaky scenario where there's somebody else living inside Brandon's house. Something that I appreciate about Brandon as a protagonist is that he just doesn't care what other people tell him, he just does what he wants, which makes the story a lot more interesting for us. The last chapter literally ends with Mitch being like, hey, please don't talk to my dad, and then this one starts with Brandon immediately talking to Mitch's dad. The big portion in the middle of this chapter where Brandon is talking to Paul is really fascinating to me. I love the monologue that Paul goes on about what to do if you see a grizzly bear. It's written in a way that makes it feel like something similar is going to happen in the future, and it feels just menacing enough to make us still wary of Paul, but to maybe think that he's actually just a good person. I think just having him explain what to do when you see a grizzly makes him just seem more fatherly, if that makes sense, like he's teaching a young kid what to do if they run into a scary situation. And like I said earlier, Mitch presents his dad like he's this crazy guy that isn't what he seems, but Paul seems to be a pretty normal, level-headed person yet again. It's a really clever way of kind of ratcheting up the tension of the story in a very subconscious way, like everything seems like it's humming along according to plan, but things are obviously not right behind the scenes, we just don't know why they're wrong. You keep waiting for Paul or Mitch or Howie to request something insane from Brandon or do something to him, but we never get that. But then in a different way, the fact that everybody seems so willing to help him out makes me uncomfortable for some reason. You have to remember this is happening during the pandemic, but all three of these people want to talk to Brandon and warn him in different ways and tell him that this other person's crazy, what's happening in the house isn't real, or what's happening in the house is real, you need to watch out for this person. It's all so confusing. And I think the story is smart not to dwell in these confusing interdynamics of the characters and takes Brandon back to the house to explore more of the basement. Going down to the basement, Brandon snaps his shin, which sounds extremely painful. I personally have never broken a bone, at least not that I'm aware of. I stubbed my toe the other day so badly that I was convinced I broke it, but I think I'm actually safe. But just imagining this scenario where your shin has completely snapped and you're crawling around your basement and then you see this strange coat rack entity is like the perfect fever dream horror that I live for. I love the creature design of these pale hands reaching out, grabbing the coat rack, and then moving it forward. It's such a cool way to show how the coat rack is moving because we know the coat rack's been moving and I've just been picturing it as like the coat rack noiselessly sliding across the ground, which isn't very intimidating. But the fact that it's these creepy hands that reach out and move it is so unnerving and just a really cool visual that feels very unique to this story. The end of this chapter also does a fantastic job of ratcheting up not only the tension, but the danger inside of the story. One, we have the fact that Brandon broke his shin, which means he'll be a lot less mobile from now on. He won't be able to flee as quickly. But also we know more about what this entity is, and the fact that it even has hands and arms makes it more threatening. I mean, I guess seeing a coat rack fly towards you and try to beat you up with this little, coat rack body would be kind of scary, but the pale arms is definitely a lot scarier to me. I just think the end of this chapter is a great way to fully introduce the paranormal aspects of this story. There's no questions about it now. There's obviously something strange going on here. And if you guys can't tell, if I wasn't locked in before, I really am locked in now. I've been really enjoying this story. Again, I just like this author a lot, so let's move on to the next part. Leg in a blue cast, I hobbled across the street on crutches. 49 hours had passed since I fell down the stairs and saw the intruder in the basement, or at least saw his hands. Regardless, enough was enough. I needed a concrete plan and concrete answers to deal with this. At this rate, the intruder would reach my room in weeks, maybe even days. I still didn't even know what would happen if he got to me, but I sure as hell don't want to find out. Time was short. I pounded on the neighbor's door and something inside moved. Through frosted windows down the hallway, the shadow of a door creaked open. Someone peered out, a blurry silhouette. I waved politely. They stood there, watching me, motionless. Then, they stepped back into the room and pulled the door shut. I raised my hand to knock again when the front door swung open. There stood P.T. Carver, dressed in blue jeans and a brown shirt, looking even more Clint Eastwood-like than before. "Brandon," he smiled warmly. I opened my mouth to respond, but realized I didn't even know his name yet, just the initials. "Paul's fine." He stepped back from the door and motioned me inside. "Paul." I propped forward onto my crutches and... Wait. He reached behind the door and produced a box of disposable light blue masks. "You don't mind, do you?" He put a mask on himself and handed another to me. I put the mask on. "Getting too old to risk it, you know," said Paul, stepping back from the door and once again motioning me inside. As I stepped past him, his eyes dropped to the blue cast around my leg. "What happened there?" "Stairs." Ouch. He shut the door. Despite the sunny day outside, it was dark in here. All the blinds were pulled shut, and everything was cast in shadow, save for a couple low-energy desk lights and thin beams of intruding sunlight. I looked around, my eyes adjusting. The interior of Paul's house contradicted my expectations. To put it mildly, it felt like an old Wall Street corner office. Fancy stuff. Gold brass light fixtures in the ceiling, varnished oak walls with ornate patterns carved into the crowning, expensive-looking moody Renaissance paintings up on the walls. Never judge a house by its cover, I guess. There was no upstairs, only the first floor, a couple of bedrooms, and a door that led to what I assumed was a basement. A long hallway led to the back of the house, and I noticed the room which someone had peered out from. The door was still shut. The air smelled like tobacco and vanilla. Not a bad smell, at least not to me. Tobacco scent always reminded me of my dad's house, back when I was a kid, and still somewhat happy. I kicked off my shoes and pressed my sock-covered feet against the door. The carpet was out of place, greenish-brown, scratchy, worn down to the plywood in some areas. "Please, Paul, please." Paul motioned me towards the living room. I shuffled deeper into the house. "Feel free to take a seat." Paul nodded towards a long, velvet green couch. I slumped down. Immediate relief. Hobbling around on crutches was more tiring than it looked. "Can I get you anything? Water? Coffee?" "I'm good, thanks." "You sure? Water?" "No, thanks." Paul sat down on a wooden stool across from me, a stool that creaked with antique strain. Unstable. Crossing his legs, he leaned against the wall, studying me like a therapist studying a client. "So?" I took a deep breath and exhaled. "Last night, I saw him." Paul's face remained neutral. He shifted his weight slightly. "Saw who?" "The intruder." I leaned forward to my seat. "What I saw has no reasonable... hands... barely human." I trailed off into silence. "You take a photo?" I shook my head. "Good. Keep it that way." "Why?" He studied me carefully before continuing. "You seen a doctor?" "No." He glanced down at the cast on my leg, then back up to me. I rolled my eyes. "Well, yes." "You tell him about?" "No." His face filled with a strange relief. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. "Do not tell anyone else about this, okay? Not even Mitch. You understand?" "Sure." Paul leaned back, reached into the chest pocket of his shirt, and produced a cigarette. He pulled his mask down to his chin. Lifting the smoke up to his mouth, he pinched it between thin lips, took out a pack of matches, and a thump reverberated somewhere deep inside the house. He froze, raised an eyebrow. Silence. He shrugged, struck the match, and then another thump. Paul shook out the match and tossed it into an empty tin can sat upon a yellow plastic crate to his left. He sighed, irritated. "Excuse me." He stepped up and marched deeper into the house. I watched as he rounded the corner and disappeared into the foyer hallway. More silence. Now, I was starting to wonder if coming over here was such a good idea to begin with. Things fell off. Sure, my initial meeting with Paul was surprising, to say the least. His long, drawn-out bear safety monologue was odd, but endearing, in a weird sort of way. But when Paul showed up at the diner, Mitch seemed truly disturbed, like he'd seen a ghost or something even worse. Either way, I just wanted answers, and hopefully Paul would give me that. Hopefully. Right then, the sound of a door clicked open in the foyer hallway. It clicked shut. The faintest hint of a smell wafted into the room. The recurring smell of gasoline and burnt hair. So subtle, it might have been imagined. Around the corner, down the hallway, muffled voices. Arguing? I tilted my head and strained to listen, but... Sorry about that, said Paul, suddenly stepping into the room. No worries. With oddly pin-straight posture, Paul sat down on the couch across from me. A brown velvet couch with old-timey drawings of farms and ducks that reminded me of a sofa at my grandma's house. It's probably the exact couch you're imagining right now. The same couch I slept on after Dad's funeral. Only I didn't really sleep. I just lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, thinking. So that's it, huh? You stop existing, and now everybody gets together and eats coleslaw and leftover turkey, and that's it? Seems a little anticlimactic. You want answers, huh? Paul struck up another match. He lit up the cigarette and finally took a slow, satisfied drag. He exhaled. The smoke lingered around him for a moment, then slowly drifted back towards the dining room, passing through beams of derelict sunlight. Why does Mitch think you're dead? Paul nodded, expecting the question. Reaching over the side of the couch, he tapped the cigarette with his pointer finger. Small bits of glowing ash broke off and tumbled down into the tin can. Back when Mitch and Evelyn, his sister, were kids, I had some pretty serious health issues. Still do, full disclosure, but I'm medicated now and that helps. He lifted the cigarette to take another drag out, stopped short, remembering something. He lowered it. After my parents passed away, I started to believe something was stalking me, toying with me. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Started with small things at first. Bumps in the night, food gone bad before the expiry date, things too small to talk about, but too big to just, brush off. He met my eyes, then looked away and took another short drag. I thought back to the expired milk in my fridge, one of many unanswered questions still festering in the back of my mind, sporadically buzzing past my ear like a persistent mosquito. Infuriating. Paul sighed. I'm a rationalist at heart, so the possibility of something unnatural, he waved his hand like a magician, that never crossed my thoughts. He paused again, glancing over at me, judging my reactions as he spoke. Now, bear with me, because all this leads to a point, he continued. One night, back in 94, maybe 93, the kids and their mom were fast asleep. It was Thursday, so I went down to the basement for canned peaches and a late-night beer. He pointed down at the floor. The light was out, so I came back with a flashlight, and he trailed off into silence, his cold blue eyes still locked on the floor. This time, somebody was down there, just standing there. Stood down in the basement hallway with their backs turned to me. I wanted to call out, yell at them, run upstairs, get my 9mm, but instead, I just froze, like roadkill in headlights. Paul looked directly at me. That's when it hit me. I realized that this intruder, over 7 foot tall by the way, he was halfway stuck into the concrete wall, like the mold was set around him and dried there. Paul shook his head, like a chill went down his spine. The sight was so strange, I couldn't even think straight. He leaned forward and rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb, a weird tic that suddenly stood out to me. Mitch did the same thing, and so did Howie. Why? Things got really bad after that. The more I tried to fight it, the worse it got. The more I tried to make sense of things, he trailed off into a moment of silence. Of course, nobody else saw him. They just saw a stack of cardboard boxes. He paused again, looking around the room. One night, cold autumn night, I'd been dealing with this ever-encroaching nightmare for weeks at that point. I downed 2 bottles of cognac and brought my 9mm downstairs. Marched straight up to him. He made a gun with his fingers and pointed it at me. Pressed the barrel between his dead eyes and pulled the trigger. He mimed the motion of gun kickback and limply dropped his hand onto his thigh. Buddy didn't even flinch. Bullet went straight through him, ricocheted off the back corner, and got me in the hand. He held up his left hand. The pinky finger was cut off short at the first knuckle. I hadn't even noticed until now. How did I miss that? Paul shook his hand like it went numb, and leaned back into his seat again. After that, Holly threatened to leave, take the kids with her. He rubbed the side of his palm against his left forearm, ruminating. I'd leave myself too if I could. Then his eyes lit up, remembering. Let me show you something. Paul pushed up from the couch. He strolled towards the door I assumed led to the basement. I remained seated. After my last encounter with the intruder, I wasn't a big fan of stairs, or basements for that matter. You coming? After noticing my hesitation, Paul looked back at me the same way my dad used to, struggling to hide disappointment. Silent judgment. I cleared my throat, grabbed my crutches, and pushed to standing. Paul smiled a half smile, pulled his mask back up, and pulled a ring of keys out from his pocket. Humming to himself, he rifled through, unlatched a key, and turned the lock. No dice. He relatched the key and went back to rifling, still humming all the while. Meanwhile, I stood back about 10 feet, head turned, eyes locked in the mysterious room at the end of the hallway. The door was shut. You live alone? Yes. Well, yes and no. He unlatched another key and gave that one a try. No dice. An old friend lives in the room down the hall. I'm the caretaker, sort of. That's good of you. Yeah, well, I owe them one. I considered asking more, asking if they were a guest keeping the intruder at bay, but something told me to keep it to myself. Paul huffed, unlatching a third key from the ring. Holding up to his face, he studied it like a jeweler studies a suspect diamond. He brought it down to the lock, pushed it in, and turned. Finally, the door clicked open. Third time's the... Paul looked around, searching for words, the same way Howie did. Shaking his head, he tucked away the key and stepped down into the dark. He flicked the light on. Cold fluorescent glow stammered to life, concrete walls and wooden steps smothered in layers of dust. Paul looked back over his shoulder. You good with stairs, he said, looking down at my cast-covered leg. I'll try. He nodded. Use the railing. Turning back, he stepped deeper into the basement. I hobbled over to the top of the stairs. The flight of steps seemed longer than expected, like it went down 1.5 stories instead of just one. Paul stood at the bottom, another door in front of him. Though maybe door wasn't quite the right word, more like a bunker hatch, metallic and held shut with an arm-sized lever instead of a doorknob. I didn't want to go into the basement, but the weight of morbid curiosity compelled me yet again, every single time. Paul gripped his hands around the lever, braced himself against the wall, and pulled. His wiry arms flexed and strained as the lever slowly moved towards him. Gritting his teeth, Paul yanked harder and harder until finally, the lever gave way, lurching backwards suddenly. The metallic door itself shifted downward with an echoing clang, and clouds of dust particles burst out from the edges. Paul wiped his forehead with the back of his arm, squat down, and grabbed the bottom of the door with both hands, hoisting upwards. He pushed the door into a vertical swing. It pressed flat up against the ceiling. There was nothing but dark ahead. Pitch dark. Paul crept forward, and silence followed. 5 long seconds ticked by until a light flicked on. More cold, stuttering glow. You good? Paul's voice echoed up the staircase. Yeah, I'm okay, I said, stepping forward. Going downstairs on crutches was even more tedious than expected. The whole precarious journey took about 3 minutes until, finally, I stepped into the basement. A long, narrow hallway led to a 2-way fork in the path. Dirt floors, plywood walls. I've got an engineering/construction background. Paul kept strolling forward. Built this place from the ground up. He stopped at the fork in the hallway and looked both ways, thinking. He looked left, he looked right, he looked left again. He shrugged. Gotta be this way. He pushed forward. I followed. The basement's bigger than you'd think, he said, rounding the corner. Another narrow hallway stretched about 20 feet until it reached another 2-way fork. Paul kept walking and I kept following. Put up these walls, tried to build a maze around him. Slow him down, he chuckled, rounding another corner. Then I put up the bunker hatch and... He trailed off into silence, rounding yet another corner. Why not build a bunker directly around the intruder, I asked. Paul looked back at me and cracked a grim smile. Try that. And? Didn't work, he said, eyes filled with a dark story. I didn't push any further. We entered a 10-foot by 10-foot room. Paul stepped into the middle and turned back to face me. This, my friend, is the construction of a former madman. He looked around, taking it all in. Holly left me halfway into building it. He shook his head and spat to the ground. I don't blame her. He looked directly at me. Look, kid, he paused. You want all this to go away? You want to stop having these encounters? Work on yourself? I blinked. Are you kidding me? Half shrugging, he continued. I know how it sounds, but after Holly took the kids and left, it really kicked me into gear. I stopped drinking, got help, professional help, started taking meds, the right meds, and sure enough, all this went away. No more man in the basement, no more altered reality. I know it's the last thing you want to hear, but this thing, it's all in your head. Or at least, it's mostly in your head. You don't think it's a little odd that my hallucinations match yours? Paul nodded understandingly. What do you think set this all off? I shook my head. The note, Paul sighed. The note my son, well-meaning though he was, left on your doorstep. I just wanted to leave now. I was tired. Everything was contradicting everything else. You ever heard of a tulpa? He reached forward and placed his hand onto my shoulder. I didn't respond, just stood there, staring at him blankly, leaning forward on my crutches. Tulpas, Paul continued, are these things that don't exist until you believe they exist. The more you believe they exist, the more they exist. And the more they exist, the more they can mess with you. If I wasn't so tired, I would have laughed. Okay? Look, I'm not saying that's what this is, but it might be what this is. Sure. Mitch, bless him, he still thinks it's all real. Thinks it got to me years back. Thinks it's controlling me now, using me to trick others into worshiping it or something. He smiled sadly. It's a different story every time. Paul shook his head. All I can say is this. It's only as real as you let it be, and the only way to stop it is to figure out what's wrong with your life and fix that. Something upstairs moved. 3 quick, staggering footsteps. Paul glanced up at the ceiling, then back down to me. Ignore the intruder and follow the rules until you fixed your life or until you stop believing it. Then, you take that coat rack out past city limits, you douse it in gasoline, and you burn it. Okay? Okay, I said noncommittally. Finally, he pulled his hand off my shoulder. You need help with anything? I'm always here. You got booze problems, money problems, life problems, anything, he said, his eyes filled with sincerity. This thing, it really messes with your head. Makes it hard to know who you can trust, you know? Sometimes it feels like it's almost jumping in and out of people you know, controlling them. But it's all in your head. His tone was shifting now, almost sounding excited. Part of me wondered if the intruder was controlling him right now, deriving twisted pleasure out of messing with me. I shook off the thought and another thump upstairs. This time, Paul acted like he didn't hear it. I should go, I said, stepping backwards. Sure, kid, said Paul, almost again talking to me like I was his son. I turned around and as fast as I could without tripping, I crutched my way out of the basement maze, up the stairs and out the front door. Stepping out of Paul's house, I took a deep breath of fresh air. It felt like getting rescued from drowning. I exhaled relief. At this point, I didn't trust Paul or Mitch or even Howie, for that matter. Nothing was stable, and everything was getting worse. I hobbled back across the street and my phone buzzed to life. I stopped in the middle of the road, pulled it out, and flicked on the screen. Squinting, I held it up to my face. 27 missed calls. Mitch Carver. Of course. Okay, so another shorter chapter that has a lot more to do with character building than moving the plot forward. I actually think this is a very welcome change of pace. Again, a lot of these no-sleep stories like to move at a very fast pace, and I like that this one has the confidence to take its time with its characters. We spend a lot of time listening to Paul talk about how this thing in the basement has torn apart his life and ruined his marriage, but now he's kind of gotten back on track. He ends up telling Brandon that the entity in the basement is a tulpa. It's something that's made from your imagination and that you just need to stop believing in it and then it'll go away. And I love how this explanation becomes so much more frightening when you think of all the setup we've done to get to this point. What I mean by this is that we know that the intruder in the basement will get closer and closer to the narrator, so Paul telling Brandon to just forget about it might make it seem like Paul just wants Brandon to be complacent about the whole thing. And honestly, I might be willing to believe Paul, but there's so much going on in his house that clearly points to the fact that he knows this thing is real and he is taking precautions to get away from it. He has a massive maze-like basement that really seems like it's being used to get away from this creature, and I guess he could have built it all those years ago, but it seems like he's still upkeeping the thing. And let's not forget the person that's staying inside of his house, which could be a guest to keep the intruder at bay. So it seems like Paul knows that this thing is real, and he's just messing with Brandon at this point. Like maybe the intruder only has to get to one person at a time, and that's why Paul is trying to get Brandon to get got by the thing, but we'll have to see later on in the story. In like the middle of this chapter, I was starting to feel like Paul was the one we should be believing, but now I'm fully back on the Mitch train. I think Mitch is probably the most trustworthy person in the story so far. I mean, I guess he did say his dad was dead, and then his dad showed up immediately after that, but he does seem overall to be a good person that wants to protect Brandon. Another aspect of this story that I find interesting that I will probably talk about a lot more at the end of when I finish the entire story is how this story could be interpreted as a metaphor for maybe like depression or something, some sort of mental illness inside your head. For one, Marcus Cliver likes exploring that subject matter. He does that both in We Used to Live Here and then especially The Caretaker. But also, as somebody who has struggled with depression in my life, a lot of what is seen with this entity in the basement reminds me of the ways that I used to try to deal with depression. And maybe I'm only thinking about these parallels because it's something that I've dealt with, but it all sounded very familiar to me. Specifically, the idea that this thing is always there, even if you can't see it, and it feels like it's always getting closer to you, and something bad will happen to you when it finally reaches you. I remember back in college feeling like I could only be happy for like a certain amount of days, and then I was just destined to be really depressed one day. And like, again, that feels very familiar to what we're reading about in this story. Another interesting parallel is the fact that the intruder will stay away from you so long as you have somebody else who wants to be in your house with you. That to me reads like a parallel to escapism through others, through your friends that you have around you, which is something that I experienced a lot in my life. And even the fact that Paul, a father figure from an older generation, is telling Brandon that this is all in his head, also again reminds me of the way that some older generations think of mental health issues. Again, I'll probably discuss more of this later on, but if you found some of these similar parallels in the story so far, please leave those in the comments below. And this isn't to say that the whole story is going to end up being the simple, like, monster is a metaphor story. I've talked about this before, but I think sometimes people assume that if a story has like a monster or an entity that stands for a mental illness, it means that the monster just isn't real in the context of the story, which is not true. You can have a horror entity stand as a symbol for something while also acknowledging that it's real within the context of the story. A horror monster can be tragic because it's a representation of trauma, while at the same time being terrifying because it'll tear you apart if it gets to you. But all of this to say that I'm fully off the Paul train, I don't trust Paul, and I'm curious to see what Mitch has to say about him. That's all I've got for this part, let's move on to part 6. Rule 7. The intruder will not move so long as you have guests in the house. Guests who actually want to be there. Coat rack. Where are you? Said Mitch, sounding like he hadn't slept in days. Home, I said, rifling through a box of tools. My phone set to speaker sat on the garage floor. You didn't see my calls? Yeah, my bad. Service out here. Look, Brandon, he cleared his throat. I need you to be 100% honest. Did you speak with with the neighbor? Yes. A long, draining silence followed, and then, click. Mitch ended the call. Shaking my head, I went back to searching for tools. Right now, I didn't have the time to worry about Mitch. First, I needed to barricade the basement door. Second, I needed to call every single person on my contact list and offer them the spare bedroom rent-free. Digging through the tangled mess of tools, my hand finally gripped around a familiar, smooth wooden handle. Out from the box, I pulled a hammer. Bingo. Resting on a single crutch, I stood at the basement door, pounding nail after nail into scraps of 2x4s and whatever else I could find. Unlike Paul, I didn't have the knowledge or the resources to build an apocalyptic bunker door, so this makeshift zombie defense would have to do for now. Hammering away faster and faster, I once again fell into a strange calm, a meditative peace that filled every breath with purpose, and my hand slipped. The hammer slammed into my pointer finger and throbbing pain shot up my arms. Cursing through my teeth, I clenched my hand tight. The hammer fell to the floor and dented headfirst into the hardwood. Idiot. Idiot. Stupid idiot. My thoughts exploded into a tirade of self-abusive screaming. A few seconds went by, and the pain numbed. My thoughts cleared. I took in 3 slow breaths and squat down to pick up the hammer. I froze. Through the bottom crack of the door, the basement light was on. I honestly couldn't remember if I turned it off or not, but the light being on didn't bother me, not anymore, not after everything I'd seen. What bothered me was the dark shadow stood on the other side of the door, flanked by orange glow. That, and the sound of breathing. Barely audible, but unmistakable, labored, strained, and rattling, like an empty bottle of spray paint. Suddenly, the door strained forward slightly, as if hands pressed against the other side. Breathing deep, I gripped my hand around the hammer and rose to standing. I turned my head and pressed my ear flat against the door, listening. The intruder was whispering. Idiot, he gasped, quick and stuttering. Stupid idiot. Labored breathing continued all the while, almost as if it were 2 separate voices. He was repeating my earlier thoughts aloud, right down to every random intrusion. Dent in the floor, dent in the floor, lights on, turn them off. The whispering continued. Is that breathing? I think. Breathing? House? Coat rack? Basement? Dent in the floor dent? I'd heard enough. I stepped back, shook my hand out, lined up another nail, and hammered away. It's not real, I told myself. It's all inside your head. Finally, I slammed the last nail into the last board. I took 4 steps back and marveled at the ramshackle creation. It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. My eyes flicked involuntarily to the bottom of the door. The light was off. No more whispering. Wiping my forehead, I turned back towards the living room and slumped onto the couch. I took out my phone and pulled open my contact list. Time to find a willing guest. 2 hours later, dialing number after number, straight to voicemail after straight to voicemail, and not a single bite. Coat rack. Only one person actually answered, a roommate from college. I'd be more than down, he said, but I'm up in Canada now. Of course. Maybe I'd have to put up an ad on Craigslist. I tucked my phone away, just about ready to give up, when 3 small knocks at the front door. I already knew who it was. Pushing up from the couch, I grabbed my crutches, marched across the room, and pulled open the door. Hey, Brandon. There stood Howie, dressed in a red sweater, red jeans, and wearing a green backpack, looking a little less chipper than usual. Hey, Howie, I said, trying my best to act normal, despite the fact that a living nightmare stood behind the basement door a mere feet away. Howie, despite all his quirks, was a sight for sore eyes. Sure, I didn't trust him, but at least he wasn't Mitch or Paul. Yeah, so this is kind of awkward, but I'm wondering if I could crash here for a couple days, he said. I can sleep on the couch, pay rent, whatever. No worries if not, he shrugged. I looked back over my shoulder, then back to Howie. Sure. Immediately, he pushed past me, strolled across the room, threw his backpack on the floor, plopped down to the living room couch, and kicked up his feet. What's with the door, he said, pointing at the barricaded basement door. Pulling the front door shut, I stepped forward. It's an art project, I lied. Replacing the door frame soon anyways. Huh, said Howie, clearly not buying it. The Carver kid been bothering you still? No, I lied again. No man in the basement corner yet? Said Howie, chuckling. I forced a half-hearted laugh. Huh, nope. That's good, said Howie, turning back to the TV. Where's the remote? Howie's sudden arrival was suspiciously convenient at best, and outright malicious at worst. But right now, I didn't have time to think about that. If the rules held, his being here would at least buy me some time to figure out how to stop all this. Maybe I'd sell the house, maybe I'd defer ownership back to the bank, but judging by the no third parties rule, I doubted either of those would actually work. So far, the only people who knew about the intruder were Mitch and his father, and according to Mitch, he didn't count as a third party because he already believed. But Paul, his father, that part was getting to me. Something was missing. Paul's whole fix your life, fix your problems spiel bothered me. But something else bothered me more, and I didn't know what it was. Like that feeling you get when you're about to leave home and you know you left something important behind, like an unscratchable itch. I offered Howie the spare room, but he preferred the couch. I didn't fight him on it. I wanted to keep him here as long as possible. Didn't even ask why he needed to stay. It was kind of nice to not be alone in the house for once. Even with Howie. At 9:30, Howie fell asleep watching Jeopardy reruns. I muted the television and went upstairs. Tomorrow, I'd plan my next steps, but right now, I needed to sleep. I climbed into my bed and flicked the light off. A bump in the night snapped me awake. A heavy thud like somebody hit their fist against the wall. I checked the time, 2:58 a.m. I climbed out of bed and, hopping on one leg, pulled on a dirty t-shirt and a pair of jeans. I tucked my chrome switchblade into my back pocket. Another thud from downstairs, heavier than the last. What was Howie going to say about this? I grabbed my crutches, carefully moved down the stairs, and peered into the living room. The blue glow of muted television cast over everything. Howie was still fast asleep on the couch. Thump. The basement door shook this time, like somebody had slammed their forehead against it. I backstepped away, deeper into the living room. Howie was still out like a rock. Heavy sleeper. Thump. Okay. I told myself to breathe, remember the rules. Barricading the door will slow him down, but it'll be loud. That's all this was. I'll put some earplugs in and blast white noise and fall asleep. Turning back towards the kitchen, I stepped across the room as quiet as possible. Last thing I wanted was for Howie to wake up and start asking more questions. Thump. This time, the hardwood floors beneath my feet shook. I froze. My eyes drifted back to Howie, still asleep, his face motionless, serene almost. I turned back for the kitchen. Either Howie was the world's heaviest sleeper, where you couldn't hear the sounds at all. Stepping into the kitchen, Brandon? A small, muffled voice came out from behind the door. I looked back over my shoulder towards the basement door. Brandon? The voice repeated, slightly deeper now. I turned around and faced it head on. Brandon? From behind the basement door, the voice strained, sympathetic. Brandon? The voice repeated my name again and again, each time sounding completely different, like a slot machine shuffling through different tones until it hit the right one. You in there? It was getting familiar now. You okay? Suddenly, the voice shifted into a perfect mimic of my late father, gently knocking, the same way my father did to my bedroom door after Zach, my best friend and only childhood friend, died. A memory that, until now, I did my best to ignore. After Zach died, I biked home, sat in my bed, and stared blankly at the vinyl closet doors for 6 hours straight, eyes tracing every path of wood grain pattern again and again. The entire world outside dissolving into nothing, the starscape painted walls somehow pushing closer and closer. I'm here if you need to talk, kid, my father called out one last time. For a second, I forgot it was the intruder speaking. For a second, I actually believed it was Dad there, gently knocking on the basement door. Silence. Lingering silence stretched on for minutes, while I just stood there, barely breathing, eyes locked on the basement door, paralyzed. Finally, my lungs forced me to gasp in air. Oxygen flooded into my brain, and awareness came rushing back. I looked around. On TV played a silent infomercial about some vegetable blender thing, and how he was still fast asleep. I shook out my hands, went back into the kitchen, opened the drawer beside the fridge, and pulled out a pair of orange earplugs. It's not real, I told myself again, trying to take Paul's advice. I slid the drawer shut. It's all inside of your head. But again, the words fell flat, like empty platitudes after a funeral. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I turned back across the living room and crunched my way onto the stairs. Time to sleep. Brandon? I was halfway up the stairs when a different voice called out from behind the basement door. This time a teenager's voice. Strange yet familiar. I kept walking. Brandon? The voice repeated, this time tinged with fear. This time, entirely familiar. I wanted to keep walking away. I wanted to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. Long forgotten memories came rushing back. Memories of Zach. Memories I ignored and shoved away because it was easier to pretend they never happened. It was easier to do everything in my power to ignore the dread than to face it head on. It was easier to pretend Zach never even existed. Brandon, help. Zach's voice quivered, terrified. Something's down here, he whispered. Brandon? He pulled at the door handle, and the door shook. Brandon? Zach whimpered, the fear in his voice growing each time he spoke. Brandon, open the door, please. He pulled at the handle again, harder this time. Brandon, please open the door. He banged a fist against it. Brandon? I'm so sorry, Brandon. His voice trailed off into sobbing whimpers, and he slid down the door, muffled weeping. An image crawled into my thoughts, the image of Zach, gray hoodie pulled over his head, curled up into a ball, weeping at the top of the basement stairs. Silence. A sudden and shrill scream of terror, primal, almost inhuman, followed by the quick thumping sound of a body dragged over the stairs, screaming and pleading all the while. Down the stairs, down the hallway, into the rec room, kicking and screaming and begging. Up from the basement, echoing through a vent in the hall near my ear. I'm sorry, another voice, not Zach's, not my father's voice, a voice I hadn't recognized, panicked and remorseful. I'm sorry, Zach. Zach, I'm so sorry. I can't. I don't. The sickening sound of bone cracked against concrete, like a tree branch snapping in the wind. The percussive beat of skull against stone, again and again and again. Zach's whimpering shrieks for help turning more unintelligible with every impact. Even worse, the person killing him was profusely and sincerely apologizing all the while. I'm so sorry, Zach. Sudden silence. 5 seconds or 5 minutes? I didn't know. Only silence. Silence and then sniffling whimpers. Not Zach's voice, not my father's voice. The voice of who I assumed was the intruder, crying, almost sobbing. Oh, no. It moaned, filled with unimaginable guilt. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, it wailed. Then I heard it drop to its knees and fall to its side, and maybe curl up into a ball and trail off into pitiful, whimpering sorrow, unimaginable grief. This went on for several minutes until finally, more silence. Sniffling, The sound of somebody standing up, the sound of somebody dragging a body against concrete, deeper and deeper into the basement, quieter and quieter as if the rec room stretched on further than it should, further and further away until nothing. Dazed in a trance, I wandered up the stairs and into my bedroom. I pulled the door shut, stuck my earplugs in, and crawled into bed. I shut my eyes, and a sudden realization flooded over me. Coat rack. Finally, I understood the nagging itch in the back of my head. A realization so obvious, I hated myself for not getting it sooner. I burst into laughter. Not happy laughter, not funny laughter, insane, compulsive laughter. Curling into a ball on my bed, I turned on my side and stared at the fake cherry wood vinyl closet doors, the doors that reminded me of my childhood bedroom. My eyes traced along the paths of wood grain patterns, and the words of Paul played through my head all the while. Take that coat rack out past city limits and douse it in gasoline and burn it. I told Paul a lot of things, but I never told him about the coat rack. So starting at the top of this chapter, I honestly kind of respect Mitch for just leaving Brandon on his own after ignoring his advice. Mitch was pretty clear that Brandon should not talk to his dad, and then Brandon just went over and hung out with him for a few hours, which obviously isn't very cool. And this is on top of the fact that Brandon already ignored all of the advice that he got in the note at the beginning of the story, so he might just seem like a lost cause at this point. But whether Mitch believes in Brandon or not, Brandon definitely believes that there's something scary in his basement now. We see that he's barricading his door, and we have this really cool moment where the thing in the basement starts to mimic his voice. Voice mimicry has always creeped me out. There's a moment similar to this in Midnight Mass that has always creeped me out. It just introduces another element in this thing's arsenal that it can use to trick Brandon. As somebody who has read a lot of horror, I'm now fully expecting a moment later on where this thing completely bamboozles Brandon and gets him to, open the door or something. I also really appreciate how helpless this story makes Brandon seem. It really seems like he's in a terrible position at this point. The author does a really good job of describing how he's fumbling with his crutches and how cumbersome it could all be. It wouldn't surprise me if Marcus Cliver has been in crutches before or was in crutches when he was writing this story. It honestly makes every single one of Brandon's actions feel like the equivalent of when you're trying to run in a nightmare and you just can't do it. In fact, this whole story just feels like a nightmare because weird coincidences keep happening that are all very suspicious. The most notable example in this chapter is Brandon trying to reach out to all of his friends to get somebody to stay with him, and then Howie shows up and is like, hey, can I live with you? I'm gonna level with you guys, even at the best of times, I'm not letting Howie live with me. He just seems like an odd guy. Never mind the fact that Howie is insistent on sleeping on the couch and not taking the spare bedroom, which again, is just a strange thing to do. Another cool small element to the story is the fact that all of these supporting characters seem to have very similar physical mannerisms. Again, since we know practically nothing about the motivations of all these characters, it almost makes it seem like they're all in cahoots with each other, or they all might be the same person. And I like that our narrator not only has the sense to pick up on all these things, but also think of them as slightly strange and too convenient. As of recording this right now, I've only read the first 7 parts of the story, so I'm going to start making some predictions for what I think will happen later on. I think my big prediction that probably won't be true is that Howie is the person who truly owns the house, and Brandon is the visitor in his house right now. This story has a really good pacing to it where each chapter seems to increase the threat level of the monster just a little bit more. I love this section at the end where the intruder is mimicking the voice of Brandon's childhood friend, Zach. It's very creepy. This thing is so clearly trying to get Brandon to let it out of the basement, and Brandon is luckily holding strong for now, but it seems like he won't be able to hold strong for much longer. I love how the author describes it as switching through voices almost like a dial until it finds the right one to get to Brandon. That's just such a good way to write that. And then the soundscape of this thing presumably killing Zach, or what looks like Zach, by smashing it into the concrete stairs, and then something else down there is weeping and apologizing for it. It's all just so strange. And I think one of the reasons I've loved this story so far is that nothing feels standard. Nothing feels like it's typical horror writing. There's always a twist on every single trope that we see in here. It would be completely terrifying if there was a monster in the basement and you could hear the sound of it killing his friend Zach, but the fact that it's apologizing and seems regretful the entire time makes everything just so much more unsettling to me. And then we have the reveal at the end of this part with the words coat rack that have been popping up throughout the entire chapter, which I think is a really nice touch. We learn that Brandon never told Paul about the coat rack, so Paul obviously knows more than he's letting on. This isn't that big of a reveal because I think all of us knew there was something sketchy going on with Paul, but it is a clever little way to wrap up this part of the story. It just feels like the further we move into this story, the more the walls start closing in on Brandon. But that's all I've got for this part. Let's move on to the next one. Rule 1. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. I woke to the sound of rain. Rain tapping against the bedroom window, trailing downward, a pointless race to the bottom, large drops consuming the smaller. I sat up and stared at the shut closet doors. I sighed, still exhausted, the horrific sounds of last night echoing in my head. Zach's whimpering screams for help. Reaching for my crutches, I stopped short. Water. A small puddle on the windowsill. I pushed up to standing and crouched over. Water dripped off the windowsill and onto the floor. I wiped my hand against it. Cloudy white droplets clung to my fingers. I ran another hand along the edge of the window seam until it finally caught a snag. More water. The window seal was broken, yet another expense I didn't have the money for. Great. Wiping my hand on my shirt, I turned back around when another memory entered my head. The dripping sound in the basement. The puddle of water and clumps of wet dirt in the basement corner. What exactly was that about? I grabbed my other crutch and went downstairs. I didn't know for sure yet, but I had a theory. Howie's green backpack sat in the middle of the living room floor. Howie, I said. No response. I shrugged, moved into the kitchen. Maybe he went out for the day. Either way, my curiosity was getting the better of me once again. The basement was inviting me down. One last time. I stood there, thinking about the puddles and coat racks, ruminating. I never specifically mentioned the coat rack to Paul. Sure, there's a chance he could have overheard me talking with Mitch, but that seemed unlikely. Maybe he really was possessed by the man in the basement. Maybe I really am completely insane. Maybe I'm trapped in a madness triggered by Mitch's notes and a misplaced coat rack. But that almost seemed crazier than the actual situation. Regardless, I needed to investigate the basement. One last time. Easier said than done. I couldn't go through the main door thanks to the barricade and the intruder standing there, but thankfully, one of the spare rooms had a window. A small window and a cramped window well, but a window nonetheless. Hopefully a few extra quarantine pounds wouldn't prevent me from squeezing through. Hopefully. I brought my trusty switchblade and a pencil-sized high-powered flashlight. I'd be going in the dark because the light switch was on the stairs, and as I mentioned before, so was the intruder. No way was I going anywhere near him. Sure, I wasn't thrilled at the prospect of going back down, but according to the rules, the intruder wouldn't hurt me. Not yet. I crouched down into the gravel window well. Moving around with one leg was getting a little easier, but I still needed crutches. Through the window, I slid my crutches in first, and they clattered to the floor, a little louder than I'd have liked. I waited, listening for a reaction. Nothing. Feet first, I pulled myself through and stepped down into the room. A room no bigger than a walk-in closet, crowded with unopened boxes. Why did I have so much stuff? Squatting down, I picked up my crutches. It's not real, I told myself once again, flicking the flashlight on and... no light. Are you kidding me? I literally changed the batteries 5 minutes ago. I shook the light. Nothing. I smacked it with the palm of my hand and finally it flickered to life. I was starting to feel like a Silent Hill video game character, clunky walking controls included. Lovely. Flashlight between my teeth, I crouched across the room, deeper into the basement. My hand gripped around the doorknob and I froze. The stupidity of me being down here again suddenly hit me. Was this really such a good idea? I glanced back at the open window, inviting sunlight cast into the room. The peaceful sound of rain patting against gravel. Screw it. I turned back for the door. I still don't know why, but something told me the water in the basement corner would answer many questions. Maybe everything. Filled with bitter resolve, I clenched my fist around the doorknob, turned it, and gently pushed open the door with my knee. Okay. I stepped out into the hallway. It was quiet down here. Unnaturally quiet. Like the world behind me suddenly vanished into non-existence. Like the basement itself was now the entire universe. I turned leftward. The light between my teeth cast into the distant stairwell corner. Empty. Thank goodness. I turned rightward. The cold concrete rec room greeted me, uninviting as always. Even before all this, the rec room creeped me out. There was something about hallways that led to rooms with blind corners on either side. Anything could be hiding there, waiting to jump out at you as you stepped in. The random stacks of cardboard boxes didn't help either. I crouched forward. Shadows on the rec room's back wall lurched up and down with each forward step. My eyes darted back and forth, searching for any possible movement, any sign of the intruder. I stepped into the rec room and swivel-checked the corners. Nothing. Everything's motionless, so still. It almost felt like the room was on pause. A thin layer of dust covered all. I crouched forward again, and my cast-covered leg bumped into the stack of precarious boxes. A stack of boxes that collapsed into another stack of boxes and another one. Stupid idiot. The tumbling crash of random objects slamming into the concrete floor. Fool of a toque. I tensed up, bracing for the noise to end. Finally, the domino cacophony stopped. Silence returned. I looked back over my shoulder, casting light into the stairwell corner. Still empty. Good. I half expected something terrible to be stood there, something incomprehensibly monstrous. I waited with held breath, waited for the intruder to stagger down the steps, but nothing happened. Not even the sound of breathing. Not even the smell of burnt hair. Okay. I turned around and crept towards the back corner. I squatted down and studied. It was the same corner where the water had dripped a few nights back. Dry now. I looked up. Pink insulation and pipes. Maybe it really was just a leak. Maybe I came all the way down here for nothing. I was about to stand back up when something caught my eye. Dust. Or rather, a lack of dust. A perfectly dustless square in the corner of the concrete wall, about 3 feet by 3 feet. I leaned in close and squinted. There was a hair-thin line in the concrete, a crack, only visible from the perfect angle. A thin line forming the shape of a square, like someone had cut into the concrete with a laser. Almost reflexively, I placed my hand against the dustless square and pushed. The panel shifted backward with a satisfying click. Then, it shifted forward and slid to the side, revealing an entrance barely big enough to crawl through. I looked back over my shoulder, shining the flashlight at the door to the rec room. Still nothing. I turned around and crouched down further. The entrance led to a tunnel, a long straight tunnel with dirt walls, dirt floors, and strained beams holding it all together. Unsafe, to put it mildly. It went on for about 20 feet, and then took a hard turn to the right, a hard turn directly toward Paul's house. A tunnel connecting our basements. I barely even registered what I was seeing when the basement light flicked on. My eyes flinched shut as they reacted to the sudden light. I spun around, eyes opened, still nothing. Time to leave. I pushed up to standing and crutched back towards the hallway. The basement light flicked off again. Darkness. Screw this. I picked up speed, hauled down the hallway, shoulder pushed back into the spare room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Taking a deep breath, I stepped away from the door, spun around, and shoved my crutches through the open window. Hoisting myself through, I scrambled out of the window well. I crawled away and lay on my back on the wet lawn. Freedom. Catching my breath, I stared up at gray skies, rain dotting against my face. Suddenly, my phone buzzed to life. I pulled it out. One missed call. Unknown number. Voicemail. One message. I tapped into voicemail and held it up to my ear. Hey Brandon, it's Paul. I'd like to set things straight. Call me back when you get a chance. I haven't been fully transparent with you. No kidding. Okay, so a very short chapter to end this off. I don't really have much to say about this. I think it's just us confirming some suspicions that we previously had. I think the reveal that the basement is connected to Paul's basement makes a lot of sense and is also very creepy. That could partially explain why Paul's basement seemed so massive. It's like he dug it out to get to Brandon's basement, but I also like that we don't know why he needs to get to Brandon's basement. This could play into the idea that I put forward earlier that this thing is actually after Paul, but he wants Brandon to get in the way of it, and like maybe this thing started off in Paul's basement and he dug a tunnel for it to go into Brandon's house. I think there's probably something a little bit more interesting going on. Again, Paul obviously knows more than he's letting on, but I'm curious to see whether he'll be forthcoming with that, or whether he's just fully trying to snake Brandon at this point. There's also something suspicious about the way that Howie doesn't hear any of these sounds that are coming from the basement, which again could play into the idea that all of this is inside Brandon's head, that there's this tulpa in the basement instead. Something that I've really loved about this story so far is that it's given us all these different possible explanations for what could be going on, whether it's real, whether it's in its head, and I think no matter what direction it goes in, I will fully be on board. The author has shown themselves to be such a competent moment-to-moment writer that I'm just fully along for the ride at this point. But that's everything that I have to say for this first half of the story so far. Like I said, I'll be making a second half of this video pretty soon. It should be the next video I release. Throughout all of this, I kept thinking about my childhood friend, Zach. They never found his body. The only thing they found was a green bicycle, mangled, twisted, and stained with blood and guts. Hit and run, according to police. Likely a semi-truck that didn't even know at first. Some driver, driving for miles, oblivious to the mess of gore stuck to the front of his truck, drove all the way to the next brake stop. It's more common than you'd think. The driver probably got spooked, cleaned the gore off of his truck, lied to himself, and said it was just a deer or something, and that's that. I never bought it. Back when I still cared, I was convinced something else was at play. something incomprehensibly terrible, but considering the lack of evidence, it was the most likely explanation. At least, that's what they told me. It took me over 10 years to finally accept the given explanation. That was the first step to moving on. After that, I finally stopped thinking about Zach every day. Sometimes I didn't even think about him for weeks, even months. Up until the intruder's mocking theatrics, I'd barely thought about Zach for years, and that was fine by me. Anything to get a good night's sleep. But now, memories of Zach played through my head like half-remembered dreams, like the time he jumped from his second-story bedroom onto the trampoline, and his mom screamed at us from the living room. The time we stayed up all night playing Super Mario Bros. When my dog died and Zach came over and didn't say anything, didn't try to make me feel better, he just sat with me, and that's all I needed. I didn't have a real friend before Zach, and I haven't had one since. I agreed to meet with Paul in a public park. My plan was simple: let him do all the talking, hopefully learn something along the way. At this point, it didn't make much sense to confront Paul on anything. I'd only bring up the coat rack if needed. I still didn't even know if Paul was Paul, but that didn't matter right now. Gray skies above, Paul sat in a park bench overlooking a duck-filled pond. Reddish-orange autumn leaves carpeted over muddy grass. I approached from behind. "Paul?" He looked back over his shoulder, breathing fog. "Let's go for a walk." We trudged down the path, boots crunching against gravel. "You know, I struggle with drinking, right?" said Paul. I nodded. "I told you the first time I saw the intruder was in the basement, yeah? Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. I did see him once before that, way back in '81. Holly and I, not married yet, were camping out in Utah, LaSalle Mountains." He stopped talking and looked around as if to make sure nobody else was too close. Satisfied, he continued. "So there was this area, not far from the main campsite, bunch of caves. Not caves like tunnels or whatever you think, more like a giant pile of boulders overgrown with trees and moss and tiny spaces between the boulders. Crevices, some of them big enough to crawl through. Yellow signs up, no climbing." Paul suddenly stopped talking. Up ahead on the gravel path, a tall man with a scarf wrapped around his lower face strode towards us. He was heading straight for Paul, vaguely familiar. His boots crunched against the gravel faster and faster until he strode right past us, as if we weren't even there. Paul looked back over his shoulder, waiting for a safe distance before continuing. "So we're out by these caves, and I was drinking, more than I should have been, and Holly, we're jumping from boulder to boulder, having fun, you know. But some of those rocks must have been over 40 feet tall. So we reached this one crevice, a bit wider than the rest, a sheer drop, about 20 feet down, getting thinner and thinner, right up to a slit of darkness below. Holly jumps it first, no problem. I jump it next, and my foot slips." He stopped walking for a moment, thinking back, remembering. Part of me wanted to cut him off, burst into accusations, but another part just wanted to know what happened. He trudged onward. So I tumbled over backward, head first into this crevice. My skull slams against the wall, and I black out. Come to about maybe 20, maybe 30 seconds later, and I can barely breathe. My body's wedged between the boulders, my chest squeezed down on either side, my neck twisted and viced between the walls. I was stuck, upside down and looking straight into the darkness below. He stopped walking again, and his eyes drifted towards a nearby bench. "You mind if I sit?" I didn't respond. Paul strolled over and slumped down onto the bench. Staring out over the pond, his cold blue eyes snapped back and forth over the water. I squatted down on the path in front of him, resting my elbows down on my knees. A shimmering breeze crept over the pond and a wet leaf stuck to the back of my head. I pulled it out and tossed it back into the wind. "So I'm stuck," he continued. "Upside down, head first, wedged between these two giant boulders. Blood rushing, ears ringing out, gasping in little sips of air as my vision blurs in and out. Holly's above, screaming down, asking if I'm okay, but I can't answer. I can barely breathe. I try speaking, but only muffled whimpers escaped. You ever had a nightmare where you can't scream for help, but your voice just falls back into your throat?" Again, I didn't respond. "So, Holly, she can see my feet twitching down there, so she knows I'm alive, and she yells down. She's gonna get help. Tells me to try and stay awake. This was pre-cell phones, mind you, though I doubt there'd been any service out there anyway." He sniffed a little and wiped his nose with the back of his sleeve. "So now, I'm stuck out here, completely alone. Sun's still out, but it's getting dark. I'm in the shadows anyway. I can't really describe the terror of it, being stuck like that." He looked away. "I'm doing everything I can to stay calm, trying to focus on what little breath I had. There's this thing I learned back in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's called 4 by 3. It helps you calm down. Name 3 things you can see, hear, feel, smell. So I start making notes of my surroundings. Green moss, gray rocks, shadowy crevice. He paused again, then looked directly at me. And that's when I saw him. Or at least, the faintest outline. My eyes were still adjusting, but down below, about 10 feet away, something was there. He went silent, his pupils dilating, as if he was back in the dark. At first, I thought it was a shape in the rocks, maybe. Optical illusion, you know? All I could see was the faint shape of this body and the glint of what might be eyes, so maybe it was nothing. But as my vision adjusted, the whole picture came into view. Still dark, still covered in shadow, but unmistakable now. A man was down there, his body contorted and twisted, wedged between the crevice, motionless, so still, almost stiller than the rock, like a circus contortionist hiding down there waiting for me. Paul shook his head like a chill went down his spine. His face was filled with absolutely nothing. Cold eyes, dead eyes, like shark eyes. Again, Paul looked straight at me. Maybe it's a body, I thought, trying to make sense of it. Maybe somebody fell down here before me. Not much of a comfort, but better than somebody hiding there. But then, Paul cleared his throat. His face was changing. Changing so slow it was almost imperceptible, like the sun moving. You can't see it actually move, but the next thing you know, it's over there. His blank face shifting to a portrait of pure terror. He was mirroring my inner emotion. My heart beat faster, thumping against the rock with every pump. My vision fading as all the blood in my body drained downward until I was about to pass out. I welcomed it, and then everything went dark. Paul grimaced regretfully. When I came to, I wasn't stuck between the rocks anymore. I was biking. Green bicycle. Riding a green bike down the side of a highway at night. And I wasn't myself. I was somebody else. He paused, looked over at me. I tried to maintain a neutral expression, but it was hard considering how crazy his story was getting. It's crazy, I know, but I was trapped behind somebody else's face, almost like it was a mask. I could even feel their thoughts, their memories. Then everything went dark again. I appeared behind the eyes of somebody else now. Some guy wandering around a shopping mall at night. Some washed-up stranger, filled with bitter self-hatred. I can still feel his sadness sometimes, his regret. Then darkness. This kept happening again and again. A cluster of random visions, seemingly connected, but always looking out through other people's eyes. Some familiar, most strangers. Past, present, future. I saw things. Incomprehensible contradictions. It could have been 5 minutes, but it felt like eternity. Like I lived multiple lifetimes. Like this was always my existence and always would be. It's hard to explain how terrifying it was. Maybe because it doesn't make any sense. Paul rubbed his jaw, thinking. Everything before, my life with Holly, fishing on a summer weekend, playing with my kids, it was all nothing but a thin sheet that might be ripped away at any second. Paul shifted his weight. I can't explain why, but that strange message was so clear. Like my entire life had been a dream, and I'd just woken up in the real world. A world where I didn't exist. There wasn't a shred of doubt in my mind. He paused for a moment. Then, I woke up in an ambulance, back in my own head, hysterical, screaming and wailing about the man tucked between the rocks like a spider, ranting and raving about the visions. Holly and the paramedics were doing everything they could to calm me down, keep me from hurting myself. Finally, they ended up sedating me. I dozed off until the hospital. He wiped his mouth. Concussion, minor cuts, bruises. He chuckled. All that for that. Doctor told me it's common for concussed people to hallucinate, especially considering the lack of oxygen and me being upside down for such a long time. He told me about a fellow who almost drowned once, thought he saw the Easter Bunny in the water. I've always been scientifically minded, so that made sense to me. Brains play weird tricks. Hallucination made more sense than some circus contortionist sneaking down there just to mess with me, and visions of other worlds, other people. Paul sighed, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on his knees. He looked at me as if that was all he had to say. I was about to speak when... I'm guessing you found the tunnel, huh? He said plainly. I didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. Paul nodded, pushed up from the bench, and walked down the path. I followed. Yeah, I meant to tell you about that. He smiled grimly. So, after I tried shooting the intruder all those years back, he rubbed his knuckle stub where his pinky finger used to be. Things got bad, really bad. The thing started taking steps forward every other day, sometimes every single day. Tried many things to slow him down, but the only things that worked, the maze and the bunker door. Had some friends from the army help me with that. Told them I was building a doomsday bunker. He shook his head. I was a medic in the war. Did I ever tell you that? Again, I didn't respond. I was doing everything in my power to stay calm. Of course, Holly and I were already on thin ice, and then I shot my own finger off. He smirked. Building an apocalypse maze bunker was the cherry on top. She took the kids and left, which, honestly, was fine by me. I didn't want my family around the intruder anyways, or around me for that matter. I was still painfully aware of the fact that I might just be completely insane. He stopped walking for a moment, looking around again. He continued. But her leaving, that really kicked me into gear. Forced me to stop drinking. I started getting help, professional help. Started taking meds, the right meds. And sure enough, things actually got better. The bunker door seemed to be keeping the intruder at bay. Sure, he was loud as hell banging on it every night, but I wore earplugs, blasted white noise, and that was good enough. Weirdly, I was almost at peace with it being there. Paul sighed, breathing out fog as we walked along the path. Then one night, maybe 6, 7 months after Holly left, I wake up and it's quiet. Dead quiet. No banging on the door, no screaming and howling from the basement. Just nothing. That silence filled me with a fear worse than anything I'd felt before. Getting stuck between those boulders included. It terrified me for a few reasons. First, it made me wonder what he was up to. Second, I'd gotten so used to the sound, I couldn't even sleep without it. In a twisted way, the intruder had given me a purpose, something to reckon with, and now he was gone. Paul looked up at the gray autumn skies, squinting as diffuse sunlight cast against his face. So, a few weeks of nothing go by, and then, on a Sunday afternoon, Holly calls me up out of nowhere. I guess she heard through the grapevine that I was doing better, getting help. She asked me how I was doing, asked me if I wanted to get coffee, maybe see a movie. Can you believe that? Just like how we met. She asked me out, back in those days. Smiling, Paul shook his head. I said that'd be nice, said next Tuesday'd be alright. Paul went silent, as if considering his next words carefully. Then I set the phone down and turned around, and there, set in the middle of the living room, a bottle of cognac. He scoffed, unopened. Paul rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. I was sober for 1.5 years at this point, but I drank the whole thing. He glanced over at me, catching the judgment in my eyes. He looked back down at the path. I drank it because it was there, he shrugged. And then I get this brilliant idea to go check on the intruder, just see what he'd been up to. I'd only ever tried to kill him once, and that backfired, Paul chuckled. But my drunk brain got some ideas in it, and I, drunk as hell, staggered downstairs, lurched open the bunker door, and tumbled inside. But there's nothing down there. No stack of boxes, no circus contortionist, nothing. So I stagger further, down the maze all the way to the back corner. And there it is, a tunnel, dug into the basement corner, barely big enough to crawl through. At first, I assumed he was setting up to wrap back around into my house, so I lost my mind. I scrambled back upstairs, planning to come back down with a 9mm again and try who knows what. Paul started walking faster now. And then I go upstairs, and there he is, standing in the dead center of the living room, right where the bottle of cognac was, covering his face with his hands, like a kid trying to hide. And that's when I finally noticed it. On his left hand, the 5th finger was cut off short at the first knuckle. Paul held up his own hand. Everything suddenly clicked. He snapped his fingers with surprising loudness. I didn't know why, and I still don't know why, but he's connected to me. And in my head, the only way to stop it was to... He trailed off into somber silence. Still, drunk as hell and not thinking straight, I get into my old pickup truck and peel off down the hill, up the number 7, and I just drive. I drove past Old House, up through Merchant, and kept going. I knew exactly where I was headed, pedaled to the floor the whole way there, finally feeling like everything made sense, like every single little thing in my entire life was building towards this. Paul went quiet as a family of 4 strolled past. So I keep driving, he continued, faster and faster up towards Ballry Cliffs, whipping round every corner like a high-speed chase until I screeched to a stop, Nearly slammed my face against the steering wheel, high beams casting over a long stretch of empty road. Everything pointed towards the Ballry Point lookout. He stopped walking and stared straight ahead, as if he was back in the truck, looking down a long stretch of road. I shifted back into gear, slammed my foot into the pedal, and the tires spun out against the pavement a few seconds before they caught, and the truck lurched forward, hauling faster now, straight towards the cliff's edge, city lights below casting up into the night above. I shut my eyes. Any second now I'd be sailing through the air, and again he snapped his fingers. Everything crumpled into a crashing stop. My head snapped forward and smothered into the latex airbag, the stench of plastic and booze and gasoline. He paused for a moment, eyes flicking back and forth across the path ahead. Turns out the city installed stopping posts on the cliff's edge. Guess I wasn't the first, said Paul. Front bumper falling off, I drove all the way back home. It was nearly bright out by the time I got there, and the intruder was gone. Paul started walking again. I latched up the bunker door and didn't go back down for years. The whole time expecting any day now, he'd come pushing up through the floor, but it never happened. Paul shrugged. Look, I know it's a lot of talking, but all this to say, I can help you pass this off to somebody else. I shook my head, tired of the games, tired of the workarounds. The same way you passed this off to me? I mean, it wasn't intentional, but yes, more or less. He might still be coming for me, though. I don't know. Look, you don't need to decide right away. How far along is he? Top of the stairs. But still in the basement? Yes. Do you have a guest over? Yes. Make sure they stay away from him. You barricaded the door? Yes. Good. Take some time to think about it. Even if he gets out of the basement, there are other ways to pass him off. More impersonal ways. Also, don't be freaked out if you see him upstairs. Even with the door barricaded, he can do that, but he'll always set back to where he left off. All of Paul's meandering still didn't explain his inexplicable knowledge of the coat rack. I almost brought it up, but stopped short. Maybe Mitch was right. Maybe the intruder really did get to Paul. Maybe Paul wasn't even aware. Okay, so starting out, the author gives us a little bit more information about Brandon's childhood friend, Zach, who will be important going forward in the story. Zach went missing, and it was assumed that he died by being hit by a semi-truck, but his body was never found. If you remember from earlier chapters, the thing in the basement seems to be able to mimic Zach's voice, but it could also just be getting that information from inside of Brandon's head. Regardless of whether this thing in the basement actually knows Zach, the fact that the author is putting so much attention on Zach shows us that it'll be important going forward. I do think it's interesting that in an earlier chapter, Paul encouraged Brandon to just stop thinking about this thing, and that eventually the thing in the basement will go away because he's not thinking about it anymore. That mirrors the way that Brandon talks about Zach. He said he used to think about him every single day, and then like once a week, and eventually he just stopped thinking about him at all. I also think it's interesting that Brandon says that he hasn't had a real friend since Zach, who died when he was about like 15, and Brandon's now about 40, so that's a long time to not have another real friend. That's something that's kind of consistent between all the characters in the story so far. All of them seem to lack genuine connections with anybody else in their lives. In that way, it seems like this thing in the basement could be opportunistically going after these people because it knows that they don't have anybody else to talk to, but again, we'll see if that's true going forward. Moving on, we then have Paul telling Brandon about the first time that he saw the intruder, and this is where things get weird. So according to Paul, he was hiking and got trapped between two boulders, and then looking down into that crevice, he saw the intruder, and that's when this thing entered into his life. If we're going with the idea that the intruder seems to opportunistically insert itself into the lives of people who are in compromised positions, it doesn't get much more direct than being trapped between two boulders. But before we're even given a second to think about the implications of that, Paul then tells us that he essentially flipped into somebody else's mind. But importantly, Paul does not flip into any random person's mind, it seems to be Zach. He says that he was biking on a green bicycle on the highway at night, and we know that Zach's green bike was found and he was potentially hit by a truck driver. It just seems to fit too well. This just goes to fortify my idea that Zach is an integral part of this story. Something about his death or disappearance caused some of this or was caused by the intruder. In a more thematic way, it makes sense that the biggest struggle of Brandon's life, this intruder in his basement that's kind of ruining everything about him, would be connected to the disappearance of his friend, which is like the most pivotal experience of his childhood. There might be something there about the trauma of his past coming back to haunt him and shape the person that he is now, but him not realizing that at first. Paul then gives the kind of explanation that the intruder might have dug the tunnel and that Paul wasn't the one to dig it in the first place. But at this point, Paul is a very, very unreliable narrator, especially considering the fact that he seems to jump into other people's heads. You don't really know whether Paul is actually Paul or maybe somebody else. Everything about the way that Paul describes his past seems incredibly jumbled. Like, none of it really makes that much sense when you think about it. Why was the intruder constantly banging on his basement door and then all of a sudden tunneled into the house across the street, made it into his front yard, and then when it confronted Paul, it didn't do anything to him? In fact, even though the intruder is literally in his living room, it seems the more dangerous thing in his living room is the bottle of alcohol which he ends up drinking. And then his drinking causes him to spiral and try to end his own life, which again just feels like it goes from 0 to 100 very quickly. And then after his attempt to take his own life, the intruder never bothers him again, and it seems like he's doing well for the most part. And like Brandon mentions, he never even talks about the coat rack, which he knew about even though he shouldn't. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm firmly on the side that Paul is not trustworthy at all. But I also do think we're in a situation where nobody really knows anything about the intruder, nobody knows the mechanics of how it works. I don't believe it's all in Brandon's head, like Paul speculated earlier, but I also don't think that the list of rules that Mitch gave Brandon will really help get this thing away from him. I mean, the thing is only supposed to take one step forward every single week, and apparently has the capability to, like, bust through doors and dig tunnels underneath houses, but it still hasn't gotten to Brandon yet. Why is that? I think I've speculated all I can on what we have so far, so let's move on to the next part. Part of me wanted to take up Paul's offer. Part of me wanted to bunker barricade the basement door and pass off my problems to somebody else, move away and pretend none of this ever happened. But I didn't. I wish I could say it was out of some bedrock moral principle, but mainly, I refused Paul because I didn't trust Paul. I doubt Paul even trusted Paul. So far, I was adding pieces to an ever-evolving nightmare of a jigsaw puzzle. The more I learned, the less sense everything made. Part of me wondered if that was the point, if the chaos and confusion was part of the game. Maybe the intruder thought it was funny. Still, the main question remained. Is there a way to stop the intruder without passing it off to somebody else? My car rattled as it droned down the number 7 highway. I was on my way back home from the meeting with Paul, and it was already dark out. I needed to get home and sleep. Then a strange feeling came over me. A pressure in my forehead. Not quite painful, but incredibly uncomfortable. Not a migraine either. It felt like a thin sheet of something suddenly appeared behind the skin of my forehead, pressing against my skull. I could almost feel my face pulling tighter. I rubbed my forehead with the back of my arm, and something big darted out onto the road in front of me. My foot slammed on the brakes, and my car swerved into a screeching drift. Everything outside blurred into a hazy streak, and came to a crashing stop. My car slammed into a roadside barrier post, my head whiplashed sideways, and cracked against the window. I blacked out and came to only seconds later. My headlights cast into an open field across the road. In the distance, a brown bear scrambled off into the dark. That's what I almost hit. I moved my arm to feel the side of my head. I moved my arm. I couldn't move. I tried turning my head. Nothing. I tried breathing. Nothing. I tried moving my eyes. With great effort, I glanced to the left, then to the right. I know you're here, a strange but familiar voice echoed in the car. You monster. Concussion, I told myself. I hit my head, and these are just the symptoms. I couldn't smell anything either, or hear anything other than the voice. I forced my eyes down to the steering wheel. It wasn't my steering wheel, and those weren't my hands gripped around it. This wasn't my body. I was trapped behind somebody else's eyes. A silent passenger, like that Malkovich movie. It felt like I was wearing somebody else's face like a mask. All the while, my senses fading in. Sound first, the sound of torrential rain beating down against the windshield, howling wind as it gusted through midnight fields. Then, the sound of breathing. Not my own breathing, the breathing of whoever I was trapped inside. Smell faded in next. Whiskey and vanilla-flavored smoke. One of the hands reached up and adjusted the rearview mirror. Cold blue eyes stared back at me. It was Paul. He looked younger, early 40s maybe. Welcome back, he said, slurring his words, staring at himself through dilated pupils. He was talking directly to me. Paul coughed and rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. Pressure squeezed against me like a crushing vice. He smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand, and a jolt of pain shot through me. He hit himself again and again and again, each impact more painful than the last, until, finally, he stopped. Paul readjusted the mirror, shifted back into drive, and pulled onto the road. Frantic window wipers struggled to keep the rain at bay. I could feel everything now. The rumble of the highway, the taste of booze and tobacco, even blood. I was paralyzed. With what little control I had, I forced Paul's vision downward. He tapped the brakes and swerved into the opposite lane, then swerved back. Don't do that, he mumbled. And then another voice entered. Just keep driving, you're almost done. It was Paul's voice again, but different this time, not slurred. Keep driving, you're almost there. I was hearing his thoughts. Maybe hearing wasn't the right word. I was feeling them, almost as if they were my own, but they stuttered in and out, like a bad radio signal. Up ahead, on the side of the road, something bright green. A bright green bike. I forced Paul's eyes to look, and he swerved. The car slipped into a tailspin and sideswiped into something. 2 sickening thumps, and the car slammed bumper first into a roadside barrier post. Paul's head snapped forward into exploding airbags, and darkness. I was trapped behind somebody else's eyes now. I could feel their thoughts, but this was no ordinary thought stream. It was a dripping fractal of swarming thought streams all battling for control, like 1,000 tortured minds forcibly melded into one. Eternal anguish. Random memories jumped out from a subconscious mess like a bubbling swamp. Coat rack. One step. Idiot. Mason. Stupid idiot. This was a soul forever damned to an eternity of paralyzed chaos and suffering. This was the intruder. I knew it. I could feel their feet now, pressed against scratchy carpet. They took 1 step forward, then another, and another. 7 quick steps downward until they tumbled into the wall. Silence. Then, as if puppeteered from above, they slid up the wall and rose to standing, and I snapped into another person, walking down my neighborhood street. We'd sell them to the neighbors, said a familiar voice. Pine cones, 5 cents apiece. It was Mitch. He looked to his side, and there, about 6 feet away, I stood. Mitch shook his head, and a chill went down his spine. Suddenly, I stood in front of my own door, looking up at myself. I've seen enough of these for a while. Howie's voice echoed as he rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb. Darkness. I couldn't even think straight, Paul's voice echoed. Leaving. Aiden. Coat rack. Sal. Charm. Bastion. Coat rack. Filament. Renshaw. Petroleum. The intruder's voice echoed. Daylight. I stood outside the roadside diner, trapped behind Paul's eyes as he climbed onto a red Kawasaki motorcycle and looked back towards the diner. Through the window, I stared at me. I was sitting in a red booth, sitting with Mitch. Darkness. Now I shuffled through random memories. Upside down, barely breathing, stuck between 2 boulders. In the darkness below me, the faintest shape of a person, impossibly tucked between the rocks like a coiled-up viper. The glint of dead eyes. Darkness. A backyard shed, cluttered with junk, bleeding hands frantically wrapping wire around the shattered remnants of a coat rack. Darkness. Crawling through a tunnel, a dirt ceiling scraped against my back. Darkness. I'm sorry. Paul's voice. I stepped out of a truck. Headlights cut through the night, and freezing rain showered down. Red and guts mixed with water on the pavement, and a bloody streak led up the road to a body, 50 feet away, crawling. Darkness. The rhythmic thud of a hammer, clanging against nails. I stood at the top of the basement steps, staring at a closed door, paralyzed. Darkness. I stood in an apartment kitchen, staring out a window towards a brick wall view. Darkness. A hospital bed in a bedroom. Military medical equipment scattered everywhere. Strained wheezing. Darkness. The smell of burnt hair and gasoline. Cold fluorescent light. A charred corpse laying on a morgue table, mouth wide open. Darkness. A blaring truck horn. Finally, I snapped back to the present. Inches from the front of my car, a semi-truck sped by. I was parked on the highway shoulder at a 90-degree angle. The sun was rising. I was back in the present. Or at least, that's what I assumed. I looked at my hands. My hands. I clenched them shut and opened them. Collecting my thoughts, I pulled onto the highway and drove. I had no idea what just happened. I rubbed my forehead with the back of my thumb. Okay, so things are obviously getting kind of crazy now. Starting at the beginning of the chapter, we have Brandon flipping into Paul's mind like Paul described in the chapter before. And he's not inside just any random memory. It really seems like this is the moment when Zach was hit by the car. And if this is the moment when Zach was hit by the car, then we can assume that it was actually Paul who killed Zach. This all just goes to reinforce my idea that Zach is at the center of everything that's happening here. I'm still not entirely sure why he's at the center of it, but he's definitely connected to the intruder. After Paul hits Zach, Brandon then flips into somebody else's mind, and I think he's inside the intruder's mind at this point. He describes it as not being an ordinary thought stream and says it's like 1,000 voices trying to all talk at the same time. It's really starting to seem like all of these people are connected in a sort of hive mind. This has some really interesting implications, like maybe the intruder trying to get closer to Brandon or Paul is not the intruder like being a malevolent entity, but it's trying to get back into what it sees as its own body. Immediately after, we are shown that Mitch is part of this hive mind and also Howie, which makes sense. These are all the characters we've seen in the story so far. There's an interesting moment where it's just saying all of these different words that are going through the intruder's mind. It says leaving, Aiden, coat rack, Sal, charm, bastion, coat rack, filament, Renshaw, petroleum. Filament is kind of notable because that's the word on the crossword puzzle that Howie could not remember. Brandon was able to think of the word right away, and this raises the question on whether this thing was already inside of his mind while he was talking to Howie. The other explanation is that that thought is coming from Howie after he talked to Brandon, and that's why the word's in his head. We then get a few more memories, one that has somebody repairing the coat rack with bleeding hands, which I think is a really interesting image. It seems that this coat rack in particular is important to the intruder, although I'm not entirely sure why. At the beginning of the story, we are told that the intruder can appear as a coat rack, but that's not its true form. I'm not entirely sure if this is true. Based on what we've read so far, I would guess that the intruder does not have a singular form, but it flips through the minds of all the people that have made contact with it. So while it can exist as hands coming out from behind a coat rack, the actual entity itself isn't something physical. We then get a memory that pretty much confirms the fact that Paul killed Zach. It's Paul crying and apologizing. He steps out of a truck and he finds a bloody body 50 feet away. Again, that just seems like it was Zach. And then the final stinger at the end of this chapter is Brandon rubbing his forehead with the back of his thumb, which is a gesture we've seen Howie do and Paul do before. I think this is just showing us that there is a sort of hive mind thing going on with all these people connected to the intruder. But that's about all that I have to say on this chapter, so let's move on to part 10. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. Countless theories buzzed through my head as I drove down the highway. Fragments of scattered visions. Did Paul kill Zach in a drunk driving accident? Did Paul wire up the shattered coat rack, crawl through the tunnel, and set it back in my house? Was Paul a servant of the intruder? Was I becoming a servant of the intruder? After my mess of a vision, at least a few things made more sense. Sort of. Not only was the intruder connected to its victims, the intruder's victims were seemingly connected to each other. Maybe it was some kind of hive mind. Maybe it was turning people into intruders themselves. At this point, it seemed like anything was possible. It felt like I was on the verge of figuring this out, finally piecing everything together, but I've been feeling that way for a while now. Then I thought back to the way Paul's eyes moved outside the diner all those days ago, like somebody had jumped into his head, taken a quick look around, then jumped back out again. Now, I knew that it was me. I'm the one who jumped into Paul's head and looked towards myself. The nightmare logic of everything made me nauseous, like a carnival ride with no exits. A paradox web of chaos and madness, with answers always hiding one step out of reach. Answers that only led to more questions. Questions that only led to more confusion. Above all this was yet another question. Something I know you're wondering too. Exactly who was the supposed old friend in Paul's house? The person he owed a favor? The person he was supposedly taking care of? Was it my childhood friend? Zach? Insane to even consider, I know, but hear me out. During my sporadic visions, I saw a green bike through Paul's eyes. The same exact bike my friend Zach was riding when he supposedly died. Did Paul hit him all those years ago? Did he find Zach barely alive on the side of the road, bring him back home? Was he keeping him alive to this day with his medical equipment and military training? Was Zach Paul's so-called old friend, the guest keeping Paul's intruder at bay? Did the timelines even match up? It was possible, but crazy to even consider. What are the chances? Paul happening to live across the street from me all these years later? How would the police not have found out? Maybe this entity had been involved in my life far longer than the last few weeks. Maybe the intruder orchestrated everything from the start. A conductor, leading a bizarre and dissonant symphony, devoid of purpose. Now that I thought about it, There was a vague familiarity about everything, like a constant deja vu, like the feeling one gets around death. You'll know it if you've ever survived a bad car accident or faced something potentially terminal, or held someone's hands while they lay on their deathbed. You see part of the abyss. You finally realize, maybe for the first time, that at some point you won't exist anymore. Maybe you never existed to begin with. In the words of Max Schumacher from Network, death becomes a perceptible thing with definable features. Before all this, I never really feared death. There were times I even welcomed it. But that's easy to say when death is sitting off in the distance, caged behind bars. But when the end of everything is standing just 10 feet away, looking at you in the eyes, breathing fog out of its nostrils. My phone started buzzing in a cup holder, slowly spinning around as the screen lit up. Somebody was calling me. I pulled into the lot of a nearby gas station, Buster's Better Gas. I called them back. "Bradley?" said the voice on the other end. "Brandon?" "Oh, Brandon, duh." It was Howie, of course. "What's up, Howie?" "What's up, Howie?" "Not much, just checking to see if you're okay. Haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah, I'm fine. Just been running some errands." "Oh, you weren't here last night?" "No." "Huh. What?" "Well, somebody tore down your art thing." "Art thing?" I'd already forgotten about my excuse for the barricaded door. "The basement door," he said. "Whole thing is gone, frame and all." "Oh," I said, trying to sound calm. "Yeah, I paid some guys to take it out," I lied. "In the middle of the night?" "Yeah, I guess so, if that's when they showed up. I went to bed and the door was there, and I woke up and the door was gone." "I guess they were quiet," I said, the lie growing more absurd by the second. "I'll say, I'm a light sleeper too," he chuckled. "Anyways," Howie continued, "I'm just calling to ask if it's cool if I crash a few more weeks. I'll pay you rent once I get the money." "Yeah, Howie, don't worry about it." "That's it?" "Yeah, see you, Brandon. Thanks again, it really means a lot, man." I hung up. Fantastic. Now the basement door was gone. So much for slowing him down. In all the chaos, I still hadn't realized my violation of Rule 8. You can leave the house, but never sleep anywhere else. The importance of this rule cannot be overstated. Looking back, that would probably explain the missing basement door and a few other things to come. My thoughts drifted back to Mitch. I knew he knew a lot more than he was letting on. I still didn't trust him, but I trusted him more than Paul. Low bar, I know. I pulled out my phone and dialed his number. 5 tones rang out, straight to voicemail. Mailbox full. I called again, same thing. I called again, 2 tones rang out, silence. He cut the call short. Mitch was ignoring me. Time for plan B. Inside the gas station, I bought a cheap burner phone and a pack of smokes. Sure, I quit a few months back, but I needed something to calm my nerves. Besides, I'd quit again after this pack. Stop judging me. Back in my car, I lit up a smoke and called Mitch on the burner phone. He wouldn't recognize the number this way. I hated being stalkerish, but my life literally depended on it. 3 tones rang out and Mitch answered. "Hello?" "Mitch, please don't hang up." Silence, and then, "What do you want?" "I'm sorry I spoke with your..." I stopped myself from saying dad. "With the neighbor, What do you want?" repeated Mitch, losing patience. "I just need to talk. One more time, in person." He sighed. "I've already said too much. Just keep following the rules, ignore everything else, ignore Paul." "Mitch, please, I'm literally losing my mind here. Just one more talk." "What'd you tell the neighbor?" "Barely anything. I just said, you know what? Never mind." He sighed again. 3 Baker Street. Ring me when you get here." He ended the call. Mitch lived about 40 minutes away in a small town off the interstate. One of those towns where the main street's nothing but a graveyard of pre-Walmart family shops. Survival of the cheapest. I pulled up to an old and gray concrete apartment building that looked straight out of the Soviet Russia. I checked the address. This was the place. Lugging my crutches out of the back seat, I climbed out of the car and shut the door. Thanks to crashing into the roadside barrier, a heavy indent was scraped into the side of my car. Great. I double-checked my pockets. Phone? Check. Switchblade? Check. Now, I brought my chrome switchblade everywhere, just in case. The interior of Mitch's place looked early 70s to me. Open design, cut down the middle. Half kitchen, half living room. Between them, a bar with rickety stools. There was something strangely familiar about it. Deja vu. Mitch looked a little better than the last time I saw him. Still tired, though. "Hey, Mitch," I said, forcing a smile as I took off my coat. Silent, Mitch stood about 6 feet away. He strode back into the kitchen and started scrubbing dishes in the sink. I pulled the door shut behind me. Mitch scraped grime off a cast iron frying pan, his back turned to me. I walked up to the edge of the kitchen and looked around. His place was tidy, like a hotel room. "What'd the neighbor tell you?" said Mitch, referring to his father. "A lot." "You believe him?" "I don't know." Mitch sighed, tossed the dishes down, and turned off the sink. Shaking water off his hands, he spun around and leaned back against the countertop. "So, what do you want from me?" he said, crossing his arms. "I have some questions." Some was an understatement. "Okay. I didn't know where to start. Last night, I almost ran into a bear on the number 7. I swerved, hit my head on the window, blacked out for a second, and then you snapped into other people's minds, saw things from the past, maybe even the future." I looked at him, surprised. "Yeah, I mean, more than that, but..." Mitch shook his head as if to say, "I expected as much." "What does it mean?" I said. "Look, what you're doing right now, you being here, this whole rabbit hole of trying to find the truth, it's not healthy. The more obsessed you get, the more crazy you become. The crazier you are, the easier it is to control you." "Control me?" Mitch ignored the question. "Stop expecting some priest or medium to come in and explain what's going on. Nobody's going to show up and tell you how this thing spawned from an ancient curse or something else. And the only way to kill it is to sacrifice a firstborn or pray to Jesus," he said mockingly. "That's not what this is. You can't reason with something that doesn't think. The only thing you can do is keep following the rules and put off more time between now and..." He trailed into morbid silence. "If you think this is going to end, all tied up with a neat little bow, you're going to end up severely traumatized." As if I wasn't already. Mitch looked up at the ceiling, considering his next words carefully. "There's a good reason I've been so vague about everything. The more involved you are, the more you know, the more you share, the more you search for answers, the more it slithers into your life, into your thoughts, your dreams, everything." Mitch rubbed his jaw. I barely escaped it myself. He looked across the room and stared at the door behind me. I glanced back over my shoulder. There was a floor-length mirror on the door, partially obscured by my coat. "After it took my dad," Mitch continued, "I almost got pulled in. I started researching, investigating. That's when the visions started. Like what happened with you in the car. The intruder feeds you these little snippets of random moments. All of them feel like they might be connected, like they should have a reason. And maybe they do, but just because something has a reason doesn't mean it's a good one." "What's going to happen to me?" "It's already happening," said Mitch. "You're becoming a servant of the Tulpa or whatever it is. The worst part is you still feel in control, but you won't be. Soon enough, you'll start breaking into people's houses at night, leaving coat racks in the basements, trying to tell other neighbors about it. Maybe you've already done it and forgot. Then you'll be telling neighbors not to worry about it, telling them to work on themselves, telling them it's all in their head, even telling them your life got better ever since the intruder showed up. Maybe theirs will too. How do you know all this?" "I don't. It's all theory. At the end of the day, who knows anything about anything? Who knows what this thing wants? Maybe it feeds off the chaos. Maybe it's working towards something bigger. I don't know. I don't want to. Not anymore. I wasted too many years searching for answers, believing the key to all of this was always just around the corner, a satisfying revelation where everything would finally make sense. But it never came. Every answer only led to more questions, more confusion, more obsession, more suffering." How did Paul really die? Mitch grit his teeth. Then he just stared at me, shaking his head, eyes filled with, "You really want to know?" "When I was a kid," he said, "after Mom took us and moved out, a few years went by and Dad started getting his life together. Stopped drinking, stopped leaving creepy notes in people's shoes, and got some good meds, etc. So Mom, after some gentle pushing from my sister, calls him up, asks him out for a coffee." Mitch went silent, eyes flicking back and forth across the wall behind me. That same night, after the phone call, Dad gets drunk for no reason. Drives up to the Balry Cliffs, same lookout he and Mom used to go stargazing at. Mitch grimaced. So he drives full speed towards the cliffs and slams bumper first into a barrier post. He shook his head. Believe it or not, he wasn't the first person to try to drive a car off the Balry Cliffs. Said he put up posts a few months prior. Mitch pressed his tongue to the side of his cheek, thinking. So anyways, Dad's still drunk as hell, passed out, facing the airbag. Mitch pushed off from the counter, stepped over the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. Gas leak catches fire. Dad burns alive. Mitch tapped his knuckles against the table a few times. Police said he was out cold. Didn't feel a thing. But I knew enough to know that wasn't true. I saw the corpse in one of those visions, mouth wide open. Mitch opened his own mouth to show. I'm no expert, but people generally don't scream when they're asleep. Mitch slapped the table and ran his hands back and forth a couple times. So we make arrangements to sell Dad's house. It's the weekend, we're moving stuff out, and then... He paused, looking directly at me. There comes Dad, riding a brand new motorcycle. He's all confused, too. What are we doing with this stuff, you know? Mitch breathed out his nose. Said he was on a trip out of country last few months. Said he just got back. Of course, Mom loses her mind. Hell, we all lose our minds. Dad's back from the grave and all. Mitch looked away, his eyes watering slightly now. He stamped his foot against the laminate flooring. The coroner's report, the police, everything... It's like none of it even happened. Mom was hysterical, screaming at the police station, saying they were trying to gaslight us. They weren't, but I almost wish they were. Documents never existed, at least not anymore. State almost took us away from her for insanity, so she stopped talking about it. We all did. Telling people you believe in ghosts lands you in an awkward conversation. Telling people your dad is back from the dead lands you in a psych ward, he scoffed. The last thing that really messed with me, aside from the obvious, was his hands. Mitch held up his hands and spread his fingers. 10 fingers, including the one he shot off in the basement. Mitch looked at me again. This thing bent reality over us like a wire, like it bumped us into a parallel world or something. Mitch looked away again, staring at the kitchen cupboards as he spoke. Dad, or whatever replaced him, kept trying to reconnect with us, but we wouldn't have it. We moved cross-country and cut off all ties. Mitch sighed. Things got a little better after that. Distance helped, especially back then. He trailed off into silence. What made you come back? My sister, Evelyn. She was convinced the intruder followed us after Dad died, after we moved. She thought I was trying to possess her, take over her thoughts. Evelyn ended up taking her own life a few years back because of it. Overdose, plastic bag over the head. He trailed off, eyes filled with painful memories. I just wanted to find a way to stop this. Make sure it didn't happen to anyone else. I'm sorry. Mitch smiled sadly and gave a little shrug. So I started asking around Dad's neighborhood, low profile, asking if people had seen anything, heard anything about my dad. Everyone there was so weird. Weird in a similar way, too. Tics like... Mitch rubbed his forehead with the back of his thumb to show. People forgetting random words, their eyes lighting up randomly and looking around as if somebody else was inside their head. Same stuff I noticed with my dad, only more extreme. Like the thing from his basement was spreading, taking over the whole neighborhood, like a virus. He shifted his weight, uncomfortable. How'd you figure out the rules? I didn't. I mean, not fully. Those were just things that seemed to slow it down, at least in my dad's case. Before we left him, I found it all scribbled up on a napkin. Dad, for all his flaws, he's really smart, logical. He would have tested things out, experimented, figured out exactly what the entity reacts to, doesn't react to. So the more you know, the more he controls you? Maybe. It's only a theory. And I'm basically screwed no matter what I do. Mitch stepped up from the table, strode over to the kitchen sink, and stared out at a brick wall view. He sighed. Look, Brandon, I should have been more honest with you before, but you want to know the truth, right? Yes. This thing has been over and done with from the start. I didn't respond. Ever since you snapped the coat rack in half, he continued, it was game over. I blinked. He looked back at me over his shoulder. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to panic. The calmer you are, the saner you are, the longer it takes for this thing to get a hold of you. Get a hold of me? You're becoming a part of it now. Just like my dad, just like the neighbors. And there's nothing I can do to stop it? Mitch shook his head and looked back out the window. You should leave, he said, resting his hands on the countertop. But I still don't. Leave, he snapped, his voice booming with surprising loudness. I shook my head, crutched back for the door, pulled on my coat, and wrapped my hand around the doorknob. Thanks for the help, I said, voice dripping with sarcasm. I turned the knob, but it was locked. Weird. I unlocked it and tried again. Still stuck. Almost like somebody was pressing their weight against it from the other side. Mitch, I said. No response. I looked into the mirror on the door. Behind me, Mitch, with his back turned, now stood in the center of the kitchen. Pin straight posture, hands covering his face, like somebody playing peekaboo. Mitch, I said, looking back over my shoulder. Suddenly, the room shifted darker, but the lights didn't go out. Everything dimmed into slow motion nightmare. Mitch's left hand shot straight up into the air, as if being pulled from above. Then his right hand. Both hands straight up into the air, standing on his tiptoes now. I watched in wide-eyed horror, paralyzed. Suddenly, his arms swung to his sides, like an invisible straitjacket wrapped around him. He stood there, motionless. Then he burst into coughing, hunched over, and staggered towards the sink, rubbing his forehead as he went. "You okay?" I said, taking a few careful steps forward. He threw a hand back, motioning me to stay away. I did. But his desperate wheezing and coughs only grew worse. Was he choking? He thumped his chest until finally, something flew out of his mouth and plopped into the dirty sink water. "I'm okay," he gasped. "I'm okay." I glanced back towards the door. Mitch, back still turned to me, plunged a hand into the soapy water, fishing around for whatever came out of his throat. He froze, and his eyebrows raised. Slowly, he lifted something out of the water. It was an object about the size of a chapstick, but I couldn't tell what it was from this distance. "What?" Mitch whispered. His hands suddenly swung to his sides again. The object flew to the floor, slid across the kitchen, and slowed to a stop in front of me. It was a dismembered finger. Mitch staggered back from the sink, 7 quick steps. He straightened up in a pin-straight posture again, tried to speak, but only gargled whimpers escaped, like he was being suffocated. I stepped backwards to the door, eyes darting around the room for another escape. No balcony, too many floors up for that anyway. "What the?" Mitch screamed. "What the?" His voice cut off into choking mess. His throat swelled up, like something was pushing on it from the inside out. His head snapped back, forced him to look straight up at the ceiling. And then, something pushed out from his mouth. Several somethings, long and wriggling, like worms. Fingers. Fingers with extra joints, sliding out from his mouth and wrapping around his face. Gaunt hands, unnaturally large, squeezing together as they wriggled their way out of his mouth, like a face hugger. Pig-colored skin, scarred with burn marks. The same hands I saw wrapped around the coat rack all those nights ago, forcing Mitch's mouth wider and wider until the corners of his lips started to tear. Muffled, agonizing screams. Enough was enough. I spun around and shouldered into the door, using all my weight to crash into it again and again. All the while, the horrific sight behind me reflecting onto the door mirror, hidden by shadows. Something barely visible, tall and fetus-like, was forcibly climbing out of Mitch's body, dripping with blood and guts, pushing what was left of Mitch's skin down like somebody climbing out of an undersized wetsuit. Disgusting. Horrific. Finally, the door broke open. I stumbled into the hallway and slammed into the opposite wall. One of my crutches fell back into Mitch's apartment. Goodbye, crutch. I single crutched out of there, but the hallway was different now, stretching on for eternity in both directions, growing darker and darker. I didn't have the time to think about it. I just kept pushing forward, hobbling down the increasingly narrow passage. Behind me, the sound of staggering footsteps getting closer all the while. "Brandon, wait!" A small, whimpering voice cried out. "Brandon, please, come back." No way. That's when I realized the hallway's increased length was partially an illusion. A forced perspective miniature gradually getting smaller and smaller as it went. I kept pushing forward, the ever lower ceiling scraping against my head, forcing me into crouching, forcing me onto hands and knees, crawling through this ever more miniature apartment hallways as the walls, and whatever was chasing me, pulled closer. The smell of burnt hair and gasoline growing stronger all the while. Darkness. The air changed, from dry air-conditioned cool to humid and dark. I didn't care. I just kept crawling, shuffling forward bit by bit, my back scraping against the now inexplicably dirt ceiling as I went. Up ahead, lights suddenly appeared, less than 20 feet away. A room. Exhausted, I crawled faster, the sound of my own desperate breath bouncing off the walls around me. Almost there. Finally, I broke into the room and spun around. The tunnel was empty. As far as I could see, whatever had been chasing me was gone. For now. Crutchless, I pulled myself to a nearby wall, slumped against it, and caught my breath, eyes locked in the dark tunnel all the while, just in case. After a few minutes of catching my breath and calming myself down, I looked around. Dirt floors, plywood walls, this impossibly shifting tunnel had led me into the back corner of a basement. But not just any basement, Paul's basement. Okay, so obviously a pretty long chapter, but I actually don't have a ton to say about this one. We start off with more speculation from Brandon that I pretty much already covered in my section about the last chapter. Things start to get interesting when Brandon goes to talk to Mitch, and Mitch starts telling him about how he should let this all go and that it's not all real and that it'll only mess up his life even more. I think Mitch is not being truthful here about what he knows. It seems like he's tapped into this hive mind. In fact, we have seen Brandon flip into his mind before, so it seems like he knows a lot more about this than he's letting on. In fact, I'm thinking that maybe Mitch and Paul trying to get Brandon to let this whole thing go is less about protecting Brandon and more about them not having Brandon flip inside their own minds. If we're thinking from Paul's perspective, we know that inside his mind, he has the memory of him hitting and killing a child and then getting rid of the evidence. If you were that person, you'd probably want to do everything you can to avoid having some random stranger across the street enter your mind and see those memories. Maybe it's just me being cynical, but I'm starting to believe that Mitch and Paul trying to look out for Brandon is really just self-preservation on their parts. You could also argue that Mitch being so estranged from his father maybe has less to do with the fact that he thinks his father isn't his father, and more to do with the fact that he's maybe seen his father again kill a child, and that's why he doesn't want to talk with him. But there's a wrinkle in all this theorizing, that being that Paul apparently came back from the dead, and he had all 10 of his fingers when he came back. This would support the idea that Paul was replaced by the intruder, but I'm just not sure at this point. Mitch seems to confirm my idea that they just want to keep Brandon calm so he doesn't enter the hive mind fully, but he says that he was screwed as soon as he snapped that coat rack in half. I personally love horror stories where our protagonist is just completely screwed from the start because of something they did innocuously. It's a very, very specific trope that I happen to love, especially in horror. I just think it makes the whole situation that much more scary to me. But the last part of this chapter is obviously where things go completely insane. Mitch starts throwing up fingers, and then an entity climbs out of his mouth and starts chasing Brandon. If I were to guess right now, I would maybe say that this is the intruder trying to stop Mitch from saying any more than he already has. Like maybe Mitch took things too far when he told Brandon about the fact that his dad seemingly died and then came back, and now this is maybe Paul taking his revenge on Mitch. This chapter in particular puts a lot of emphasis on fingers specifically, so I think that's an important aspect of the story and a symbol that will maybe come up later on. And beyond whatever significance it might have to the overall plot, I just think that visual is really cool and creepy, this thing like ripping itself out of his mouth and then climbing out of his skin. I also find it interesting that as Brandon is running away, it seems like Mitch is shouting for him to come back or like whimpering it to him, so maybe this thing didn't kill Mitch, or maybe it was just like a version of Mitch and there's another version of him out there. At the end of the chapter, we have some even more strange happenings going on because Brandon leaves Mitch's apartment and finds himself in a kind of shrinking tunnel that at the end of it leads to Paul's basement. So I think we can comfortably say at this point that the intruder is totally fine with like bending the laws of physics and space-time to mess with Brandon, I guess. I do like the idea of Brandon having this like weird multi-dimensional basement that leads to a lot of different places. I think that's kind of fascinating. It's also pretty similar to something that happens in We Used to Live Here, and like I mentioned before, this story in particular reminds me a lot of We Used to Live Here. Wouldn't surprise me if they were in like the same universe or something. I would like to eventually make a video after I've read more of Marcus Cliver's work that like talks about connections there might be between his different stories because they all have very similar feelings and I think that's really interesting. But that's all I've got for chapter 10. Let's move on to chapter 11. None of these rules are set in stone. The intruder seems to evolve and react depending on your actions. How I ended up in Paul's basement didn't matter right now. I just wanted out. Easier said than done, especially considering I lost both crutches in the chase, but at least the light was on. For now. Let's pray the bunker door wasn't locked. Leaning against the concrete wall for support, I shimmied up onto one foot. Hobbling forward, I maneuvered my way through the maze, one painful step at a time. Tedious didn't even begin to describe it. Nearly 3 hours went by until I finally found footprints. The same footprints from when Paul and I were down here a few days back. Something to follow. Thank goodness. Encouraged, I shuffled my way forward bit by bit when a hollow thud from somewhere deep within the maze. A fist thumping against plywood. My heartbeat quickened. I picked up pace, rounded another corner. More thumping, quicker now, closer too. I hobbled faster, my limp cast leg dragging uselessly behind me. More thumping. 2 quick thumps each time now, like a heartbeat. The rhythm almost matching the pace of my own heart. getting quicker and quicker as the sound moved ever closer. I rounded another corner and, finally, the exit was in sight. Somehow the bunker door was open. Inexplicably opened. Another suspiciously convenient blessing. With renewed vigor, I pushed forward. The thumping echoed in the hallway just behind me now, right on my heels. The lights snapped off. Pitch dark. Only the faint glow of moonlight cast against the basement steps up ahead. I pulled closer, one painful lurch at a time. Finally close enough, I pushed off the wall and staggered through the open door, falling chin first into the stairs, the thumping sound right behind me. I pushed up, slammed the bunker door shut, and latched the lever down. Another close call. I stood motionless at the door, listening for minutes. Nothing. Dead silence. I looked back over my shoulder. The door at the top of the basement steps was open too, wide open. Bluish moonlight revealed the foyer above. Why were all the doors left open? I turned and used the railing to pull myself upward. Another painful and tedious slog. Trying my best to be as quiet as possible. Not easy. The last thing I wanted was for Paul to wake up and find me crawling out of his basement with no good excuse. After 10 minutes of painstaking effort, I finally reached the main floor. The familiar smell of vanilla-flavored cigarillos hung in the air. On my hands and knees, I crawled towards the front door, going even slower than before so as to not make a sound, inch by inch. When I finally reached the door, I grabbed a sturdy umbrella from a bucket in the corner and used it to push up to standing, a makeshift cane. No match for a crutch, but it sure as hell beat crawling. I reached for the doorknob and froze. A pressure suddenly pushed into my forehead, like a migraine. I rubbed my brow with the back of my thumb, stopped, lowered my hand. That was the weird tick, the thing Howie did, the thing Paul did, the thing Mitch did before he... When did I start doing this? Why did I start doing this? I shook it off and reached for the door, but again stopped short. Another reoccurring question bubbled up from my subconscious. Who was Paul's so-called old friend? Who was the person in the room down the hallway? I peered back over my shoulder, trying to push the curiosity away, trying to just reach for the door and leave, but I couldn't. That strange, familiar, almost magnetic pull of needing to know the answers grew stronger with each passing second. I glanced around the foyer. Where did Paul sleep? Save for the basement, it wasn't a big house. There were only 3 doors in that hallway, and one of them was probably a bathroom. I turned fully around, stepped forward into the foyer, and lurched to another stop. No, it's not safe here. My survival instinct screamed so profoundly I could almost hear it. Go home. Finally listening to my smarter self, I turned back for the door. Go home and sleep. I turned the knob and another question jumped into my head. What if Zach's in the room? There's no possible way. Did the timelines even match up? How old would he be now? How would the police not have known? But if it was Zach, maybe I could get a photo, take it to the law? My feet were bringing me back down the hallway before my head had even made up its mind. Thank goodness the floors were carpeted, or I'd have woken up the whole neighborhood. Another painful hobble down the hallway until I reached the door to the mysterious room and froze. I took 3 deep, intentional breaths in and out, then reached for the handle. Locked. I tried again. Still locked. Not sure what I expected. I looked around. The house was quiet, motionless, almost like everything was on pause, frozen in time to an unnatural degree. A stillness that reminded me of the first night I found the coat rack. The same unsettling quiet in the air. Another weird thing I didn't have time to think about right now. I pulled the switchblade out from my back pocket and shimmied it into the door frame. I've got a lot of experience with discreetly unlocking doors. Don't ask. I tilted the knife upward, pushed forward over the latch, and the foyer light flicked on. My view snapped down the hallway. Footsteps. Footsteps coming from the living room. I staggered backward into the kitchen, just in time. Hello? Paul's voice echoed. How did he get out here? Was he asleep on the couch? I ducked down beneath a bar, separating the kitchen from the living room. This was not a good situation no matter how you spun it, especially considering the fact Paul owned a gun he wasn't afraid to use. Part of me wanted to come out of hiding, explain myself, but at this point, it felt likely Paul was being influenced by the intruder, possessed even. Either way, I still needed to know who was in that room. Hello? Paul's voice echoed down the hallway this time. I huddled further into the shadowy corner, waiting, listening. Paul strode back into the living room. He flicked another light on. A stench of draining silence followed. He was listening too. He was waiting. A long, silent standoff crawled by, 5 minutes at least. Nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then, Paul cleared his throat and moved towards the kitchen, towards me, his footsteps getting closer and closer until, The floor beneath me jostled slightly. Paul was standing on the opposite side of the bar now. If he leaned forward and peeked down, that was it. I held my breath, knife still in hand. I should have tucked it away earlier. Now, I really looked crazy and dangerous. Too late now. Paul was close enough to hear even the slightest movement. Another impossibly long silence dragged by. Seconds like minutes, minutes like hours. Holding my breath all the while, growing tenser and tenser until... Flick! The switchblade flicked open. My tense grip must have bumped the switch. Idiot. The floor creaked as Paul stepped back from the counter. My head raced 1,000 thoughts a second. Paul huffed and stepped forward again. Suddenly, the tips of his fingers slipped into view, gripping over the edge of the countertop above me. The bar top bent and strained as he leaned forward, pressing his weight down against it, inching closer and closer. Paul was going to peer underneath the counter and see me hiding there, crazy-eyed, sleep-deprived, armed with a switchblade, and buzz, buzz, buzz. Somewhere in the house, a phone, my savior, vibrated against a wooden surface. Paul huffed again, his hand slipped out of view, and he strode back into the living room, away from the kitchen. Finally, I inhaled a breath of overwhelming relief, a relief that quickly faded when I realized that my situation hadn't changed. He'd come back soon enough, and I needed to be somewhere else when he did. "Mitch?" said Paul, his voice filled with bewilderment. No, it's okay. He was speaking softly now, comforting. Silence. Paul was listening to Mitch now, or whatever was claiming to be Mitch on the other end. Who knew at this point? "You're sure it was him?" said Paul. Listening. When? More listening. A short pause. "Did you call the police?" Another pause. "No, I understand. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, Mitch, not right now, but at some point, we should at least get some authorities involved, okay? He's clearly not well." Yeah. Okay, I'll meet you there." He strode back into the living room and pulled a jacket on. What was going on here? Were they talking about me? Why was Mitch suddenly talking to his supposedly estranged father? Was that even Mitch? There's no way it was. It had to be the intruder, messing with Paul. But was that even Paul? My head was exploding with an influx of questions. If the intruder's goal was to make me go insane with confusion and paranoia, then mission accomplished. Congratulations. Paul strode down the hallway again. He was coming back towards the kitchen. He stopped in front of the kitchen entrance. Standing in the hallway, his back was mostly turned to me. All he needed to do was look slightly to his right, and the jig was up. 10 long seconds dragged by until finally, he turned towards the mysterious guest room, went for the handle, and it was locked. Shaking his head, he reached up onto the top of the door frame, slid his hand across, pulled down a key, and unlocked the door. He cracked it open and peered into the dark room. "Mitch called," said Paul. "Something happened at his place. Gonna see if he's all right. Back in a few hours, give or take." He pulled the door mostly closed and froze. He pushed it open again. Open or closed? No audible response. Paul locked the door from the inside, pulled it shut, and tucked the key back on top of the door frame. He marched back towards the foyer, flicking off all the lights as he went. Suddenly, he froze. Another long silence dragged by, and then the foyer light flicked on again. What was he doing? The answer hit me like a bag of bricks to the face. The door. I forgot to close the door at the top of the basement stairs. In my defense, it was open when I got here, but I doubted that was Paul's doing. I could hear him creep across the foyer and stop. Now, I assumed he was at the top of the basement steps, standing in front of an open door he never left open. He pulled the door shut, locked it, and wandered back into the foyer. Then, he started pacing back and forth, pacing circles, panicking, he muttered to himself, clearly in the middle of a panic attack or something even worse. This continued for 3 long minutes until finally, he stormed out the front door and slammed it shut behind him. Silence. Outside, a bike engine turned on, peeled out of the driveway, and sped off. He was gone. Finally. My eyes drifted back towards the guest room door, curiosity burning stronger than ever, but I decided to wait 3 minutes longer, just in case Paul forgot something and came back. 3 minutes went by. I crept out into the hallway. I hobbled to the door, reached up on the frame, slid my hand across, and found the key. Hands shaking, I unlocked the door and stopped. I breathed deep. What if it was Zach on the other side? What if it really was just an old friend of Paul's? What would I do with the knowledge? Was my obsession for answers really pulling me deeper into the intruder's web? I turned my head sideways and placed my ear against the door. the slow and muffled beep, beep, beep of what sounded like a heart monitor. I leaned back, took a deep breath, turned the knob, and pushed open the door. Gut-wrenching stench hit me like a wall, like rotting food and burnt hair, a smell so strong I could almost taste it. Turning away, I clenched my eyes shut and buried my nose into my inner elbow. I held there until the stench subsided somewhat. I turned back towards the room. Most of it was hidden in shadows, cluttered with military-grade medical equipment, just like the room of my vision. Heart monitors, IV bags, even a table laden with surgical tools. Near the window was a slightly inclined hospital bed. On the bed lay a man, or at least that's what I assumed. He was wrapped in medical bandages. Medical tubes stuck out of his arms, his wrists, even his legs. Bandages covered most of his face, save for his lower jaw, and a small slit for the eyes. I crept forward. The slow rhythmic beep of the heart monitor remained steady. Whoever it was, they weren't aware of my presence. Yet. But I didn't care either way. I just needed to know. I reached the side of the bed and stopped. His eyes were clenched shut, as if pretending to sleep. His exposed jaw was scarred and mangled. Parts of his lips were peeled back, revealing teeth behind. I'm no medical expert, but it looked like a severe burn victim. If this was Zach, I couldn't tell. He would have been so much older now anyway. But whoever it was, they looked fit for an intensive care unit, not a guest bedroom. Was Paul keeping them here as a guest to ward off the intruder? I couldn't imagine anyone in their right mind agreeing to this willingly. I was about to turn back when, out the hallway, the front door clicked open and a light flicked on. Paul was back. I cast my view around the room, desperately searching for a place to hide when the man on the bed's eyes snapped open. Cold blue eyes, strikingly similar to Paul's. He was looking straight at me, wide and fearful. Thudding footsteps getting closer. Without thinking, I clambered beneath the bed and pulled my cast leg in behind me. Cramped between the tangled wires and green metal crates, I hid. The footsteps stopped in the doorway. The bedroom light flicked on. "How did you open this?" Paul's voice reverberated into the room. No response. "What's wrong?" Again, no audible response. Paul huffed, flicked the light off, and pulled the door shut, leaving me alone with the burn victim. The burn victim, I'm pretty sure, was Paul. Or at least, some version of him. Okay, so this is another chapter that I don't have much to say about. Most of it's just like good, tense writing about Brandon trying to not be caught by Paul. There are some interesting nuggets in there, like the fact that Mitch and Paul seem to be calling each other and communicating with each other when Mitch has said that he hasn't talked to his dad before. It's starting to feel like a situation where literally every single person is in on this like conspiracy to mess with Brandon or like get him or something, which does play into the idea that maybe Brandon's just going insane. I personally don't really vibe with the idea that Brandon has that like Paul has kept a hold of Zach this entire time. That just doesn't really seem realistic to me at all. I mean, I guess realistic within the confines of this story. Obviously, nothing in the story has been realistic so far. But even if this burned man that Paul is supposedly taking care of isn't Zach, I do think the narrator is trying to tell us more and more that Zach is a very important part of this story. Speaking of the strange man inside Paul's house that is like bandaged up and looks like another version of Paul, what is going on here? This is one where I can't think of really any logical explanation as to why this person would be inside Paul's house unless Paul was doing something bad to them. You could make the argument that Paul is just like taking care of an old friend of his, but his friend obviously needs help like from a hospital. Not to mention there seems to be like surgical equipment nearby. It all just seems very, very unsettling to me. Brandon seems to think that this person is Paul, and I'm kind of inclined to agree with him. If you'll remember from the previous chapter, Mitch said that Paul crashed his car in an attempt to end his own life. The car caught fire, and then they said that, Paul died, but then he showed up later and all of a sudden was fine. I think we might be in a situation where there are two Pauls walking around, although I'm not entirely sure why. The one in the hospital bed might be the original Paul that tried to end his own life and was then recovered by the intruder who's like masquerading as Paul. And then this thing could be keeping the real Paul locked up so he doesn't expose himself. But this doesn't really make a whole ton of sense because, like, if the intruder wanted to keep Paul out of the public eye, why not just kill him? Why keep him locked up like this? And then what would the intruder really have to gain from being this version of Paul and trying to help Brandon get away from the intruder? But no matter what is going to be said in the story going forward, there's no way I'm buying any explanation that this man is inside Paul's house for any logical reason. Again, if this really is a burn victim, they should be in a hospital and not being taken care of by a sketchy guy who rides a red Kawasaki motorcycle. But like I said, I don't really have much to say on this chapter overall, so let's move on to chapter 12. I recommend measuring the distance from him to the furthest corner of the house. Calculate how long it will take him to reach you. Set up your bedroom as far away as possible. Once established, do not move your bed. You must sleep there from now on. The rhythmic beep of the heart monitor kept me from falling asleep. All the while, I could hear Paul mulling about around the house, doing who knows what at 4 in the morning. This went on for about an hour until finally, silence. Silence and early morning birds chirping awake outside. It was still dark out, but the sun was rising. Another 10 minutes went by until I decided it was safe to leave. Climbing out from underneath the bed, I pushed up to standing. Relief poured through my sore, cramped body. I looked back. The man on the bed was asleep, eyes closed. Of course, maybe it wasn't Paul, but the resemblance, even through the gruesome scars, was striking. That, and the fact one version of Paul supposedly burned to death. At this point, who else would it be? I needed a photo, just in case. I pulled out my phone and the battery was dead, of course. Tucking my phone away, I turned back and staggered across the room. I placed my ear against the door. I listened. The low hum of the fridge, the occasional drip of a leaky faucet. Okay. I pushed open the door and peered out. Somehow, the hallway was darker than before. Empty, as far as I could tell. I crept out and pulled the door shut behind me. Shimmying against the wall, I made my way towards the entrance. Almost free. Almost home. Pushing off the wall, I stumbled into the foyer and thumped into the front door. A reverberating thud echoed across the house. Dread hung in the air as I braced for a response. But nothing came. Only more silence. Relieved, I reached, turned the knob, and... locked? From the outside? I pulled my switchblade out and stuck it into the frame. Sliding forward, behind me, down the hallway, a door clicked open. I looked back over my shoulder. It was the door to the room of Paul's burnt-up doppelganger. Screw this. I turned back to the door and... Brandon? A voice from the left. I snapped to look. Only the darkened living room. Struggling to pull the knife out from the door, I squinted into the shadows. In the far corner, by a draped-shut window, a silhouette, seated on a couch. Are you okay? The familiar voice from the darkness echoed. For a moment, almost sounding like my father. Someone rose to standing and stepped into a beam of pale moonlight. It was Paul, cold blue eyes filled with confused disappointment. His eyes glanced to the wedged knife gripped in my hand, then back to me. Mitch called, he said, trying to stay calm, acting like nothing bad was happening, even though it clearly was. He's worried about you. He took a careful step forward. I flinched, pulled, and yanked the knife out from the door frame. Paul gently raised a hand. We're okay. He stepped back. No need for that. Full disclosure, I've got a 9mm sitting on the table over there. He glanced down to his left. A black Finnish handgun sat on top of a stack of books. But there's no reason for any of that, right? He nodded slowly, as if to answer his own question. I lowered the knife, but I didn't put it away. Maybe seeing an incomprehensible monster crawl out through Mitch's mouth gave me a few trust issues. Mitch said you were really distressed last night. Said you broke down his door. Ran away in a panic. I shook my head, painfully aware of how crazy I must have looked. It's okay, Brandon. We're not pressing charges or anything like that. We're worried about you. Have you been sleeping? I chuckled bitterly, turned back towards the door, and stuck the knife back into the door frame. I was done playing this stupid game. In my peripherals, Paul stepped over to the table, crouched down, picked up the gun, and tucked it into the back of his waist loop. Brandon, said Paul, again sounding oddly similar to my late father, the same way my dad sounded, knocking on my bedroom door after Zach died. You're letting this get to you. I know what it's like, trust me. I know better than most. I turned to look at him again. Why's your door locked from the outside? Paul shook his head. It's not. I grabbed the handle and turned it to show. The door popped open, and the wedged knife clattered to the floor. I blinked confusion, shrugged, held the door frame, and... I'm not letting you go, said Paul, sounding more like pleading than a threat. I stopped, looked back towards him, down at the gun. You gonna shoot me? We're gonna wait here until help comes. Help as in cops? They're going to bring you to the hospital, get you some help. A psych ward? They're not like the movies, trust me. I've been in more than a few. I scoffed, a growing sense of bitter spite swelling up in my throat. All the confusion, all the questions, all the vagueness boiled into a twisting mass of rage. Who's in the room? Paul glanced down the hallway. An old friend. I grit my teeth. An old friend, Byrne, that just happened to look exactly like you? He was injured in the war, Brandon. I'm his caretaker. I shook my head in disbelief. Paul had an answer for everything. You expect me to buy that? It's using you. I can see it in your eyes. Then why am I trying to help you? I opened my mouth to respond, but stopped short, as if the insanity of my own thoughts was too strange to even speak aloud. But I knew he was lying. I knew it. Somehow, the version of Paul who burnt alive in the car wreck was also the one in the room down the hallway. I didn't know how, I didn't know why, but I knew it was true. Look, Brandon, nothing I say right now is going to convince you of anything, and that's okay, but I need you to understand, this thing is messing with you right now. It's all in my head, right? No, some of it's real. It has to be. I know. Some things happen to me that I can't explain, but that doesn't matter anymore. I put that aside and pretended it wasn't real. Good for you, I said, squatting down and picking the knife back up. I turned around for the door and Paul drew his gun. He didn't aim at me, but he looked ready to fire. You're not going to shoot me. You're not going to get far with that leg. He had a point there. Brandon, Paul continued, you've broken and entered with a deadly weapon, but I'm on your side here. Even Mitch is on your side. I huffed, stepped back from the door and pulled it shut. Paul relaxed and tucked away his pistol. A long stretch of silence. I sighed. Do you actually believe you're in control right now? What? It's using you. I can see it in your eyes. Do you know it? Or do you think you're still you? Paul, at a loss for words, smiled sadly, turned around, stepped back for the couch, and I lurched forward, pushing open the front door in one smooth motion. Scrambling onto the front lawn, red and blue lights swept over the street ahead. I pushed up to my feet, staggering uselessly across the yard. Brandon, Paul called after me, his voice filled with protective concern. A cop cruiser skid to a stop on the street in front of me. Out from the passenger seat, a young cop whipped out, took cover behind the door, and drew her weapon. Get on the ground, she screamed, a gun pointing directly at me. I just stood there, knife in hand, in shock, staring down the barrel of a handgun. Drop the weapon. I looked back over my shoulder at Paul. His face was filled with fear. Fear for my safety. I knew. I could see it in his eyes. Something slammed me from the side. A burly cop tackled me into the dirt. The knife sailed from my hand and flew through the air. My head pushed into wet soil and grass. I was pinned down. Sudden realization flooded through me. This meant I would be dragged away to a psych ward, forced to do their tests, forced to take medication, sleeping away from home, breaking the cardinal rule again and again, the intruder gaining more and more influence with every passing night I spent away from home. A sense of overwhelming dread swarmed through me. With a burst of surprising strength, I kicked and swiped and flailed, somehow shoving the heavy-set cop off me. I scrambled, half crawling, half running, a useless attempt. The second cop hauled off the street towards me and sidewalled me back into the ground, both of them pinning me down now. Dead grass and clumps of dirt filling my mouth, but I didn't give up. I kept fighting. This was life or death. I needed to escape. I kept pushing, struggling. Be careful with him, Paul's muffled voice cried out. A heavy blow cracked against the back of my head and darkness. I woke in the head of something not human, but not the intruder either. An animal. A strange and bizarre sensory experience, to say the least. 4 legs. A perspective on the world nearly impossible to explain. Was it a mountain lion? Was it a bear? I didn't know. But I was in a familiar forest, staring down a straight hiking trail. Evening sunlight cut down through the trees above, speckling the snow-covered path with pockets of swaying light. Then I saw myself, ahead on the path. I was dressed for hiking, looking slightly older now, leg fully healed, oblivious to the creature in front of me. This version of me suddenly froze, staring directly towards me now, his eyes filled with terror. He turned to run. Darkness. I woke in a room with greenish walls, cold fluorescent light cast over all. My arm was handcuffed to a bed railing. The room was unfamiliar, but I knew exactly where I was. Emergency room, psych ward. So it looks like we've entered the phase of a no-sleep story that I affectionately call the gaslighting phase. I just personally think there is no way that this is all inside of Brandon's head. I think Paul is clearly not being truthful with him here. Maybe if the things that Brandon had experienced were like more akin to typical hallucinations you might see if you were suffering from some sort of mental disorder, I could believe it. But the fact that he thinks he's like flipping into other people's minds and seeing through their eyes physically and hearing them converse with him feels like a step too far for me. Especially given the fact that this lines up with what Paul told him earlier, it just feels like Paul at this point is just trying to gaslight him to get out of something. It is slightly confusing that Paul seems to shift between giving Brandon more information and then lying to him about the information that he previously gave him, but that could just be chalked up to the fact that the creature is intentionally trying to confuse him. I think there's some truth to the idea that the intruder feeds on the chaos or discord inside the mind of the person it's trying to infiltrate. And so the fact that Paul is throwing Brandon around back and forth like this makes sense that that would also be aligned with the aims of the intruder. We get Paul's story that the person inside the room is like his old army buddy that he's taking care of, which, again, doesn't really make any sense to me. The guy in that room clearly needs professional medical attention. It can't just be taken care of by a guy with a doomsday bunker basement. That's not going to work for me. I suppose the other reading of this situation is that Paul was not directly trying to be deceitful towards Brandon, but he is also being manipulated by the intruder. Brandon even tells Paul that he knows the intruder is inside his mind and that it's manipulating him to make him say things that the intruder wants him to say. I could see this as being a pretty likely scenario, like Paul was legitimately concerned for Brandon at this point, but only because he doesn't really know the extent of what's going on because he hasn't been inside of his own mind consistently, if that makes any sense. The one part of this chapter that I find very interesting is when Brandon flips inside the mind of presumably a bear. It seems like this intruder has not only compromised the minds of individuals, but also animals as well, which is pretty fascinating. Brandon being inside of a bear also has some connections to the very first conversation he had with Paul, where Paul told him what to do if he ever ran into a grizzly bear. It's interesting to think that maybe the advice that Paul gave Brandon back then was the advice from somebody who has been inside the mind of a bear. Something that I'm really enjoying about this story so far is there's all these kind of disparate pieces that have been introduced throughout the runtime of the story, but all of them seem to have connections to things coming later on, which I think is just tight writing. It makes the story really fun to reread because there's a lot of these little conversations and asides that make more sense or have connections to things later on in the story. I think the first half of the story felt a little random at times, like characters were going on these long monologues about things that didn't make sense, but it's cool to know that all of those did serve a purpose in the story one way or another. Like I mentioned earlier, I love stories where it feels like the protagonist was doomed from the start, and reading the story throughout gives me that feeling. I know I'm kind of reiterating the same point again, but it just feels like all of these pieces that we saw at the beginning, where before they might have seemed random, now feel like they were carefully curated and put there for our specific enjoyment. All that kind of serves this greater theme that's emerging throughout the story that nothing is a coincidence. So yeah, I think Brandon is not crazy at all. I think all of this is real, but we'll have to go to the next chapter to see what happens next. He will begin in the furthest corner of your basement. Paul was right about one thing. Psych wards aren't like the movies. At least this one wasn't. If anything, it felt more like a nursing home. Boring. Assisted living with cameras and security guards. No electroshock therapy. No drawn-out talks with stoic shrinks. No evil head nurse. The movie's got one thing right, though. Isolation. Especially for the first few days. I was in hysterics, strapped to a bed, screaming about the man in the basement. Screaming about how sleeping away from home would only make him stronger, give him more influence. Of course, I knew this behavior didn't exactly help my case for appearing sane, but when you're staring down the barrel of a gun, none of that really matters. Regardless, I calmed myself down after a few days. A steady cocktail of Seroquel and benzos might have helped too. Now, I only had one goal. Appear sane enough to get discharged. Get back home and hopefully salvage this disastrous transgression. Maybe the intruder would give me some leeway since my being here was involuntary. Wishful thinking. I guess there's one other thing the movies get right. The more you try to appear sane, the more insane you appear. It's not easy to pretend things are normal when you believe an ever more powerful hive mind /tulpa /whatever is trying to absorb you into itself, but I put up a decent show. To be honest, getting stuck in a psych ward was the last place I expected to be. Before this, it seemed like everything was leading up to some vast and terrible revelation, like I'd finally get the answers to all my questions. A final horrific revelation connecting all the pieces together. But now, I was stuck in a borderline nursing home, putting together cat puzzles and playing Uno with strangers. Not exactly the finale I had in mind. The anticlimax of it all was suspect, to say the least. I was still waiting for the hammer to drop, to wake up in my room and see a coat rack in the corner. Getting forced into a psych ward changed my view on a lot of things. There was one guy in there. He had OCD so bad he needed 7 cups of water on his bedside table at all times. Each cup needed to be slightly fuller than the last, but he also needed to drink from the 3rd, 4th, and 7th cup every 14 minutes. Then, pace around the psych ward 3 times. If he broke the ritual, he was convinced a man made out of paper would climb in through the vents and cut him in half. Stuff like that might have seemed funny to me before, in a morbid kind of way, but after seeing it firsthand, after living through it myself, let's just say I don't look at homeless people rambling to themselves on the street the same way I did before. It's easy to make fun of things that make you uncomfortable, but it's not so easy when you're the one going through hell. Paul came to visit too, or at least he tried. I didn't sign off for the first few times. As far as I was concerned, Paul wasn't Paul. The real Paul was trapped back in his house, barely alive, strapped to a hospital bed and burnt up beyond almost recognition. A prisoner in his own home. Mitch even showed up once, but I refused him as well. Mitch wasn't Mitch either. Mitch was dead, a mangled heap of skin on his kitchen floor. Worst of all, I don't think either of them was even aware of it, but I believe that they believed that they were actually themselves, unwitting duplicates. Paul kept trying, showing up every other day. He even covered all my hospital bills out of his own pocket. I was borderline broke, so that was appreciated. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I finally gave in. I finally signed off on Paul's visit. We sat down in the common area. Imagine a low-income high school lunchroom. Round tables covered in half-finished puzzles, cold vinyl floors with flecks of milky gray. An older woman stood by the window. Rosa was her name. Every 10 minutes or so, Rosa would call out for the nurse. When the nurse showed up, she'd ask them for the time. They'd tell her the time, and she'd thank them. Rinse and repeat for about the last 3 hours straight. After a while, you start to tune out stuff like that. Everything becomes background noise eventually. Finally, the door is pushed open, and in walked Paul. Our eyes met. He smiled sadly, strode across the room, pulled out a rickety chair, and sat across from me. "How have you been?" I shrugged. He nodded and pulled a brown envelope out from his jacket. He placed it flat down on the table and slid it towards me. That's not going to answer everything, but it might help some. Skeptical, I reached into the envelope and pulled out a stack of documents. Papers, photos, ID cards. Paul cleared his throat. That's everything I could find on my friend in the guest room. Full warning, some of it's a little graphic. I scanned the first paper. Hospital records, detailing a man named Lawrence Weiser. A photo. A man laying on a gurney in the Vietnam jungle covered in full-body chemical burns. I flipped to the next page. Military legal papers, giving Paul the right to shelter and look after Lawrence Weiser. Clearance to monitor and treat complications sustained due to long-term effects of a wartime injury. I flipped to the next page. A photo of Paul, much younger, was paperclipped to the corner, his arm wrapped over another man's shoulders, about the same age. Both of them looked so much alike, they could have been brothers. I kept flipping. More documents, more photos, IDs, birth certificates. If they were all fake, Paul would have spent a lot of time and money making them. Maybe the intruder created them out of thin air. I turned the page. More photos of Paul. He was setting up a hospital bed in his house's spare bedroom. Military personnel helping out. I put the papers down and looked at him. And? Paul scratched his neck. I know it barely answers anything, but at least it clears up one thing. I set the documents on top of the envelope and slid it back across to Paul. I drove to Mitch's apartment, 40 minutes out of town, saw a fetus monster climb out of his mouth, then I ran down the hallway and ended up in your basement. Hell, I'm pretty sure my car is still parked out at Mitch's. And you're saying it's all in my head. Paul nodded understandingly, looked back over his shoulder, making sure nobody was in earshot. It's not in your head, he said, turning back to face me. It's only partially in your head. This thing's got a foot in the door between reality and nothing. And if you let it, it'll push that door all the way open and never go back. I scoffed. Why all the runarounds? Why the stupid rules? Paul leaned back into his chair. Mitch and I have different ideas on how to fix it. I figured accepting it's there and living life regardless is the best route. Mitch thinks that's what it wants you to do. Truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Why'd you say I could pass it off then? Paul looked at me, genuinely confused. In the park, I continued. You said I could build a bunker door, pass it off to somebody else. In the park? I looked at him in disbelief. Did he forget? I honestly don't know what you're talking about, said Paul. He seemed sincere, but I'd been fooled more than enough by now. In the park, you told me this long, drawn-out story about how you fell between these boulders, saw a man down between the rocks, told me the intruder dug a tunnel between the houses. A tunnel? You're serious? Look, Brandon, I don't know who you talked to, but it wasn't me. But that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you focus on moving past all this. Focus on getting better. The stronger you are, the healthier your mind is, the less power this has over you. Like I said before, once I stopped drinking, stopped caring for people close to me, all the crazy stuff started going away. Things still happen, don't get me wrong, but I can deal with it now. You learn to cope. How do I know you're even you? You don't. I don't. But that doesn't matter either. I'm here, I exist, you exist. Work with what you know. I didn't respond. How long have you been away from home now? 2, 3 weeks? Has anything happened? Has the intruder showed up here? Have you died? I didn't answer, but I caught the point. This doesn't make any sense, I said, leaning forward, resting my arms on the table. That's the point. This thing preys off confusion, addiction, fear, repression, trauma. The more messed up you are, the better a time it has. I mulled it over, still not convinced. Has the doctor helped? Paul continued. The meds? I gave a reluctant nod. As much as I hated to admit it, things didn't feel as crazy as they used to. I felt calmer, more stable. But like I said before, this was all too easy, uncomfortably anticlimactic. The night before, I went to your house. I swerved. I almost hit a bear. I smashed into a roadside post and cracked my head on the driver's side window. I saw things, experienced things. I saw you, driving, looking out through your eyes. Paul nodded, as if expecting the point to be raised. I'm not going to say it wasn't real, but it's only little snippets of moments, crumbs of conspiracy, just enough to create a narrative in your head that may or may not be real. Enough to keep obsessed. Enough to... I saw you. Driving drunk. You swerved into somebody on a green bike. Hit and run. It seemed like you tried to cover it up. Paul looked at me with deadly serious eyes. I'd kill myself before trying to cover up something like that, he said with brutal conviction. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it didn't happen in this world, and it didn't happen to me, whatever that's worth. Sure, I said, still not fully satisfied. Nurse? Rosa by the window called out again. The staff was ignoring her now. Nurse? Paul looked around, expecting someone to help. She just keeps asking the time, I said. Paul pulled up his sleeve and checked the time on his watch. 5:58 in the afternoon, he said, smiling warmly towards her. Rosa looked at Paul like he was an angel sent from above. Thank you. Paul nodded and turned back to me. More silence. I cleared my throat. You and Mitch talking again? Paul shook his head. No. He was just worried about you, is all. Still thinks you're possessed? Something like that. Paul rubbed his jaw. I mean, it's not just that, though. I was a terrible father, too. I nodded. You remind me of my old man sometimes. Terrible father, too, huh? I almost laughed. Nah, he was all right. Where is he now? Dead. Ah, sorry. It's okay. What got him? Lung cancer. Same thing that got my dad. In the liver, though. A strange calm came over me, something I hadn't felt since before this nightmare began. A feeling that maybe, despite all its misery, life was worth sticking around for, at least a little bit longer, if for nothing else, just to see what happens. We talked about Howie, too. Paul said Howie always struck him as weird, even before the intruder. Maybe he was a servant of the intruder. Maybe he was an unwitting vessel controlled by the intruder to spy on new recruits. Maybe he was just a weird guy who really liked the color green and crossword puzzles. Maybe some things were better left alone. A bell rang out through the PA system. Dinner will now be served in the cafeteria. Please line up on the marks, maintaining a 6-foot distance from one another. Paul hit the table gently with his fist. Well, I'll stop bugging you now. I forced a smile. Paul stood up. I'm not asking you to trust me blindly here, but if you got the patience, I'd love to swing by and visit every so often. Don't got much else going on anyways. Sure, I said, still skeptical. Even though I didn't trust Paul, or anyone else for that matter, I had to admit, his presence made me feel a little less crazy, a little less alone. Besides, any visitor, even a potential vessel of the intruder, was preferable to no visitors at all. Take it easy, kid. He smiled again, then strode back for the exit and pushed through the doors. Paul stopped by every single day for the next 2 weeks. We played cards, we talked about hockey, politics. Sometimes we talked about the intruder too, but less and less every day. Paul eventually brought me somewhat around, convinced me to work with the doctors. What have you got to lose, anyways? A fair point. Paul told me to tell the doctors what they needed to hear. Tell them I acknowledge it was all in my head, even if we both knew that wasn't entirely true. Say what I needed to get out, but don't rush things. Only leave when I felt ready. Reality is a spectrum. Things in the realm of thought and emotion don't exist or not exist in a binary state. Belief leads to real actions, terrible and beautiful. Just look at religion. I'm not a believer myself, but it's pretty staggering the simultaneous beauty and horror created by mythic ideologies. True or not, sometimes it feels like belief itself has more effect on the real world than anything else. I don't know. Maybe the intruder worked in a similar way. molding itself out of belief, obsession, trauma, forcing itself out of the abstract into the concrete, like a virus of the mind. Who knows? Paul was there the day before my discharge. The doctors had determined I was stable enough to return to public life. I still felt terrible, but now in a normal constant haze of vague depression and anxiety kind of way, as opposed to a supernatural entity is trying to kill me kind of way. Paul and I played crib in the common area. Best out of 3. He won, as usual. Stretching out his arms, Paul checked the time. Well, I should head out, he said, partially yawning. I'll swing by tomorrow, give you a ride home. Sure. Thanks, Paul. No worries, kid. Paul drove me home the next day. We pulled into my driveway, and sure enough, there sat my car, inexplicably back in its spot, no longer in front of Mitch's apartment. I opened my mouth to ask about it, but stopped myself short. Better leave well enough alone. So what's next for Brandon? He adjusted the review mirror as he spoke. I shrugged. Probably gonna move upstate, to be honest. Yeah? I don't blame you. I haven't checked my email in a while, but pretty sure I'm jobless by now. That kind of just fell off the map. Paul chuckled. Fair enough. Is that a bad thing, though? I mean, not really. Wasn't my favorite job anyway. What are you gonna do now? I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to school. Maybe I'll start writing again. You write? I used to. And you enjoyed that? Yeah. Why'd you stop? No money. Well, if you move, sell the place. That might give you a bit of a cushion, huh? Sure. I'm not saying what you should do, Brandon, but if you like writing, then at least try for it. If you like something else, shoot for that. It's better than not trying, trust me. I learned that the hard way. Yeah, maybe, I said, mulling it over. Looking back, this conversation, like many others, was a little strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Anyways, I'll get out of your hair now, said Paul. Silence. I reached for the door and stopped. Thanks, Paul, I said, looking back at him. It's hard to know what to say to someone who might have saved your life. You owe me one, he said, cracking a smile. I smiled back, turning away, and unlatched the door. I stepped out, went to close it, and... Oh, one other thing. I froze, pulled the door back open, hunched down to meet his eyes. I know you're planning to move anyways, but... Paul shifted in his seat slightly. It's probably better we keep minimal contact from here on out. Same goes for Mitch. I'm not sure why, but this thing seems to feed off us being around each other. I nodded, stepped away, pushed the door shut, and turned back for my house. Paul pulled into reverse, backed across the street, and pulled into his garage. To this day, I don't know if that was even Paul, the intruder, or something in between. All I know is he helped me get back on my feet, so I'm grateful for that. I rifled for my keys and... something caught the corner of my eye. Down the street, parked about 7 houses away, a white hatchback with tinted windows. The same car I'd seen all those weeks ago. I don't know why it grabbed my attention, but it did. It felt out of place, sinister almost. I shrugged it off, turned away, and opened the door. The smell of cooking hit me. Chicken soup, gravy, and mashed potatoes. Howie humming to himself. I pulled the door shut behind me and was greeted with the bright green, brand new basement door. You like it? Howie's voice shot down the hallway. I turned. His bald head peeked out from the kitchen. Yeah, Howie, it's great, I lied. Howie smiled brightly and stepped out into the hallway. Work's picking up again, so it's from my own pocket. The least I could do for you letting me stay here. Thanks, Howie. How have you been? Mitch's dad sort of filled me in a little, and apparently he's not dead. His kid told me otherwise. Some people are so weird, huh? Crazy's catching, I said. Huh? Nothing. Oh, I got something. Howie slipped back into the kitchen and reappeared on the other side, this time with a crossword book in hand. 9 words, 3rd letter T, last letter M, a naturally occurring yellow-blackish liquid found in geological formations below the Earth's surface. I furrowed my brow. The word was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't quite place it. Howie looked at me, eyes filling with anticipation. I shrugged again. Beats me. His eyes filled with disappointment. I'll let you know if it comes to me. Sure, no problem. Howie slumped back into the kitchen and placed down the booklet. He looked like I just told him his dog died or something. I moved out the next week. Howie offered to stay, pay rent with his newfound income. I agreed. I never did find out exactly what made him leave his old place, but he never brought it up, so I didn't ask. I moved upstate, rented a small studio apartment in a mountain town. Still can't sleep in places with basements, but you can't really blame me on that one. Got back into writing hard, too. Started taking online courses, watching YouTube tutorials, stuff like that. Got my craft to a place where I'm not entirely embarrassed to share it. Weirdly, all these events actually inspired me to start writing again. Of course, all the loose ends, all the unanswered questions still bothered me. Something just felt too convenient about the last few weeks. Like I'd gotten out of the woods too easy. Like the hand of an invisible and benevolent God stepped in and waved away all my problems. Deus ex machina. But sometimes, I wondered if the intruder was still using me, working towards some unknown and terrifying endgame. An endgame that would reveal itself at any moment. Vague anxiety once again lingered beneath everything, like a constant rising shepherd tone. Sometimes barely audible, sometimes unbearably loud. I did what I could to put it out of my mind, to focus on other things, not pushing it away, just being aware that it's there, and gently choosing to focus elsewhere. I'm learning to live with it, learning to accept the unknowable. I'll admit one thing though, coat racks still freak me out. Despite all my progress, there was something else I couldn't shake. One question that kept me up nights. What happened to Zach? Was it really what the police said? Just some long-haul semi-truck driver in the night? A terrible accident? But what about the visions of Paul, drunk driving, hitting somebody on a green bike? What about the intruder's mimicry murder of Zach, pleading and apologizing? What about I stopped myself from spiraling. These questions stuck in the back of my head like splinters of wood stuck between fingers. But even here, I'm learning to live with it. About 6 weeks ago, I decided to look up Zach's mother, just to call her and see how she was doing, see if she was even still alive. It took a bit of work, but I found her. She lived in a care home down in Georgia. I called her on a Wednesday night. "Hello," she said, her voice sounding almost how I remembered, despite all the years between. "Mrs. Serrano?" "Speaking." "Hi, I'm not sure if you'll remember me or not, but this is Brandon Miller." "Brandon?" Her voice filled with recognition. "Yeah, that's me." "Oh, it's so nice to hear from you. How have you been? It's been so long." "I'm doing all right." We made small talk for a while, talked about the town I grew up in, talked about the pandemic, the craziness of the upcoming election. Then, the conversation took an unexpected turn. "How's your father doing?" she asked. "Oh, he passed away quite a few years back now." "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's okay. I've accepted it now." "Yeah, I've mostly done the same with Zach, but it still hurts. That never goes away, but you learn to live with it." I didn't say anything. I was lost for words. Silence hung in the air until, Zach always had trouble making friends before you. I didn't know that. Zach always struck me as effortlessly charismatic. He was a bit of an odd duck, but in a good way. Before we moved, none of the other kids ever really clicked with him, but you? Inseparable. Huh, yeah. I was the same way. How's that? Not good at making friends. More silence. "I remember his passing hit you really hard," she said. "You didn't speak for months. Your father was terribly worried about you." "Yeah. I'm doing better now, thankfully." "That's good to hear. I'm sure the closure helped too. It helped me." "Closure? What?" "What closure? You didn't hear?" "Hear what?" "A driver, long-haul teamster, came forward a couple years back. All those years back, he was sleep-deprived, running a cross-state shipment when..." She trailed off. The tragedy spoke from the silence. She took a breath and continued. "The driver, he grew overwhelmed with guilt, came forward 2 years back to confess. I met with him too. A kind soul, really. A sensitive soul. Wrong person, wrong place. A terrible mistake." "Where is he now?" "He took his own life a few months back. Poor soul. Neighbors found him in a basement corner." The words basement corner hit me like a concrete wall. Was this connected to the intruder? Was this connected to Paul? Nightmarish thoughts and incomprehensible images raced through my mind. The image of a naked body, pale and decomposing, slumped into a basement corner, a plastic bag wrapped over its head. "You there?" said Mrs. Serrano. I stopped myself, took a deep breath, set it aside. "Don't worry about it. It's a coincidence." "I hope his family is okay," I said. "Me as well." Threads of conspiracy dangled in front of me like fishing lures. This had to be connected to the intruder somehow. It had to be connected to the rules. "What's his name?" I asked, almost involuntarily. "The driver." "Oh, Mason. Mason Parker, I believe." "Huh. I didn't recognize it." Awkward silence. "Well, it's been lovely hearing from you, Brandon. But game night's about to start and I can't be late." "Of course. You as well, Mrs. Serrano. Take care of yourself. Call any time, okay?" "Okay." She ended the call. I sat at my work desk. The glow of car lights beamed in through the window and swiped across the darkened walls. Raindrop shadows stretched across the room and returned into darkness. I took another deep breath, exhaled, doing my best to stay grounded, using a trick I learned from Paul. 3x4. Name 3 things you can see. Bookshelf, white wall, brown desk. Name 3 things you can hear. Rain against the window, tires against the road outside, neighbor's footsteps up above. Name 3 things you can feel. The back of my legs against the seat, the warmth of the heater against my shins, the brush of my shirt as I breathe in and out. Name 3 things you can smell. Coffee, gasoline, burnt hair. Overwhelming terror pushed up from the floor, into my toes, through my legs, my spine, into my head. A sickening upward swell of chemical dread. A feeling that something truly heinous, something truly evil, yet emotionless beyond human understanding, was standing behind me. I imagine arms, impossibly long, stretching from the shadows across the room, unnaturally large hands, fingers with extra joints, reaching for the scruff of my neck, eager to pull me down through the floor, down through the ground, down through the dirt, beneath the surface of reality itself, trapping me below the invisible barrier, suffocating me underwater with impenetrable surface tension, forcing me to watch, gasping for air as the world above moved on without me. The world above acted as if I never even existed to begin with. Eternal suffering. I spun around, expecting to see something incomprehensible, but there was nothing. No intruder, no coat rack, no man held together with nails and wire, just an empty studio apartment. The orange glow of more headlights wiped across, slow and yawing lights crawling over the kitchen, over the front door, over me, like the beams of a deep-water submarine scanning the ocean floor. Everything returned to moonlit darkness. Against the window drapes, a faint, greenish flickering glow from a neon bar sign across the street. I sniffed the air. The smell of gasoline and burnt hair was gone. Maybe it was never there to begin with. I took another deep breath and exhaled. It's all in my head, or, at the very least, it's mostly in my head. But still, the words only rang partially true. If I'd learned anything over the past few months, it was this. Nothing good comes easy. At least, not this easy. As much as I tried to repress it, as much as I tried to ignore it, I knew something was missing. There was some piece of the puzzle that may or may not ever be found. I knew this wasn't finished. I took a deep breath, exhaled. I turned back to my desk, popped open my laptop, and started writing. There was a line in this chapter that I think is maybe one of the greatest lines I've ever read in a No Sleep story. However, before we get to that, we've got to start at the top of this chapter, starting with Brandon waking up in the psych ward. I think this whole first section of this chapter is kind of meant to lull us into a false sense of security. Everything starts to feel kind of cozy and settled in a way. We have Brandon talking to Paul, who seems like he's really connecting with him, and they seem like they have this great relationship. Paul even presents Brandon with evidence that the person inside of his house is his actual friend that he's just taking care of, which again is a story that does not make sense at all to me. But then we have even more things that don't add up, like the fact that Paul does not remember talking to Brandon in the park. The park conversation was very important. That's when Paul told Brandon about the first time that he saw the intruder and started flipping into other people's minds. Now, the story has set a precedent for characters being unable to remember things that have happened to them, specifically with Howie. So I think there's a decent chance that Paul legitimately does not remember this conversation, but that he did have this conversation with Brandon. I also think there's the possibility that there are two versions of Paul that are constantly shifting in throughout his mind. There's like the good version of Paul who's trying to get Brandon help, and then there's the evil Paul who might have been the one that killed Zach back in the day. That really is just a very speculative, tenuous theory that I have, so don't put a lot of stock in that. I find the phrasing that Paul uses when he's confronted by Brandon about potentially killing Zach to be very interesting. Paul very specifically says that he would kill himself before trying to cover up something like that. We know that Evelyn took her own life and that Paul tried to take his own life and was maybe successful, then showed back up as some sort of intruder. And then of course later on in the chapter there's another character that took their own life, and again it's all starting to feel like less and less of a coincidence. Moving on with the chapter, something that I really love about this one is that it keeps giving us these kind of like diatribes and monologue that makes it feel like the story's coming to a close. Like I kept waiting for this to be the last chapter and for Brandon to like accept his new life or something, but then something happens that just throws us off just the tiniest little bit. It's really cool because it makes us as the reader feel like Brandon, where that we want to move past this thing, but there's always something in the background that's just eating at us and we don't really know what it is. In a way, it kind of reminded me of the end of the left-right game. In my video about that, I talked about how I think the ending of the left-right game is trying to gaslight the reader into thinking it's a happy ending when it really isn't. I feel the same way with this story, where it feels like Brandon is trying to convince us that everything is wrapped up when clearly things are still very wrong. There are just so many little details in this chapter that make me feel unsettled because of the connections they have to earlier chapters. Specifically, when Howie asks Brandon about the clue to his crossword puzzle, the clue is a naturally occurring yellowish black liquid found in geological formations below the Earth's surface. The answer to that crossword clue is petroleum, which is a word that Brandon heard earlier when he was flipping through the different consciousness of the intruder. To me, it seems like Brandon is taking the place that Howie was earlier in the story, where Howie was unable to remember certain words. It just feels like the intruder is getting deeper and deeper into Brandon's mind. But again, the story tries to convince us that things have wrapped themselves up. It seems like Brandon has moved on, he's moved out of the house, he's like enjoying his new life as a writer, but then something very strange happens. Brandon decides to call up Mrs. Serrano, and they talk about Zach, and there's a few interesting things in this conversation that don't quite add up. The first is very, very small, but it's the fact that Mrs. Serrano says that Zach had a really hard time making friends before he met Brandon, but Brandon remembers him as being effortlessly charismatic. I think if you want to read this story as there being potentially two timelines or universes that are like converging on each other, then the fact that Zach was charismatic in one timeline but couldn't make friends in the other and they met in some place in the middle kind of makes sense to me. But this could also just very easily be a case of Brandon remembering Zach as being charismatic because they were such good friends, when in reality, Zach couldn't make friends with anybody else. But the part of the conversation that Brandon has with Mrs. Serrano that I think is like one of the best lines in a No Sleep story is when she talks about the man that hit and killed her son. Specifically when she says, "He took his own life a few months back, poor soul, neighbors found him in a basement corner." It feels like everything in this story is just building up to that line, and that line is so unbelievably haunting to me. It starts to make you think like you felt some sort of catharsis, but then everything just starts making less and less sense. But this is where I started really leaning into the idea that maybe the intruder is a manifestation of the guilt and regret that Paul feels for accidentally killing Zach. For one, I don't think Mason was the one that killed Zach. I think he potentially had that image planted into his mind because he somehow met up with the intruder and Paul gave him that guilt. If Paul could get into Mason's mind, he could make Mason confess to killing Zach, which would then absolve Paul of the responsibility of having actually killed him. When Brandon hears about Mason having killed himself, the first vision that he receives is Mason sitting in a basement corner with a bag wrapped around his head. This is the exact same way that Evelyn, Mitch's sister, took her own life, and I think there's a connection there. I'm starting to think that this is Paul's preferred method of getting rid of people who maybe know too much about him. With any theory that you're going to come up with this story, none of it's going to make 100% sense, but to me, I think the more interesting reading is that Paul is a malicious entity. I personally believe that the intruder was something manifested by Paul, but that Paul is the ultimate evil of the story. The fact that this entity starts in the basement corner and progressively makes its way closer to Paul, to me seems like that entity is maybe like the spirit of the guilt of Mason. I mentioned a lot earlier on in this story that I thought that the thing in the basement could be some sort of representation for depression. It's this thing that's slowly getting towards you and something bad will happen when it finally gets to you. In my new reading of the story, I still think this thing in the basement is a representation of something bad that is coming for Paul, but instead it's the guilt associated with what he did to Zach all those years back. Paul is trying everything he can to forget the terrible thing that he did. He's drinking, he's having friends stay over with him, he's trying to convince people that he didn't do anything wrong, but it still keeps marching closer to him one step at a time. I think one of the reasons Mitch is not communicating with his dad at all is because Mitch has now joined this hive mind and he doesn't want to end up like his sister. And I think there's a really good chance that Evelyn, Mitch's sister, found out what Paul had done, confronted him about it, and then Paul flipped into her mind and ended her life. Now, I'm not saying that any of this is like the definitive reading of this story. This is just where my mind goes to when I'm reading it. I'm sure that lots of you guys have very different theories about what might be going on, so please let me know those in the comments below. I think it's just very fascinating to speculate about these things. But regardless of what any of us think, there's still one last chapter in the story, so let's get to that, and then I'll talk about my final overall thoughts of the story. If you see him, do not overreact. He may decide to move on. A bump in the night startled me awake. I checked the time, 2:58 a.m. Neon green light flickered in through the studio apartment window. I sat up onto the edge of my bed, staring at the closet door. A white closet door with zigzag patterns etched across it. Another thump, above me. I looked up. It was the upstairs neighbor again, mulling about at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday night. Rubbing my eyes, I pushed off the bed and strolled up to the window. It was snowing outside, the first snowfall of the year, drifting dots of white dissolving against the asphalt below. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye. Across the street, down in the plaza parking lot, a white hatchback with tinted windows, engine idling. Was it the same car from before? I shrugged it off, pulled the blind shut, and crawled back into bed. But now I couldn't sleep. The bumps and scrapes of the upstairs neighbors felt louder. The flickering glow of the neon bar light across the street felt brighter. Everything felt heightened, like on fast forward. I rolled out of bed, marched across the room, and yanked open the closet door. A bunch of propped up junk toppled out onto the floor. Old records, unread books, unopened boxes. I pushed it all away and dug into the back of the closet, throwing junk over my shoulder until I found what I was looking for. An old box fan, and a red pleated quilt. I stuffed the quilt into the window frame, blocking the light from outside. I set the fan up on a chair and blasted it towards my bed. White noise and darkness. I dug through a few more boxes until I found a pair of orange disposable earplugs. Let's try this again. I climbed into bed and shut my eyes, the gentle gust of the box fan against my face as I drifted off to sleep. There was something about that feeling. It felt like movement, and movement calms me down. Maybe that's why I enjoy aimlessly driving so much. I shut my eyes and finally fell asleep. I had a dream with Zach in it, but it was more like a memory than a dream. A vivid flashback playing out in the darkness of sleep like a strange and ethereal film. A memory from the week before Zach died. We had found an old car, rusted up and stuck down in the riverbeds by Cauldron Cliffs. An old 1950s car, likely pushed off the cliff from above by some drunk college kids. Zach wanted to jump across the rocks, over the rushing torrents, and stand on top of the old car. I didn't share his enthusiasm. Risking death to stand on a car wasn't my idea of a good time. Zach bugged me about it, but didn't push. We went back home after that, up the winding trails, through the dried woods, up past Old House and the Randleshams. We rounded a corner and stepped onto the final stretch of the trail, but Zach froze, pointed straight ahead. Down the trail, about 50 feet or less, a man, dressed in white, with pin-straight posture, stood with his back to us. But this part never actually happened. It was a false memory, a creation of the strange dream. Or if it did happen, I had forgotten about it. Zach cupped his hands to his mouth and screamed, "Hey!" But the man didn't move. We both tensed up as a long silence ticked by, a growing sense of unease in the air. A summer breeze crawled through the woods behind us and kicked up dry dust from the trail. Sunlight caught through the plumes, and the wind faded back to quiet. Then Zach looked back at me. "We should go," he whispered. "Brandon?" I looked at him. Zach's eyes were filled with uncharacteristic fear. "We should..." I snapped awake, cold sweat running down my forehead. Thanks to the blacked-out window, my room was pitch dark now. But something was wrong. I could no longer feel the brush of the fan against my face. I pulled out my earplugs. The fan was still on, a whirring hum. I squinted through the darkness, and terrible realization crawled over me. Something was stood between me and the fan. Something was stood in the middle of the room. I gripped my teeth, reached for my phone, turned on the screen, and shone it into the room. Empty. The brush of the fan against my face returned. The sense of a presence vanished. I stared into the empty room, waiting for something to happen, almost willing something to happen, but nothing happened. For 5 long minutes, nothing changed. I rechecked the time, 3:58 a.m. I climbed out of bed, trudged across the room, flicked on the light, and strode back towards the window. I pulled the blackout quilt back and peered outside. The snow was falling faster now. The parking lot across the street was empty. The white hatchback was gone. I looked back over my shoulder. On a hook beside the door, car keys. I drove up the number 7 highway, a winding mountain road. Headlights cut through the falling snow like warp-speed stars. Window wipers wiped back and forth with percussive rhythm. My Toyota reverberated with the drones of rubber against wet asphalt. No other vehicles in sight. Like I said before, movement always calmed me down. Before I owned a car, I used to go for these long, solitary hikes out in the mountains. There's something about constant motion. Outside, alone, peaceful. I drove for over an hour without stopping, feeling calmer with each passing mile, reminding myself that I had been away from that house with a basement for months now. Months of completely disregarding the rules and nothing happened. No terrible revelations, no intruder from the basement, no evil doppelgangers, only paranoid and fleeting moments of fear. Maybe, after all that, the rules really did mean nothing. Maybe Paul was right. The snow was falling faster now, getting dangerous. I turned off on the 62 exit and wound back for home. The orange swipe of streetlights against the windshield, the drone of my car, the wiping of the wiper. Up ahead, red lights, yellow hazards blinking on the side of the road. I sped past. It was the white hatchback with tinted windows. The front hood was popped open, and a man stood on the shoulder, trying to wave me down. But I didn't stop. Something felt wrong. But before even reaching the next exit, my heart changed. Horror stories ran through my head, stories about broken down cars on lonely winter mountain roads, people freezing to death before the sun even came up. Begrudgingly, I signaled off at the next exit and hauled back around. I pulled up a U-turn and parked behind the white car, hit my hazard lights. The driver wasn't standing outside anymore. The back door of his car swung open, and he stepped out. Bundled in winter clothes with a scarf pulled up around his face, vaguely familiar, he waved, stepped up to the front of his car, and pulled the hood shut. He stepped around to the passenger side and pulled the door open. Hunching over, he reached into his glove box, took out a brown paper envelope, and tucked it into his winter coat. I studied him as he pushed the door shut and strode back towards me. Leaning over, I unlocked the passenger side door. The stranger latched the door open, hunched over, and looked at me. His eyes filled with immediate recognition. He pulled his scarf down and... It was Mitch. A knot twisted in my stomach. I hadn't seen him since I saw something crawl out of his mouth and leave his body in a mangled heap on the kitchen floor. "Brandon?" he said. Not sure if it was actually me. It was dark. The interior light of my car was broken. "Mitch?" I said back, even though I already knew it was him. Huh, wow. He looked back over his shoulder. Small world. I nodded. Part of me actually considered just flooring it, getting out of there, but I didn't. Maybe this was Mitch after all. Maybe his death was nothing more but another nightmarish vision. But more than anything, I think I stayed out of curiosity. Always curiosity. "What are the chances, huh?" said Mitch, turning back to me. I huffed. He was right about that. "I'm a little stranded out here, you might have noticed." He ran a hand through snow-speckled, jet-black hair. "Tried calling a tow truck, but the service out here..." He threw up his hands. "You need a lift?" I said, immediately regretting the offer. "You don't mind?" I shook my head. "Exit 25 in your way?" asked Mitch. "I'll take the bus from there." We drove in silence for the first 5 minutes. All the while, the elephant of the past sat between us. Finally, Mitch spoke up. "So, how have you been?" I knew exactly what he was asking about. He wanted to know what happened after I said screw it and threw his list of rules to the curb. But that was the last thing I wanted to talk about. No more ruminating, no more obsessing over answers. Ever since I moved away from that godforsaken house, my life had improved significantly, and that's all that mattered. "I've been good," I said. Another awkward silence follows as Mitch expected me to ask him the same. I reached for the radio and turned the knob. Static blared. Every channel was nothing but white noise. "Yeah, no signal out here," said Mitch, rubbing his hands together from the cold. I turned off the radio and gripped the steering wheel. "How have you been?" I finally offered. "Up and down," he said. "No more work thanks to COVID, so I had to move in with Paul." I raised an eyebrow. Mitch caught my look and shrugged. "Thought maybe I was wrong about it, you know?" "Wrong about what?" "Some of my theories." Mitch turned away and looked out the window. His breath fogged against the glass. White lines of falling snow streaked past. "What brings you upstate?" I asked, curiosity slowly building again. "Just need to get out of town." "Fair enough." Mitch opened his mouth like he was about to say something, but he stopped, shook his head a little, and turned back to look out the window. More silence. He glanced down, and his eyes caught something. The chrome switchblade, sitting in the cup holder. He reached down and lifted it up, studying it. "Where'd you get this?" "Weed dealer," I said. "Back in high school." Mitch turned the blade, flicked it open, and flicked it shut. "Huh." He tossed it back into the cup holder and leaned back in his seat. "I'm gonna get some sleep," he said. Shifting his weight, he nestled his head against his seatbelt and shut his eyes. Despite my paranoia, I felt calmer now. I felt like this was the real Mitch. But even if it wasn't, I'd be dropping him off in a few exits anyway. About 30 minutes later, I pulled off onto exit 25. The car bumped over a snag in the road and Mitch stirred awake. "Next left up there," he said, still groggy. We turned down a narrow road, walls of dark forest on either side. About 100 feet ahead, a lonely bus stop, lit only by the cold bluish glow of a solitary streetlight. I pulled over to a stop in front of it. "Thanks, Brandon," said Mitch, reaching for the door. I could tell he still wanted to say something else, but was holding back. "Of course, Mitch. Be safe." He nodded, pulled open the door, and paused. He pulled the door shut, turned back to me, and sighed. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the brown paper envelope. I studied him. "It's okay if you don't want to talk about this, but..." He rubbed his forehead with his palm. "I've been digging a little, doing some research again, and, well, His eyes turned deadly serious. I think I've almost figured this thing out. He reached into the envelope and pulled out an inch-thick stack of papers, photos, and documents. I think I know what it wants, what it's trying to do. My curiosity was screaming at me, begging me to listen, but... Thanks, Mitch. I'm good. He looked at me, confused. I cleared my throat. Trying to keep all that in the past now. Mitch stared at me for a long 5 seconds, then nodded slowly. He slid the stack of papers back into the envelope and reached for the door handle. You change your mind? Just call me, he said, sounding almost indignant. He pushed the door open and stepped back out into the cold. The snow had turned into a sludgy mix of slush and rain now. Mitch slammed the door shut, wandered up to the bus stop, and sat down on the bench. Clenching my jaw, I shifted into drive and pulled away. I'd like to say I kept driving. I'd like to say I left Mitch at the bus stop, and that was the end of it, that I finally won out against my obsession for answers, but I didn't. Barely made it 50 feet before I pulled into reverse and drove back. I leaned over and pushed open the passenger side door. He looked at me, not surprised that I had returned. He pushed up from the bench, strode over to the car, sat down in the passenger seat, and pulled the door shut. The engine idled as slush and rain beat down from above, the lukewarm gust of ventilation against my face. Window wipers uselessly wiping the same mess of icy mush back and forth. Mitch reached into his pocket, pulled out the envelope, and placed it on the dashboard. You sure about this? He said. I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. Mitch smiled grimly, reached into the envelope, and pulled out the stack of papers. So after you left my apartment, he slowly flipped through the papers as he spoke, I called up Paul, told him what happened, told him you were hysterical, that you broke the door to get out. I still don't know why I called him, but I did. I think some parts of me still believes he's my dad. I still do. Mitch stopped on a photograph, paperclipped onto a page scrawled with manic notes and scribbled coat rack sketches. It was a photo of him, as a kid, with the rest of his family. His mother Holly, his dad Paul, and even his late sister Evelyn. All of them stood outside a blue tent dressed for camping, smiling, happy. Mitch smiled sadly as he flipped to the next page. A month or so after you left, my work fell apart, as I told you. I couldn't afford to pay rent, buy food, so I asked Paul if I could move in. At first, it was out of necessity, but also, I started wondering again. After our last meeting, maybe there's a way to figure all this out. Maybe even put a stop to it. I guess something told me the answer was at Paul's house. He placed the stack of papers onto the dashboard and glanced down. His eyes caught the ashtray, full of cigarette butts, remnants from my temporary smoking relapse. You mind if I... Mitch reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of smokes. Go for it. Mitch nodded, squeezed a cigarette between his lips. He pulled out a lighter, he flicked, but no flame. Flicked again, still nothing. I reached into my own pocket, pulled out my lighter, reached across and flicked it on. Mitch leaned forward, inhaled the tip of his cigarette into the flame, and leaned back. Thanks, he said, exhaling smoke. I tucked the lighter away. Mitch scratched his eyebrow with his thumb, his eyes darting back and forth as he watched the window wipers seesaw. The blue glow of the streetlight cast shadows of trailing raindrops onto his face, almost like sad clown makeup. He cleared his throat. So, I moved in with Paul, took the guest room. What about his old army friend? Mitch nodded. Lawrence. Apparently his condition worsened. He had to go back down south for full-time care in a real hospital. At least, that's what Paul told me. You saw him, right, Lawrence? I nodded. Covered in bandages? I nodded. There's no reason to have decades-old burn injuries bandaged like that, said Mitch. That simple fact wedged into my head like a needle. I turned back and stared out through the windshield. Headlights cast into the darkness ahead. The road seemed to stretch on for eternity now. On either side, motionless trees stood like an audience of silent watchers. Ancient, apathetic. Mitch shuffled through the stack of papers and pulled out another photograph. Look. I looked. Inside of a shed filled with dozens upon dozens of coat racks. This was in Paul's backyard, said Mitch. He tucked the photo away and pulled out an aerial blueprint of the neighborhood. Lines of blue ink led away from Paul's house into a branching web-like pattern. He's got tunnels leading to every house in the neighborhood. I think he's the one breaking in, leaving coat racks in the corners. Why? Mitch butt his cigarette out in the ashtray. I haven't figured everything out yet, but I'm getting there. He rubbed his nose and continued. Your friend, Zachary Serrano, I think Paul was drunk driving one night, all those years, and hit this kid on the interstate. Took his body and buried it up by the Balry Cliffs. How did he know about Zach? I shook my head. I talked with Zach's mother and she said a guy confessed to it. Mason Parker, right? Long-haul trucker? I didn't respond. Mitch held out a printout of a news article. Parker came forward about 2 years back, right? Again, I didn't respond. Mitch, increasingly frantic, pulled out another photo and tossed it on the dashboard. A dead body in a basement corner, naked and decomposing. A plastic bag wrapped over its head. It was the same image that flashed through my mind when I talked with Zach's mom. Where did you get this? That's not important. This guy, Mason Parker, he lost his mind in the months leading up to his suicide. Mitch made finger quotes on the word suicide. Same method my sister used, by the way. His eyes looked slightly crazier with each passing minute. Mason was on house arrest when he started telling his supervisors that he never actually confessed, that he never even hit anybody. He told them some guy, a drunk driver from a parallel timeline or something, hit and run this kid, Zach, then switched places with Mason. He told them this guy could hide behind people's faces, look out through their eyes. Of course, they wrote him off as insane. I shook my head. Brandon, I know it sounds crazy, but trust me here. I've almost figured this out. What about Howie? I said, finding it hard to hear about Zach. I'm not 100% on him, but I think he's a vessel for the intruder, a channel to spy on new recruits, so to speak. I didn't respond. Mitch pulled out another image. Shards of glass on the road, police caution tape, a wreck of a blue Toyota hatchback upside down in a ditch, totaled. That's your car, right? This car? The car we're in right now? Again, I didn't respond. When you visited my apartment, you told me you almost hit a bear on the way over, right? I squinted at the image. This car had my license plate. If it was a fake, it was a convincing fake. So the next day, Mitch continued, I went out to investigate, and I found this accident scene. Police were already there. Apparently, the driver died on impact. I did some more digging, and it turned out the driver's name was Brandon Miller. I didn't know what to say. My head was starting to spiral. Brandon, listen to me. I have more proof. He pulled out a copy of a police report detailing the nature of the crash. This wasn't easy to get a hold of, he said, holding it towards me. I waved it away, starting to feel my sanity slipping again. Brandon, this is important. I think I know how to stop it too. I think I can get you and maybe even my dad back to normal. I rolled my eyes. So I was dead the whole time or something? I said, trying to stay grounded. No, but this version of you died. He held up another image, a close-up of the driver's seat in the totaled car. A body hunched over the steering wheel, face hidden. It's just like what happened with my dad when he tried driving his truck off the Balry Cliffs. I think it created another version of you. And I'm that version? No, well, I don't know, maybe. Why? What does it want? I'm still figuring that part out. What does Zach have to do with it? I think my dad killing Zach is maybe what started all this. Like, he hit this kid, and somehow the intruder showed up and helped him escape the consequences. Like he made a deal with the devil. I mean, I have other theories too. This is just one. But we could put together what we both know and actually figure this out. Think about it, he said, his eyes filled with manic energy. I'm thinking about it and it sounds crazy, Mitch. Mitch ignored the slight. When I was a kid, like really young, I went out to the garage late one night and my dad was there power washing blood off his truck. He told me he had a coyote and I believed him, but now he trailed off and pulled out another photo. Look. The image was of a severed finger laying atop blood-streaked asphalt, a yellow evidence number 8 sign beside it. That's from your friend, Zach, where he died. That's his finger. I winced and looked away. Didn't need to see that. Think about it, Brandon, Mitch continued. You just left town, ignored the rules, and now your life is better? Did you really think you could get away from it that easy? Like the rules didn't mean anything? Did you really think this was over? He looked at me expecting an answer, but I just stared at him, seeing the same crazed obsession in his eyes, the same obsession that almost killed me. Mitch turned away. So I went back to Paul's house about a week ago, and he's not even there. The place is boarded up, overgrown, like abandoned, for years. I even asked the neighbors about it. It's like he just stopped existing. Mitch, he ignored me. There's too many connections here, too much evidence. You can't just move on with this, Brandon. We need to figure this out. We can make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else. Mitch, we can even figure out why your friend Zach had to die. We can figure out how to save you from this. Save Paul. Maybe even save my sister. Mitch, I'm heading upstate to speak with Mason Parker's cousin. Ask her about what he said in the days leading up to... Enough, I snapped with bitter spite. Mitch looked at me, his eyes wide and sad, like a scolded dog. Brandon, are you not listening to me? Did you not see these photos? I've moved on, I said plainly, fighting every instinct in my body to keep listening, keep searching for answers. But now I knew enough to know that all this searching led nowhere good. True or not, this only led to misery. Mitch stared at me in disbelief. He lifted the stack of papers. There's... I shook my head, and he trailed off into silent defeat. I stared straight ahead, eyes locked on the road. Mitch sighed and reached for the door. He froze, hand on the latch. I found your story online. The words hung in the silent air. Mitch's hand slid off the door, down to his thigh. You know it's using you, right? Again, he waited for my response, but I remained quiet. You need to take that story down. I shut my eyes, trying to stay calm, trying to focus. Did you seriously forget about no third parties? Brandon? I opened my eyes. You need to take that story down. The more people read it, the more influence he gains. It's using you. Why do you think my dad randomly encouraged you to pick up writing again? Does that really make sense to you? Thanks, Mitch. I'll think about it. Mitch's eyes shot down to the switchblade in the cup holder, then back to me. His eyes flicked back and forth, considering terrible options. Mitch, I'm not saying I don't believe you. You might even have some of this figured out. I'm sure you do, but you told me yourself. All this obsession, searching for answers, it's not leading anywhere good. For a moment, his eyes filled with half-understanding. An understanding that faded as he turned away and stared out the window. This is all I got now, he said, placing the brown envelope onto his lap. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Turning back, he hunched down and met my eyes. Take that story down, he said, but this time it sounded like a threat. A genuine threat, considering he likely knew where I lived. He looked back over his shoulder into the dark forest. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. All night, Mitch's face had been mostly concealed in the darkness, but now in the dim glow of the streetlight, I could see something strange. Scarring at the corner of his lips, pink and blotchy, like it was cut with a knife and healed over. Subtle but unmistakable. An image flashed through my mind. Mitch standing in the corner of his apartment kitchen, head snapped back as gaunt hands pushed out of his throat, and the corner of his lips started tearing. See you around, Brandon, said Mitch, tucking the envelope away and pushing the door shut. He wandered back towards the bus stop. He sat down. I looked straight ahead and took another deep breath. I exhaled, I shifted forward, pulled a U-turn, and drove away. At the four-way stop about 100 feet down the road, I reached up to adjust the rearview mirror, and the bus stop was empty. Mitch was gone. I looked back over my shoulder. A crawling chill slid down my spine. He was standing in the road now, standing with pin-straight posture beneath the streetlight, his back turned to me. Icy rain and slush beat down from above. He stood motionless, unaffected. The light flickered, and I almost expected him to disappear or move closer, but he didn't. He just stood in the exact same spot, staring out into the endless dark, rigid. I floored it out of there, sped all the way home, and never looked back. That was the last time I saw Mitch, or at least that version of him. But something tells me he'll show up again. Maybe in a month, maybe in a year, maybe on my deathbed. I know the intruder isn't finished with me yet. I don't think he's finished with any of us, you included, but I'm okay with that. I'd be lying if I said Mitch's theories don't bother me. Despite all his insanity, some of it actually made sense. A disturbing amount of sense. For 3 weeks straight, I fought the urge to investigate further. I fought the urge to start Googling Mason Parker, Paul Carver, Zachary Serrano. I told myself it was all part of the intruder's game. The photos, the threads, all of it was just bait, tantalizing crumbs of half-truths, all designed to pull me back into his nightmare of convoluted conspiracy. It wasn't easy, but I resisted. I'm not proud of much, but I'm proud of that. I went for a hike last week. Needed to clear my head, so I drove downstate, went to the same trail Zach and I used to explore as kids. I dressed for winter and brought a pack of vanilla-flavored cigarillos. Figured I'd earn a one-time relapse after pushing through all this. I brought my switchblade along too, just in case. Everything felt different out here now, smaller, covered in patches of melting snow. I wandered down the winding trails, down past Old House, past the Rendleshams, down past the base of the Cauldron Cliffs. The old rusted car was still there too, the same one Zach wanted to stand on, half stuck in the frozen riverbed. The air was crisp. A gentle breeze swept up from downriver and pushed through me like a spirit. I stepped up to the edge of the bank. I breathed in, I stepped out, setting a foot onto the ice. It was solid, like concrete. I exhaled. I set both feet out. It felt safe. I shuffled across the river towards the abandoned car, slipping as I went. I stood on top of the rusted car, in the middle of the icy riverbed at the bottom of Cauldron Cliffs. I pulled the smoke out, lit it up, inhaled. The warm rush of nicotine poured through me like an old but toxic friend. I'd like to say I had some profound insight here, some meaningful revelation, but I didn't. If anything, I just felt sadder about Zach than I ever felt before. I sat there for about an hour, maybe two. It was hard to know. Another breeze pushed up from downriver and chilled through me. It was getting colder. Time to go. I tucked the now empty pack of smokes back into my pocket. I pushed up from the dead car and hobbled my way back across the icy riverbed and stepped up onto the riverbank. Time to go home. I made my way back up the winding trails, up past Old House, past the Rendleshams, over Planters Creek. I turned the corner and stepped onto the last stretch of long straight path through the sparse winter forest. The same path from my last memory with Zach. I kept walking and a branch snapped behind me. I spun around. About 20 feet down the path, a grizzly, malnourished and gaunt, lumbered onto the trail. I froze. I didn't even know grizzlies lived here. But even if they did, shouldn't it be hibernating? The bear froze, stared at me, and huffed. Hot fog pushed out through its nostrils. Fear rushed through me like a knife. I stepped backwards, started to turn away, started to think about running, but I stopped. I turned back. I stared into the old creature's silent eyes. I took a deep breath. I exhaled. The bear raised its head, studying me, judging me. "Hey," I said, as calm as I could manage. "How have you been?" The bear's head tilted slightly, and it took a quick step forward. I didn't move. I kept talking. I told her about how I used to go hiking up here with my friend Zach. I told her about my year, about the coat rack in the basement corner. All the while, slowly backing up. The bear matched my pace, the gap between us shrinking with each step. I stopped moving, reached back, pulled out my pack of smokes, an empty carton now. I placed it gently on the ground, then I took another careful step backward. The bear matched me, pushed forward as I stepped back. I stopped, I gritted my teeth, and this time, I took a step forward, a step towards the bear. It looked at me, confused. Primal fear shuffling through my body like a deck of manic cards, but I didn't have time to worry about that right now. I set it aside. The bear sniffed the air again, then took another, more cautious step forward, and another one. Everything in my body screamed at me to run, screamed at me, turn heel and bolt, but I didn't. I stood motionless, my eyes locked with the bear. She reached the carton on the ground and bent forward, sniffing it, turning it over with her nose, curious. I exhaled slowly and took another step back. She looked up at me, almost annoyed at my being there now. She went back to biting and pawing at the pack. I took another step, and another one step after another until I was 50 feet away, until I was 100 feet away, 200 feet. I stepped backward until I reached the bend, rounded the corner, walked to the parking lot, got in my car, and drove back home. Again, no profound insights or realizations came over me. I just felt sad. I miss my dad. I miss Zach. Of course, I know this isn't done. I don't think it ever will be. I know I haven't seen the last of Mitch, Howie, maybe even Paul. I know Mitch isn't going to stop until this story is taken down, and something tells me the intruder will follow me until the day I die. I've learned to live with that. Whatever happens, I'm okay with it. I'm not happy about it, but I'll accept it. Honestly, though, Mitch might be right. I even considered deleting this story. It seems possible that the intruder, if he's real, might be using me. Might be using me to spread its influence to whoever reads this. But I don't care anymore. Why would I? For the first time in my life, I'm okay with waking up in the morning. I'm okay with existing. And, as much as I hate to admit it, ever since the intruder showed up, ever since I stopped following those stupid rules, ever since I stopped searching for answers, ever since I accepted things and moved on, my life's only gotten better. Maybe yours will too. And that is all of The Man in My Basement Takes One Step Closer Every Week. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, this has quickly climbed the ranks of being like one of my favorite no sleep stories ever. I think this is really, really good. It's not really surprising when looking at the full novels that Marcus has written, but seriously, I think this is super underrated. I'm surprised there's not more people talking about this story. It is very confusing. There's no concrete explanation to what happened. Even throughout this last chapter, I was hoping to maybe get like some final explanation, but we never really get that. It kind of echoes chapter 13 in that it maybe makes us want to think that things are resolved, but at the end of the day, there are still a lot of questions and something just seems off about the whole situation. I want to quickly go through the events of this last chapter, then briefly give my thoughts on what happened. So first off, we have the memory with Zach and Brandon where they're playing up in the woods and they see somebody with pin straight posture and then Zach tells them they should leave. The term pin straight posture has been pretty much always used to describe when the intruder enters into somebody's body. I'm not entirely sure what it's supposed to mean that they saw this thing way back when, but maybe that was the first time that the intruder inserted itself into Zach and Brandon's lives. There seems to be a general non-linearity about the events of this story, like even though the intruder was potentially not created until after Paul killed Zach, it has existed forever and before he killed him. Next up, we have the whole conversation that Mitch has with Brandon, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of back on the Mitch train after this. I think Mitch has a connection with the intruder, and the intruder is inside of his mind, but maybe the intruder's a lot less inside his mind than he is other people's. I think this is probably because it seems like Mitch has the greatest grasp on what can be done to stop the intruder, and he's the one that has constantly kept all these rules. Paul was always trying to get Brandon to forget the rules because he wants to invade more of Brandon's mind, whereas Mitch was trying to get him to always keep the rules, and Mitch always keeps the rules himself, and this seems to actually be effective because Mitch is less contaminated by this thing. Now, obviously, Mitch was contaminated enough to have this thing crawl out of his mouth and presumably kill him, but I guess he's fine. I see that whole encounter as not having really killed Mitch, but it was more like Mitch suppressing the intruder for so long that it finally just broke out and tried to attack Brandon, but then Mitch ended up being fine afterwards because, again, he observes all of the rituals that he needs to keep the intruder at bay. The story is very heavily hinting at the fact that the intruder really did burst out of Mitch's mouth because you can, see the marks that he has on his mouth still, so I just feel like that had to have actually happened. But Mitch is an absolute real one for pointing out the fact that Paul's story about his army friend makes no sense. The issue is that even if Paul's story makes no sense, then who is the person in the bed? Is it another version of Paul? How does that make any sense? Again, this is definitely a story that leaves you with more questions than answers, but I think the way that the story was written and the journey it took me on was so enthralling that I really don't mind. It's more fun just to speculate, in my opinion. Mitch points out the fact that Mason Parker, the guy that supposedly killed Zach, just kind of went crazy before he committed suicide and tried to take back his confession. Again, I touched on this earlier. I really think this is a case where Mason didn't do anything wrong, but Paul got inside his head and then confessed to the murder as Mason in order to frame him for it. But then we're hit with the biggest curveball of all that throws all of this into question, being that Brandon might have died earlier on in the story. This very clearly parallels when Paul supposedly died by driving off the cliff, but then he showed back up later and he was completely fine. So is this a situation where there are multiple versions of each character, or is it possible that Brandon now is fully part of the intruder and he just doesn't know it yet? I think the idea that the intruder has replaced people, but their replacements aren't aware of the fact that they've been replaced, kind of fits with what we've seen throughout the story. That would kind of explain why Paul seems to be genuinely caring for Brandon at times. It's because that Paul is completely genuine, he just doesn't know that he's a fake. Brandon could be experiencing the exact same thing. He doesn't know that he's still under the influence of Paul or the intruder or whatever, and he thinks he's just moved on with his life. But if I'm being honest, having read this entire story, I just think there's no way that this is a happy ending for Brandon after all the things he's done. I think Mitch was completely right when he told us that Brandon was doomed the second he snapped that coat rack in half. Something that I touched on earlier that I think comes back at the very end of this story is the idea that the intruder is using its abilities for self-preservation. I think this is kind of the crux of the story. Everything the intruder does is all an effort to keep itself safe, and by extension, Paul safe. And I think this is very much illustrated in the very last scene with Brandon and the bear. Again, it's presented as kind of a moment of everything coming full circle. Brandon feels like he is more at peace with himself, but I don't think this is the case at all. What was the very first conversation that Brandon had with Paul? It was Paul telling him what to do if he ever encountered a grizzly bear. The conversation honestly made very little sense at the time. It didn't make sense for Paul to go on this very long rant, but now we know why he did this. It's because later on, the intruder knew that Brandon would be in danger of being killed by a grizzly bear. And so the intruder, through Paul, tells Brandon exactly what he needs to do to make sure he is safe in this situation. But why does the intruder want to do this? It's because the intruder is Brandon now, and so the intruder telling Brandon how to stay away from a grizzly bear is the intruder keeping itself safe. I think the genius of this story is that it's trying to convince the reader that everything is fine, when in reality, Everything's lost at this point. Brandon is now part of the intruder, and there's a very good chance that he will now be killed by Paul at some point when he finally realizes what's going on. And at the end of everything, we find out that we haven't even been following the true hero of this story. The hero of this story is Mitch. I found it a little confusing that the story starts with all of these rules that the person needs to follow in order to not get attacked by this intruder, and it feels like the story is going to become a rules-based horror story. But then none of that pans out. There's no part of the story where it feels like Brandon is methodically doing everything he can to escape this horror. He just fails immediately. But I think there was a rules-based horror story that happened someplace within this universe. It's just what happened to Mitch instead. Mitch is the one who is following all these rules. Mitch is the one who is putting this puzzle together, but we don't see the story from his perspective. Instead, each of us are invited to follow the story through Brandon's eyes, through the intruder's eyes. Mitch begs with Brandon to take the story down because Mitch knows that the intruder is telling us exactly what the intruder wants us to know. There are 2 edits at the end of the story that I haven't read for you guys until now. The first one happens on December 23rd and says, "Edit. I saw Mitch's car parked across the street again last night." Again, this is telling us that the story is not over, that Mitch is still investigating, that Mitch is the hero of the story. The next update happens on January 3rd and says, "Edit. I woke up outside last night. Maybe I was sleepwalking." I think this pretty clearly tells us that Brandon is not in charge of his own body or mind anymore. He's ending up in places he didn't even know he ever went to. I think this is more evidence that tells us that Brandon has been fully infiltrated by the intruder, and he doesn't even know it yet. The one last aspect of the story that I haven't gotten to until now is the Morse code that appears at the end of every single chapter. When it's all translated and all put together, it says this: "The first time you see me will be in long forgotten memories remembered. Each week, one step." The first time that Brandon ever saw the intruder was in the memory of him and Zach playing in the forest when they saw the man with the pinstripe posture. In Brandon's long-forgotten memory, he sees the intruder who has now fully consumed him. And now Brandon, under the unknowing instruction of the intruder, has spread his story for all of us to read. And it seems like even knowing about this thing might just put you on its radar. So if I were you, I'd go check the corner of your basement right now. Thank you guys so much for watching this very long video. This story was awesome. Thank you to whoever it was that suggested this to me. This was a super fun read. If you guys like what I do here, then please remember to subscribe to the channel. Also, please suggest a story for me to read next, and also give your theories down in the comments below. I know I've mentioned it a whole bunch of times already, but again, please go support the author, Marcus Cliver. Please go buy one of his books, either The Caretaker or We Used to Live Here. You won't regret it. If you like this story, you'll love his books. A massive thank you to all my wonderful channel members yet again. Thank you guys so much for supporting me and for being patient while I work on these longer videos like this. In the next week or so, I'll probably post a video that's just a combination of these two in one long part. So if you guys ever want to rewatch this series, you can just watch the whole thing in one go instead. But again, a serious thank you to everybody for watching this video. Your support really does mean the world to me. I feel so grateful that I'm able to do this and read awesome stories and just talk about them full time now. So thank you guys so much, and I'll catch you in the next video. See ya. Up again, let me see the stars. Is there life on Mars? 'Cause I've run out of luck here on Earth. I'm a wanderer. Another trip around the sun makes these memories flood, and I could wash it down with the atmosphere. You're cool blue and crystal clear. I'm an astronaut flying above, but can't fall in love. Floating alone, brave enough to see the cosmos, too scared to say hello. And I know one day I'll be gold